wanna be a millionaire, your own form of superhero, have matters in your own hands, and get away from all the zeros. Will you listen to the plan and all that it demands? Well, here's your chance. Focus on the good things, nothing on the bad. Forget all your needs, focus on the task. Now are you ready for it? Now are you ready for it? If they say you're a long shot, maybe you should pass. Well, look down at yourself, show them what you have. Now are you ready for it? Now are you ready for it? And if you believe in all that you see, there ain't no way that it stops with a dream. Stops with a dream. And if you wanna be a millionaire, your own form of superhero, have a house in a center square, and hear your name when the wind blows. Will you listen to the plan and all that it demands? I say again, focus on the good things, nothing on the bad. Forget all your needs, focus on the task. Now are you ready for it? Now are you ready for it? If they say you're a long shot, maybe you should pass. Well, look down at yourself, show them what you have. Now are you ready for it? Now are you ready for it? And if you believe in all that you see, there ain't no way that this stops with a dream. And if you believe in all you can be, there ain't no way that this stops with a dream. Stops with a dream. Stops with a dream.
Spotlights, hot nights, glow red and stoplight. I slay, big swerve, big will, rich taste. I serve, line up for the looks that kill. So rich it can make you ill. Don't choke on the diamond pill. Cheap lines, get a gag like ew. Go fetch, that color, mad cash, high dollar. Just watch, don't follow, no smoke, get higher. Bad chicks at the world on fire. Bow down to the golden strand. Get in line, I'm in high demand. Come close, yeah, I'll use what I can when I can. I will rate with a 1 to a 10. I will call if I want it again. Spotlight, hot nights, glow red at the stoplight. I slay, big swerve, big will, rich taste. I serve, line up for the looks that kill. So rich it can make you ill. Don't choke on the diamond pill. Cheap lines, get a gag like ew. Go fetch, black collar, mad cash, high dollar. Just watch, don't follow, no smoke, get higher. Bad chicks at the world on fire. Bow down to the golden strand. Get in line, I'm in high demand. Come close, yeah, I'll use what I can when I can. I will rate with a 1 to a 10. I will call if I want it again. shadows are calling. The curtain is drawn. How far we've fallen. I'm out on the run. Live in the violence. Die by the sword. Deep in the fire. That's where darkness is born. Haunting my dreams. I see the signs. The darkness arise. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all. We swore on our honor, and the light turned to black. We fight to the ending. There's no turning back. Live in the violence. Die by the sword. Deep in the fires. That's where darkness is born. Haunting my dreams. I see the sign. Let darkness arise. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all. I watch it all fall. Haunting my dreams. I see the signs. Let darkness arise. I watch it all. I watch it all fall.
Yeah. Ay. Skirt. Ay. Skirt. Ay. I might just get a little crazy for the one time. I might just link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. She be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. I might just get a little crazy for the one time. I might just link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. And yeah, it's my time, I guess that's alright. She always tell me when she see me that it's on sight. I might just pull a Stevie Wonder cause I don't fight. And I might just take her down for the one night. I might get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. No love boat though, don't like the showboat. My life be moving too fast for the slow-mo. And yeah, I got it, I won't pay you for a promo. That money going up and down like a yo-yo. I do my money dance, I know I'm what they crave. I walk around fresh to death like I just left the grave. My diamonds really yellow like they lemonade. Cause I've been really getting paid on the center stage. I might get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. I might get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. Yeah, yeah, hey, yeah. Because it's my time, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey. Because it's my time, yeah. Yeah, hey, yeah. Because it's my time, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey. Because it's my time, yeah.
Once there was a hunter who saw what others could not. With a magic case in her backpack, she roamed with wild abandon into the great unknown. Her gaze inescapable, her reflexes lightning fast. When armies swarmed, she went through. With eyes open wide, hands steady, holding, watching, capturing everything in sight.
The Crucial Pro DDR5 RAM kit comes with a sleek, modern look that will complement any build. But aesthetics aside, it's the performance that really matters. So let's dive into it. The default JEDEC timings are 46, 45, 45, but it does come with 2 XMP and Expo settings for those looking for a little more performance. With XMP 3.0 Profile 1, you can push the speed up to 5600 megatransfers per second. If you prefer a slightly lower speed but tighter timings, Profile 2 offers 5200 megatransfers per second at 42, 42, 42 timings. We've run some benchmarks and stress tests to give you an idea of how it performs. In general, dropping the speed and tightening the timings with the second XMP/Expo profile yielded better results for us on our test system. Paired with a Ryzen 7800X 3D, we saw anywhere from a 1 to 5% performance bump depending on workloads. All in all, the Crucial Pro DDR5 64GB RAM kit by Micron is a fantastic choice for first-time builders and enthusiasts alike.
You were right, Kate. My sister is gone. There's only Jinx now.
I want to tear that laugh from her throat forever.
I'm ready.
To return peace to this city, you must declare martial law.
Topside is the real enemy. You have the chance to rally the Undercity together. You're a symbol. So what are you planning?
Watch it all burn.
You felt it, haven't you?
The arcane is waking up.
Sometimes taking a leap forward means leaving a few things behind.
Sustenance.
Then stop me.
Right, welcome back, guys, to Crucial by Micron presents iFlicks Community Clash, powered by Zotac Gaming, and we are in the grand finals. And of course, joining me today, after it's been quite a while, Bishi. He's back to cast. So, how are you feeling, Bishi?
Excited. I think I'm great to be back again and again casting another very exciting finals between two very strong teams in the community clash. Kaka, I heard they both were undefeated heading into the tournament. So quite excited to cast this BO5 with you guys. But I would love to know more about these two teams and what we can expect from the match today.
I mean, yeah, both these teams have not lost a match so far getting into the grand finals. Again, this is a single elimination, so you can't have that hiccup because that would mean you're just out. And they will be competing for that 25,000 INR prize pool today. And just having a look at the event schedule as well. So 18 to 24, that was the registration phase. Of course, that was 10 days ago, so that's done. Yesterday, we had our second semi-final in which Revenants Gaming 2-0'd Ace, and they are looking pretty strong as well. Of course, just speaking about the teams for a bit, as you can see, grand finals, that is today, 2nd October. So one Sri Lankan team against an Indian team, Revenants Gaming having Zuko in the top lane, Potato Monster, Black Thief in the bot lane. So these are the two strong lanes for them. Azain in the jungle. So they are looking quite strong as well. And just having a look at the prize pool right here, as we spoke about earlier, 25,000 INR to the first place, and second place gets 15,000 INR. So that has been logged in as well by one of these teams. Whoever loses will get 15,000 INR as well, and the third and fourth place teams both get 5,000 INR each. So yes, it was a pretty big prize pool. It still is, and whoever wins will be taking that home. And just speaking about the teams, Bishi, as you said, both these teams have looked really strong. Phoenix Gaming toured their opponents, and they looked ruthless in their first semi-finals, and so did Revenants Gaming. So it is a very close matchup, and I'm not too sure who's going to take this home.
I mean, this is what I love, right? Like, so far we've seen a lot of finals in all TEC Community Cups where it's always been a 3-0. I think today we are in for a very, very exciting finals because, like you said, both teams are undefeated. Both teams have star players on their side that we would love to watch. And I think this is exactly, having a look at the journey as to where they got here, right? So, starting off with, Phoenix Gaming, they had a 2-0 run, beat Miku Aim, beat Reign of Terror, completely undefeated. And on the other side, like you said, Revenants Gaming also, beat up Rock Solid, Ace Ragnarok. So the true test of metal, as we call it, when these two teams, it's like what happens when two very, very strong forces meet each other. I think we'll find out today. I think both teams, like you said, both teams have players that are standouts in their respective lanes, and I think that's what makes this match very exciting, right? Because we might be in to see how well these carries sort of carry out, Kaka. And you spoke a lot about Revenant Gaming, Black Thief, Potato Monster, Zuko. Who are the players to watch out for in Phoenix Gaming? Because we have to talk a little bit about that.
I mean, for Phoenix Gaming, I think it has to be their mid laner Q2. He has been looking strong. Did play the Silas in one of the games and looked like a force to be reckoned with. So that is going to be one of their vantage point to start off the series and just get him ahead, get him rolling to defeat Revenants Gaming. And for Revenants Gaming, I think we all know they're strong players. They do have a very strong mid laner as well, but I think Phoenix Gaming might have a slight advantage there. And as you said, like, this is going to be a competitive series. In the last community clash, it was a 5-game series between then AOK and TOK did eventually win. So I'm hoping for the same as well today, and really hope it goes to all 5 games. We love watching some Indian / Sri Lankan, South Asian League of Legends. So that's gonna be fun.
True. I mean, this is exactly where the Community Cup and the Community Clash organized by the Esports Club is so helpful. Right? It gives a lot of opportunity for budding players in South Asia, right? From India to Sri Lanka. We're actually seeing a finals between two country representatives who are going to give it their absolute best today. And that's what makes this final very exciting, because you have rivalries that will start developing over time, and that's how we sort of feed into the grassroots scene. A special shout out to iFlicks for also managing the Community Cup right here. And right now, before we start anything, we're gonna go straight into Champion Select for Game 1 right here. And Kaka, we're gonna have to have a look at certain champions to perhaps watch out for, because we have seen certain teams having certain preference to pick certain champions, especially Potato. Black Thief has been excellent on the hook champions as well. Zuko also is very comfortable on a few more as well. Talk to me a bit more as we head into the draft phase.
Yeah, I mean, just straight off the bat, the Silas gets banned. We did mention him earlier. And from the other side, so that Udit ban is against actually Zuko, who played it phenomenally yesterday in game 1. He was looking like he was running everyone around himself and just dominating the rift. So he was looking really solid on that champion. So I really like that ban. Viego ban against Ezion. Maybe the Jarvan follows. No, it's going to be the Tristana. So Potato Monster, he loves picking his Tristana, and now I think this should be a Kaisa first pick coming from the side of Revenants, who have looked very comfortable with it. So there we go. For Phoenix Gaming, I would really hope something like the Jinx or Caitlyn gets logged in to answer the Kaisa and punish her in the laning phase. So let's see what they decide on picking here.
Yeah, it's very comfortable pick right here coming out for Potato. I think, like you said, telegraphed the pick before it even happened. But on the other side, the Jinx is actually looking quite good in the meta as well, and it's a very, very strong hyperscaler into the late game. So good pickup coming out right there for Phoenix Gaming as well. But any particular picks are you expecting from both the teams right now that it makes solidify the picks?
Yeah, thinking of the draft, how it should be, I think this is where they should be picking their jungler. I really do think that J4 is strong, but they are going to opt in for the Leona instead. And now let's see what Black Thief decides. He has the Nautilus available to him. He has the Rel as well, which he played yesterday, and again his pocket Blitzcrank. We have seen it multiple times.
I like the guy
Leona just does not
here,
miss a hook.
Yeah, but
I would have preferred the Jarvan to come in, honestly, because you, as a red side, you can pick your support at R3 and counter the enemy support. So, and picking the Jarvan or something like a Y is, you can never go wrong with those picks. So I like it. Revenants are going to pick that up, and this should be a support pick. So the Rel will come in as we predicted. Now let's see what Phoenix Gaming and the Shy Boy answer.
There's a good amount of engage already coming out, right, for Revenants right here. They have the Jarvan, they have the Rel, like you said. Yes, they have the Leona on the other side, but generally Leona does well into hook champions. I'm kind of happy that Black Thief ended up going for the Rel. I think does provide more value, but you might just see a Zyra being picked right here, which is very good anti-engage against the engage that Revenants are planning right here. I'm not sure if that's going to be a Zyra jungle. It does look like it could be.
Yeah, that has
but
to be.
What are your
Zyra
thoughts
jungle,
on that?
honestly.
Yeah, like good disengage champion coming out, right? Considering the fact that they have a lot of engage packed on the other team.
Yeah, 100%. And you can layer the CC along with the Leona as well. So they do have a lot of setup in the bot lane to punish the Rel and the Kaisa, who is, of course, a very short range champion. So I like the Zyra pick. We haven't seen a lot of junglers, picking on such champions. Of course, it has been way too prevalent in meta in the LPL or LCK, but in the South Asian meta, we do tend to pick up the Gwen or something like that whenever we can. So it's good to see the Zyra coming in here. Looking at the
control mages getting banned out. Yeah, control mages.
So I really like that. I really like that. Syndra and Orianna, I think they are pretty strong on this patch. Pretty good blind picks as well. So I like those bans coming out. And from the other side, the Zed gets banned. So that is quite surprising. I don't think the Zed would have been picked anyway. But they don't want to play against it, so might as well ban it.
Yeah, they have two squishies in jungle and mid. I just think it was a precautionary ban right here. But on the other side, they're going to actually pick up an Akali, which will be very interesting as well, considering that it is going to be a blind pick mid lane AP assassin coming out for Phoenix Gaming right here. Gives the opportunity to counter for Revenants right here. What do you think are going to be good picks considering the matchup right here, Raghav?
I mean, I would be looking at something like a Lissandra. Orianna and Syndra are already banned there. Even the Yone works against the Akali if you can take that grasp of the Undying and just have a slightly passive laning phase, but you do scale very well with those crit items that come in at 3 and 4. So I think the W can look towards that Yone right now, but he is going to choose the other brother instead and pick up the Yasuo, which I don't really like in this. draft, because they don't have a lot of knockups. Just the Rel and the Jarvan EQ cannot be
Very
trusted. So
situational knockouts right there. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, I was liking the other hover that they had, but I feel like the Yasuo pickup right here coming out for the mid lane. We'll have to wait and see, but it doesn't seem very coherent as a also AD mid and jungle coming out right here for the side of Revenants, and an AP mid and jungle coming here on the side of Phoenix saving right here. So mid synergies here are very AP AD driven. Renekton will be the answer to the Rumble, which I think is a safe sort of response. I think Rumble has been nerfed, but still is quite valuable, and just the team fighting potential of the side of Revenant seems a little stronger with the lockdown of the Jarvan, as well as the fact that the Rumble ult can come on right on top of it is quite interesting. But on the other side, Kaka, you have Zyra, who is waiting for you to jump onto her carries as well, right? But if she's the one who's getting caught out, then she could be in a world of trouble, right? So I can definitely see team fights going very differently in favor of either of these two teams, depending on who gets the engage off first and who gets the pick off first. But now that we have the draft in front of us right here, your thoughts on what you feel of the draft coming out from Phoenix Gaming as well, because they have some disengage as well. They have a strong sort of laning setup with both Renekton and Akali doing quite well. Your thoughts on how their draft is sort of scaled up in this game?
I mean, I really like the draft coming in from Phoenix Gaming to answer Revenants. You have a lot of disengage with the Zyra, especially against champions that are going to come to you and are pretty low range as well. From the side of Revenants, the Jarvan, Yasuo, all of them follow the same suit. That is to dive the enemy champion. So Zyra is a really great disengage champion. So I like that pick especially. And then you have a lot of backline threat as well. Really strong laning phase in the Renekton. And in the bot lane, you have that carry champion in the Jinx. So they have a really good, well-rounded draft to answer Revenants. So it will be really up to Revenants to start the snowball and see if they can put the Renekton behind. Because once the Renekton gets behind, he can become some, sort of useless in the early game or even in the mid game to late game, right?
True.
So I think that's where they should be focusing their attention towards, trying to get the Renekton behind, play off the Rumble Jarvan in the team fights, and that's how they can find their success. But I would favor Phoenix Gaming right here quite heavily, honestly.
Yeah, the draft definitely seems to be a little more balanced out as well. I think the only opportunities, as you mentioned, would be to use that Jarvan early game with the fact that he can help gank early to see if they can end up snowballing a couple of wins. Mind you guys, we are talking about this assuming even skill across lanes. This could potentially just be a skill diff in certain lanes. You can have no potato and Black Thief could just end up stomping the 2v2 purely because they're just better at laning itself. So that's something we'll have to wait and watch. These teams have yet not faced each other in the iFlicks community clash, which means that we don't know how they stack up against each other. They've had very great performances against opponents, so they both look strong. But this game one, Kaka, in a best of 5, I always feel game one is like where you sort of test your nerves and you like just try and see what works, and then as the series progresses you sort of learn from what worked and what didn't and you adapt, right? So I think game one looks exciting. Both teams look like they want to go all guns blazing. Slightly more engaged potential on the side of Revenants. I think that could potentially be their cue. Maybe like we said, if they can get the right engages on the Jinx or the Zyra herself and capture her or kill her before she has a chance to use her ultimate, I think that's when potentially things may work out. But just pure laning phase, I think they definitely have the right sort of pickups as well, and I think more damage coming out overall just to the Zyra damage as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that pans out. And you guys as well, whoever's watching this is the finals of the iFlicks Community Clash. We are in the best of 5 series. This is going to be game 1, and a lot will tell us of how this series will go, Kaka, because game 1 will be like, okay, finally these two teams have faced each other, let's see what's happening. Too early to make any predictions. I'm not going to put you on the spot and say, Kaka, predict something's going to happen, but I would ask you, who are you going to look out for in each of these teams? Just some players, in like you said, knowing that these champions have also been picked, what are your sort of players to watch in game 1?
I mean, it has to be Black Thief in the bottom lane. Whatever that guy plays, I want to watch. He's just such a good support. I think he is top 3 or 4 supports in India. In South Asia for that matter. He is really good. So I'm going to keep my eyes on him and see how he performs in the bottom lane. If he can get Potato Monster ahead, and if the Kai'Sa gets ahead, this is going to be a wrap pretty soon as well. So let's see if that happens. And speaking about the best of five again, these guys are meeting for the first time, and both these teams are undefeated. So it will have some sort of a mental impact on whoever loses the game, because they have not
Yeah.
lost a single game coming into the finals, right? So they will know they have met their match and more if they do lose game one. And I can't wait to see who it's going to be and how they adapt for the next game already.
I'm hoping that we don't see a storm coming out in game one. That is my expectation. I'm hoping we see just a lot of fights coming, as we have sort of, used to seeing in the South Asia League of Legends beta as well.
Yeah.
But it'll be fun if we get a lot of fights coming in right here, and just a lot of action, because it's really fun as a caster to cast games where a lot of action is happening. And with our community scene, I think I'm never in the lack of any team fights to ever cast. So I'm quite excited to see how that comes out. There is a quick pause in the game. I believe one of the players is just about to reconnect in the game, so we are going to take a bit of time before we get started. But this just gives us more time to talk about the leading phase. We've had conversations about the Renekton and Rumble. Of course, it's not really a winning lane for either champions. Rumble himself does quite well. But since you're a mid laner yourself, Kaka, talk to me a bit more about the Yasuo Akali interactions in the early game. Do you feel it's going to be a very stalemate sort of a situation, or do you feel maybe post level 6, like one of the champions has a higher kill potential, or how does that really work in the leading phase?
I mean, both these champions are just so dependent on the person who's piloting them, right? Yasuo, you can easily see the difference between a good Yasuo and a great Yasuo. So it really depends on the Yasuo. Let's see if he decides to run the Grasp of the Undying instead of Fleet Footwork. That will tell us a lot as well, because I do believe Yasuo can win the lane provided he takes Grasp of the Undying. And you just have to be very careful at level 6, because Akali can kill any champion on the Rift at level 6.
That is true.
So with that, we will be jumping into the game, and as we can see, Yasuo is running the Grasp of the Undying, as we talked about earlier. So I think he is going to be pretty fine in the lane, provided he does not take too many bad trades against the Akali, because Akali can be very deceiving. She deals a lot of damage at level 2 and 3, especially at level 6, and you always have to watch out.
Yep, let's look at what Q2 does.
For the all-in, yeah.
I like the Q2W.
Yeah.
Both of them have some rhyming names against each other. Let's see which one comes out on top right here. But in the bot lane as well, I think you will see that the champions are getting ready. But we're gonna have a quick face us before the game starts. But Grasp on Yasuo, I agree with you completely. I think it gives them a lot more survivability, a little more poke as well. I think also better scalability, because he just has a lot of HP that he'll gain through procs that will make him a little less harder to kill against the Akali. But if you're the Akali, Kaka, in team fights, you're eyeing the Kai'Sa. Like, you're eyeing the Yasuo. Like, I don't think you can kill the Rel or the Jarvan, right?
I mean, it's either the Yasuo, the Kai'Sa, or the Rumble, because all these three targets are quite squishy, and you can obviously burn them as pretty fast. Speaking about the runes here, Jinx, taking that press the attack instead of the lethal tempo. Yasuo getting a really good trade at level 1 right there, so he is looking quite good.
Already grasping that using the grasp proc right here actually wins out the trade at level 1, although not really too damaging on the side of Q2, but very exciting nonetheless. And of course, Rumble with this first ability has potential, like you said, Kaka, that those Q paths without the shield, just the range advantage I think Akali has just through her shuriken in the first ability does make her a little more difficult to lane against in the first levels. But in the bot lane, I think that's where excitement is about to happen, because if these champions go on each other, I think it's going to be really fun. And Jinx, conversely, is quite strong of a champion in the early game as well. So she has range against the Kai'Sa she can use to her advantage. And it depends on how well Endrick is able to get onto the engages on Potato Monster. But Rel, again, like you said, someone we need to watch out for. Very excited to see how that pans out. And in terms of the laning phase as well, we're seeing Rumble and Renekton right here. Ye old poke farm top lane island giving is happening, and W moving very nicely, Kaka, in between the minions to get the cast box.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good, looking great for him. But both of them have burned their pots, and of course, Yasuo has a huge CS lead already at 3 minutes, but he does not have the pot. So let's see how long he can sustain down in the mid lane. Meanwhile, pretty even all around. Zyra, of course, has one of the fastest clears as well, so she will be finishing all 6 of her camps as we speak. Jarvan doing the same. So both these guys are looking to just full clear, get
Yeah.
the scuttle crab, recall, see if there's a gang to be had. If not, just pick your first item.
Yeah,
And
Black
in the
Thief
bot
here
lane,
does want to go against the stun.
oh
Does eventually land. That's actually a nice stun right here. Flash and barrier both blown by Booyah, who has to run away. Black Thief and Potato, good synergy coming out right here. Level 3, the moment they hit that, they just went ahead and blew both summoners, which is again a great invite for Easyan to come and gank this lane right here.
yeah, 100%. And the Q miss from Black Thief, surprisingly. If that hadn't missed, I think we would have seen First Blood coming in. But again, a great trade for the side of Black Thief and Potato Monster. We spoke about it. These two are the players to look out for in this matchup. And yet again, just, burning both the Summoner spells from the Jinx. And now she is, a sitting duck inside the turret right now if the Jarvan decides to come and gank her. Uh,
Yeah,
Jarvan
you can.
did opt on picking the longsword, and the ruby crystal sells it for the pickaxe. So I think that's a great decision because you should be making uh, the eclipse first item anyway.
Yep, and Zyra actually wasted a lot of her time. She was anticipating a gank, and then she walked right to lane, and then realized, there's no gank happening, and goes back to her Gromp right here. But that's about all she can take in that lane right now. So again, in terms of farming, yeah, she's doing fine, but a little bit of wasted movements because Jarvan can catch up to her in farm already, just getting through the Gromp himself and getting the move off there as well.
Yeah.
So the
I mean,
bulls there themselves. So,
I don't think it would have mattered anyway because none of the camps are up, right? So she is waiting for that Grom to respawn. Even though it's wasted time, I don't think there was any gangs she could have done or the camps that were up. So I think she's going to be just fine picking up the respawns. The Raptors have come up, and Hendrik decides to go in.
yeah,
I
but
don't
decides to not
think
go in
they
after
can
going in.
fight.
So just like, you know what? I just
Yeah.
skill checking right here. Yes, my Leona can land skill shots and I'll just go back, which I think was the right thing to do because it was there. In the mid, he's definitely coming out on top right here with the trades that he is taking right here. And the fact that he's ahead in CS is boding really well for him. Even in the bot side, you do see a small CS lead developing. It's only the Renekton actually who has a CS lead on this side. But again, Hendrik could be in trouble right here. Ends up using a second ability just to get a little bit of tankiness. Booyah uses the last bit of his mana to just make sure the Rel gets away at this point. And again, W, just those grass procs, those knockups, man, this guy is putting on a very good Yasuo gameplay coming out right here from the mid.
Yeah, 100%. And just, all right. The flash gets burned. I think that's a very respectful flash and a really good flash coming out from the Yasuo because if he gets queued and slowed there might be, the possibility that he ends up dying. Meanwhile, Hextech Dragon was picked up by the Java. Now he's going to pick up the respawn camps. And on the top side, as you can see, all the pressure that's been coming in from the side of Renekton, they are going to secure all 3 grubs for themselves. So essentially a trade coming out in objective. And the Akali
Tank comes in
has
right here.
gone
Akali gets the kill onto the Yasuo right here. She checked him right here and then she went and followed through her E2. So for all you can say, Kaga, there was still a kill coming out on the side of Kali. Yasuo ends up losing out on the kill, and the wave is actually very well poised to be picked up by the Kali there as well. So a nice sort of outplay coming out from Q2 goes in the 1v2, but Jarvan was there to catch up on the kill. So net, I would say it's still an even out trade. But Kali showing those moves right there.
Yeah. I think it favors Revenant more because you do get the assist gold, whereas Q2 only gets the gold for the kill. Right there. So I think it favors. Of course, Yasuo missed out on the kill, but I don't think there's a lot of gold difference that's been coming out there. I think Yasuo is quite ahead actually in gold.
Yeah.
With his good CS numbers, has picked up the Berserker's Greaves. So that's where the power spike comes in for the Yasuo. But now he's relatively safe in the lane as well because the Akali does not have ultimate for the next minute or so.
Yep, and then there's a potential for the Jarvan to come back in for a gank, right? There is no flash. Mind you, here comes Zyra, though. They land the stun onto the Rel, but the Rel just runs away, and then again, that's going to be an ultimate wasted by Zyra. So Zyra's first gank not really working out that well, does not even blow any summoners on the side of Revenants Gaming right here. And at this point, Hendrik is not level 6 yet. Neither of these teams are, and maybe they should have just waited until they got level 6 to make that gank happen. Maybe with the Jinx ultimate and the Leona ultimate, they would have had the burst to kill down either Black Thief or Potato Monster right here. But gank sort of not that successful, and then Zyra just goes back to farming, which again, you would say is not really a bad thing. And again, Q2, man, every time he lands a third ability of Akali, he makes sure he follows it up with damage right here. So it's good to see
Yeah,
him playing aggressively. He's not afraid
yeah,
of the Yasuo right here, even though he's sort of falling kind of heavily back in CS if you think about it. But he's trying to
yeah.
make it up at least through his own sort
He's
of
almost
output.
20 CS behind, so I think that's his last resort to just try to kill the Yasuo or take heavy trades whenever he can. On the top side, Renekton gets a plate for himself, is doing pretty well in CS as well. So Hydra has been doing pretty good in isolation against the Rumble, is of course
Yeah,
up in levels as well. Flash EQ comes in from Azion, decides to ult the Renekton, but Renekton at level 8, I mean, he has
beautiful.
his ultimate, so that was a
Yeah.
really big misplay coming out from Azion. He should know what the Renekton can do, especially under turret. You
Yep.
can't dive that boy right now.
That was too greedy on the side of Ezreal right here. I mean, I could see the potential play coming, but here again, there is no flash onto Zuko. Just used it. The auto attack from Nitten will keep him slowed, but he will survive. That was so close right here. Hydra, though, doing absolutely the right thing right here. Flashes the right time. Uses
Oh,
ultimate to bait the Jarvan at the right time as well. The Jinx ultimate, unfortunately, did not gets blocked down by the Yasuo right here. But a good outplay coming out right here from Phoenix Gaming, and they get a kill again on the top lane with the plating as well. And Renekton's off to a good start, Kaka, something that will be very helpful for PHE moving forward. And yet again, man, Q2 is just playing so aggressive, and he gets another kill. Now, the thing is, he will die, and he will give another kill back to the Jarvan. But this is the second time it's happening. This guy is going berserk on that Akali at the cost of, yeah, the Jarvan getting fed. But now I'm actually thinking, you know what, we might rather have the Akali being fed than the Jarvan being fed at this point, because Akali's going to get her first item or finish her Sorcerer's Boost immediately. And now I think the mid lane is going to start seeing some deficit coming out.
yeah, 100%. The CS gap has reduced by uh, a huge bit as well, and the Yasuo lost like 2-3 waves as well in the mid lane. So of course, you can see in the level difference as well. Akali now finding herself ahead all by herself, gets the second solo kill onto the Yasuo, and that's what we talked about. Yasuo can be slightly obnoxious with the grasp in the early game, but once you hit that level 6 from Akali, uh, it's just the champion can 1v1 you
Yeah,
whenever you want,
look
and
at
every
look at
time he
it, these
connects the
trades.
shuriken, we
Yeah,
yeah.
look at every time he's winning out these trades so hard right now with the Sorcerer's Boots completed, right? It's not looking good, right, if the Yasuo. I think he needs to stock up. And again, they had 3 Void Grubs, Kaka. They're going after the other 3 right now. They have so much advantage in the top side of the map. Renekton with the kill right here. Akali pushing her advantage. Free Grubs for Zyra. Jarvan is looking to get the second dragon, which will actually help them get towards the soul easier. So a very conscious trade being given
Oh,
here. Zuko comes,
his
uses
ult.
his ultimate for absolutely no help right
Nothing.
here. Thought
Yeah.
he wanted to maybe get the last hit on the Void Gloves, but I think he blew his ult way too early right here, and it did not work out. Jinx again with the ultimate does get the Jarvan a bit low, but he's still not that low to end up dying right here. So trade again happens. Revenants Gaming are opting in for the dragons, but I think considering how the early game has gone for Phoenix Gaming, 6 Void Gloves, Kaka. Tell me a bit more about how
Yeah.
and that's end up impacting the game,
I
because
mean,
it is a trade,
I
but who comes out on top here?
it's a trade, but I really prefer the grubs over these
Mhm.
early dragons anyway, because now they need 2 more to get to that soul. And it can be any soul, right? I mean, we forgot to see which one's coming up now, but it's just the grubs are so helpful in the early game, especially pre 14 minutes, when you can get those turret plates as well. And as you can see, Hydra will end up getting 1 more plate here, although decides to go pretty aggressive on the trade
Yeah,
there.
here comes
In
Akali.
the
This time
mid lane,
flashes
though, that's going to
again.
be another solo kill.
Oh, yeah, but that's a good gang coming. And again, Jarvan is a recipient, but this time it's a Leona who's tanking. Oh, never mind. They
Double
get
kill.
2 kills back. That Jarvan ultimate was very well timed. Catches both the Leona and the Yasuo in midst of the tower. And whilst the Leona was tanking, that was actually not going to be enough. And here comes Hydra as well. He sees Zuko getting caught for no reason. This could potentially be an outplay. No, he does not have flash. He is chasing.
Zuko
He
might
is
have a shield
chasing.
up pretty
And he
soon.
gets it, and he will survive. Des uses his Skull the Meek to make sure the healing is there, and that's another solo kill. Phoenix Gaming are in the business of getting solo kills. Both their mid laner got like 2 solo kills. The Renekton got a
Yeah.
1v2 kill. Now he gets a solo kill himself. And we have to talk about the strengths of Phoenix Game. And it looks to me, Kaka, as if Q2, Shy Boy, and Hydra are definitely putting in the work in at this point. And now it's really on Potato Monster and Black Thief to like conversely respond right here. The goal lead, yes, is still even right here, but when you have a Jinx scaling and you have such a strong early game start, things look difficult. And here we go, we have another guy fight coming right here. Hendrik could be in trouble. Decide to just do a little bit of poke. They don't have ultimates to work with, so that poke is just about all they can get right here. But the game state, Kaka, definitely with the Void Girl spawning as well, so many shields, turrets, platings being taken as well. This is looking good, I would say, for Phoenix Gaming in the early game.
Yeah, 100%. It's looking, I mean, both the solo laners are looking really strong, although Q2 should maybe manage his aggression because he did end up getting killed and getting the Leona kill as well in the mid lane. But Jarvan getting those 2 kills, I mean, early kills on Jarvan rather, they don't hurt. Once the Jarvan gets those tanky items, he can be a menace to deal with. So I don't really mind that too much. But in the top lane, it's a disaster for the side of Zuko. Previously used his ultimate towards the grubs for practically nothing and ends up paying for it because he did not have the slow available to him. Dies to
Yes.
the Renekton solo, gives up 3 plates as well, and we see the power of the grubs as well coming in. So Renekton doing so well in isolation in the top lane.
Absolutely. I think Zuko, great capitalization by Hydra, like you said, knowing that the ultimate wasn't there, then utilize that to just go for the all in. We should have a look at individual goal leads if we can on the scoreboard. If you just look at the goal graph, I do feel it's the solo lanes of PSG seem to be a little far ahead, but all the 4 kills are on the side of Jarvan. All the 4 kills are on the side of the Jarvan right here, right? And like you say, right here, 1,000 gold difference coming out in the side of the Nectin right here. 600 gold lead coming out on the side of mid lane. So solo laners of PSG are quite ahead. Now we are seeing a fight for Herald Kaka. This could potentially be the first 4v4 scene. There is no Akali, mind you, no teleport as
Yeah,
well.
the TP is
Hendrik
coming
could
in.
be in trouble.
TP is
TP
coming
does
in.
come in. They get the kill onto the Yasuo. Yasuo does get stunned out. Will look to return. And again, here comes Hydra as well. Lot of damage. He ends up flashing in to go after the Kaisa. Little too overzealous, I must say. But you again have the Zyra ultimate. Really well played right there. Black Thief could be in trouble. Ends up dying, and Jinx gets a reset. Her first kill. She is on board as well. It's gonna be a 3 for naught. Shut down on the Jarvan. Ends up going over to the Renekton right here, and PHG making a statement in the first 5 team fight of the game. Their solo lanes are on point. Q2 on that Akali finally gets a kill without dying himself, but really, really well played right there. I think now, Kaka, I think this game has been blown wide open. Let's quickly have a look at the replay of Kaka walk us through.
100%. I mean, just look here. So Yasuo connects his Q. I really think he should have just ulted there, and Zuko instead uses his ultimate somewhere else. So I think that was a lot of miscommunication, and the target selection from the side of Revenant Gaming just wasn't good enough. And once the Jinx gets the reset, I mean, it's fight over right there. And with the Fed Renekton, I'm not too sure why Revenants Gaming decided to contest the Rift Herald in the first place, but now they find themselves 4,000 gold behind just on the back of that one fight. And this Akali, this Renekton, both the solo laners for the side of PSG looking really strong.
Yep, like we did speak about who to watch out for. We spoke about Potato Monster, Black Thief, but now we know who to watch out for in the side of PSG. These solo laners are worth their metal right now. 5 kills on the side of Akali, 3 kills on the Renekton, 2,500 gold lead on the Rumble alone he has, and now they will show their dominion over the Dragon. Smartly enough, RVG realizing this is not a fight they can win right now. They've sent the Yasuo top to match up. The Kali will be there to sort of catch up on the CS as well. But the first Dragon for PSG comes in. It's going to be a mountain break, so 4 mountains would be a lot of anti-burst potential on whoever ends up getting at this point. Good enough soul for both champions, considering they have a lot of squishies on their side as well. But now, the game state has definitely moved in favor of Phoenix Gaming. They have 4,000 a 4,000 goal lead right here. And Akali, I think the moment she finds anyone in that solo lane, I think whether it's a Jarvan or even a Rumble or a Yasuo, I think she's going to go all in right here. So things are looking good. The first tower of the game did go down the top lane as well. By the way, that was getting picked up by Phoenix Gaming. The mid and the bot lane towers are still quite healthy, Kaka. We've not really seen a strong push coming in. I think the Herald was used to take the top lane tower, but now I think the game slows down, right? But what do you do in this point in time as Phoenix Game? Do you continue building on the lead, or what is the next like sort of steps you take in the next
I
3 to
mean,
4
I
minutes?
think they scale better anyway with the Jinx and Akali in the mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
And the Zyra as well scales beautifully into the late game. Will start getting her items as well. Has the Liandry's completed. Will get the Rylai's Scepter next. And just look at the item difference coming in, especially in the top lane. The Liandry is just completed by Zuko, whereas Sterag's Gauge is almost going to get completed by Hydra. Now, along
Yep.
with the Stride Breaker, so I mean that Renekton is going to be so thick in the team fights. I'm not too sure if Revenant Gaming can pick any of these team fights for the next 10-15 minutes, and I think that's enough time for the side of Jinx, Zyra to scale up as well. So this
Yep.
is looking really, really bad for the side of Revenants Gaming, and especially with
Yeah.
Immortal Shieldbook being completed as first item for Yasuo. I prefer the
Yeah.
Blade of the Ruin King anyway.
Absolutely, there is just less amount of damage right here as well. It just gives a lot more pressure to this guy in the mid lane. You see the Kaisa right here farming up very well at 10 CS a minute, mind you. Here comes the gank as well. Jinx does use her ultimate, will survive. Another flash being used. That's a 4-person gank in the mid lane. Ends up blowing both summoners. Jinx, oh my lord, beautiful ultimate followed by her second ability to get the kill. And this was a 4v2 that ended up going a 1-for-0 in the favor of Phoenix Gaming. Things are not looking good right now for Revenants Gaming because they are just losing out in any sort of opportunity they can take right here. Yes, they blew both flashes, Kaka, but they still lost the kill, and Jinx ends up getting more for herself.
Yeah, and I think that's the only saving grace from that fight, burning the Jinx and Leona Flash. So let's see if they can punish it. The Jarvan does have his ultimate up, but the Rumble does not. So maybe in the next fight, if they can try to blow the Jinx as soon as they can, then maybe it can amount to something. But as it stands, turning
Yeah,
that gank around and Jinx getting one more kill for herself completes the opportunity as well for herself. And now she's also 2 items completed against the Kaisa, who has
absolutely.
been farming beautifully,
Yep.
10 CS per minute, but she does not have the items to back it up.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Potato is stuck in a team where they've just not been able to capitalize on kills at all. Even that 4v2 gank, it felt very the bot lane tower. The goal it has just extended to now 6,000 from 4,000. Like you said, kills going over as well. With scaling on the side of Phoenix Gaming, it is going to. They're gonna have to pull a rabbit out of the hat at this point because things are looking difficult. Like they might need the most perfect engage onto the Jinx, get her kill, but even when they kill her, right, you have this big crocodile who's fed as hell with 2 completed items. You have the Akali who has the potential to one shot. There is just so much pressure on Potato Monster right now because his team is sort of crumbling in front of him. Zuko on that Rumble looked good in the laning phase, but then ended up making some very questionable decisions around Herald, around the Grubs, which sort of led to his own demise. And from that point onwards, the Renekton just completely took over. And you also have Phoenix Gaming, I think, in general, who have a bit more coordination out of the team fights. It felt as if Revenants Gaming are just 5 individuals in these team fights and not looking like a cohesive unit. And this is again what we
Yeah.
expect from some teams of budding as well. Right? Synergy is very important when it comes to team fighting, knowing when to target whom, and all should sort of go in together. And Phoenix Gaming, at least in game one, Kaka, looks like they sort of have that better under control. They are playing better as a team. They are playing better individually as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it all comes down to the draft as well. The first 3 picks that came out from Remnant Gaming were pretty good, the Rel, Kaisa, and Jarvan, but what followed was not the best. I don't like the Yasuo pickup. I really don't like Zuko on Rumble when he can play those tanks very well. And as we speak about it, the Jarvan is going to go down.
Yeah.
Uses his ultimate, but for nothing there. So
Well,
does
they
the Rumble. So
might.
I'm not too sure why they are blowing their ultimates here. Let's see if
They
something
do
comes
want to
of
get the
it.
kill onto the Zyra, and Potato Monster gets it, but here comes the cavalry right here. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kills. Oh my lord, yes, they get one lowly Zyra who didn't even have a shutdown, mind you, but they ended up losing 4. This level of team fighting is just a little bit on tilt, I would say, because there was no need to go so desperate. Yes, you lost your red buff right there, but you should just let the go. And then couple more kills going over to the one insanely scaling champ on the side of Phoenix Gaming that you don't want kills on, and one more goes over to the Renekton right here, and they will get the second dragon of the game. And I don't know what's happening right here, but that was just not the right thing. Oh, W gets a great sort of knocker. Finally, we could see a potential happening. Akali does not have a ult, mind you, so this time decides to back away. Should be fine. There we go. But some
Yeah.
sort of outplay-ish potential coming from the Yasuo.
Yeah,
But all
and
in
let's
all, a 4
just
for 1 is just,
pull the
yeah,
replay
not
as
that
well
good.
right here. I mean, there is no need for them to contest this red buff. Just give it. As Zion decides to go in right here. I'm not sure why he got the red buff as well. Uses his ultimate just purely based out of tilt, I feel like, as well. And Zuko does the same. So I'm not too sure why they are trying to fight when the Yasuo is not around, as well as the Kaisa. I mean, Potato Monster trying his best to get something out of a really bad situation there, and they four of them end up dying for just the Zyra, lose the dragon as well. So I mean, this is not looking good for the side of Revenant Gaming. This is
Yeah,
looking
not look.
really rough, and I think you should already start thinking about that next game. And maybe if you want to change the solo lane picks, because as you can see, 0-3 and 0-4 by Zuko and W, they have not looked good in this game one.
Yep. At this point, it is just going to be damage control right here. Let's see how well Phoenix Game is able to sort of close this one out as well, because they should look to either Baron very soon right now. They have so much advantage right here with the soldiers being so far ahead. Flash ends up getting used by Hendrik right here, and then they will do to re-engage back on the Leona. Black Sea was looking for an opportunity. They want to go after the Leona right here. Leona is just like walking away. These attempts to kill the support are just a little bit questionable at this point. Here comes Hydra as well. Gets a stun as well. Nice bit of damage coming on Zuko, man, and he has to be very careful. Mind you, he used his ultimate just a minute ago, just to clear the wave right now. And the wave's coming back again
Yeah.
with Flash, Renekton, with red buff up as well. This could potentially be a kill as well. They have to be very careful, but they should be fine around that. Revenants Gaming Kaka are trying to make some picks happen. Unfortunately, just not yielding any benefit. In fact, they're going after the support, which anyways would not have yielded a lot for them at this point. But yeah, like at least the game state is looking to slow down. We've not seen a couple of kills in a couple of minutes right now. It's just farming at this point, but the goal lead is still slowly but surely surmounting and increasing in the favor of Phoenix Gaming right here. I think Baron should probably be the next call, Kaka. What do you think?
Yeah, 100%. I think they should look to start it up as soon as they can, because they win the team fights regardless. And yeah, I mean, the game has slowed down a bit, but that's not going to help the side of Revenant Gaming, who are again so far behind, 8k gold behind right here. So even if they look for any fights, I don't think they're going to end up winning it anyway. Just purely based on the item difference that's coming out from the mid and top lane of PHG. As you can see, they are, you know, going to get the third item very soon, whereas Zuko has not even completed his second.
Yeah, this is a huge gap in the top lane as well. And we know that Zuko, is actually a very good player himself. I think the Rumble pick, I think overall just the draft, like you said, has just not worked out for them. Not really a lot of Rumble can do right now with how Feta Renton is. 3 completed items, the Death's Dance also there. Oh, this is not looking good. This Crocodile, when he jumps onto someone right now, he is going to be nigh unkillable and will do a lot of damage right here as well. The third dragon is spawning in 90 seconds. I mean, they have a potential lead on Soul as well. The Zyla herself is around 2.5 items. Antil already made. The Kali has completed 2 items and is on her way to her third. So just a lot of damage coming out. And Potato himself gets
Yeah.
1 kill onto the Zyra before he eventually dies. He has 2 items. It just feels as if the blue team has a sufficient lack of damage right here, unless they're able to get a wombo combo off and kill one person before the fight begins. But then you have literally a 4 damage threat comp right from Phoenix Gaming. Just yeah, if the Zyra dies, the Renekton is there, the Akali is there, so it's not even enough to kill one. You'll probably kill a couple before any sort of advantage sort of comes in. And now they are looking to eye the Baron here. Let's see if this is something they want to take or not. Not sure. Renekton in fact
I
is
mean,
matching up.
they could have taken this Baron like 5 minutes ago. Honestly, I think they're just being very pragmatic with the sort of lead that they have. Maybe they don't realize it that they are so far ahead. But once you press tab and see the item difference, I think you should be looking to team fight Revenant Gaming as much as you can, because the Renekton is going to scale off eventually. Right now, he has the highest gold as well. He is splitting down in the bottom lane, but he is not able to take out those turrets. So I think PHG should force a team fight right here and try to take that Baron.
Absolutely.
And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. So thank
There
God
we go.
they are
Yeah.
listening to me. But
They
again,
are.
see, I don't think they have fully committed to this. Honestly, they are. See,
I think they want
they
to
are.
bait it.
No,
Yeah. I'm not sure what's happening right here. Like they wanted to do it, they thought they'll bait the team, Kaka, but they didn't. And now they're gonna rush towards Dragon because they realize, oh, you know what, that's also one of our win conditions right here.
yeah,
So
I mean, they are just playing really, really safe, and that We spoke about it before getting into game as well, to see how these guys, can get the lead but struggle to end the games, and that's exactly what we are seeing with such a huge lead coming out. I think PSG should have ended this game by now, but they are just playing it so slow and don't feel like they are confident enough in those Baron calls and in their team fights, which again I struggle to understand why.
Yeah, and you can see right now the third dragon is being taken right here. The team is there. All the 5 people are there. There's nobody pushing the top side either. The Yasuo is also right here as well. Now they're gonna wait and see what happens. Here comes the flash. He goes. Q2 goes after the Kaisa. Kills the main aggressive threat on that side. On the other side, though, the red team actually ends up getting into the Retin, who gets the dragon. The time fight is not done. The stun lands onto the Yasuo. Yasuo ends up dying as well. This Jinx is unstoppable. 2 kills for herself. Super has to run away as well. This could potentially now be Baron, and my lord, Potato Monster did not see that Akali coming right in the middle and just completely screwing him over and making sure they win out of the fight. This has been a very stompy sort of team fight game coming out right here. Just the advantage that Phoenix Gaming has taken on this side has allowed them to get so many kills, and now you can see the final shutdown may end up happening. Oh my lord, he gets the kill in the 1v2, ends up using his damage as well. He does have his stun. One more Kaltamik is what he gets the Kaltamik, flashes out, the iFlicks is still there, the Q times the shutdown finally ends up going over. So much effort. But meanwhile, when all of that is happening, Phoenix Gaming are merrily and happily taking the Baron for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, Renekton's typing in all chat saying hashtag word for that, right? Getting the 1-for-1 right there and enabling his team to get the Baron, while the Jarvan is in the bot side trying to clear the remains of that Renekton. I mean, that was very close to call as well. The Renekton could have definitely won that. So yeah, the shutdown goes to the Jarvan, but it's not going to amount to anything significant. And now let's see, PSG do have the Baron buff for themselves, and let's see how they decide to end this game, which again, they can do it very easily right now. They have led the Kaisa scale, so this can be a bit tricky later on. Let's see what happens.
How quickly Q2 killed the killed the Kaiser right here. I think, like you said, it's going to be very easy for them to close this out. Let's see what they can do. Q2 does want to go after the Rumble, decides not to. There is going to be a split push. 4-1 seems to be the name of the game right here. A little slow to push out the waves, mind you. Rediton is going top right here, and they have a couple of minutes on the Baron, but I think the waves are being set up right here. This could potentially mean the death of all the inner towers in the game, which will then propel themselves to around 11,000 gold lead. At this point, what Phoenix Game need to do, Kaka, is probably just go for a team fight, right? They're just so far ahead. There's no way they lose out on this team fight, right? You just need to look for a play like Akali did or like Leonard and just completely go for it. But on the other side, you have Black Team SG and the two engages of Revenants Gaming right here. They want to go in on the Jinx. They have tried to either Jinx, but I don't think that's going to work out. The mid lane inner tower goes, bot lane about to get taken. Slowly but methodically, Kaka, Phoenix Gaming are taking over.
Yeah, I think this is just a formality now. They do try to chunk the Leona, but he's so tanky. And look at the Zyra disengage. Well, counter engage coming out right there. Yeah. Just presses the R button along with the Jinx, and they get 2 kills right there. So yeah.
So also has to run away. And
meanwhile, the Akali is going to get that flawless execution towards the side of Black Thief. Ends up paying for his life as well. But I think this is game over. I don't think Potato Monster can do much right now to defend his team. And looks like Phoenix Gaming looking very convincing in game 1 right here, and Revenant Gaming have all to do come the second game.
What a display of excellence coming out for Phoenix Gaming right here. In the first game of the finals, they were undefeated. We discussed how this game could go both ways. It wasn't. It was an absolute storm coming out at the solo laners of Phoenix Gaming. Really looked up to make the game happen, and they are your winners. Kudos to them for game 1. Strong performance. Revenants Gaming have a lot of their work cut out, but take nothing away from these guys. They played phenomenally well.
The solo kill, getting the 2v1 turnaround as well, almost perfect CS, doing really well. And with Renekton, you have to get ahead to be relevant in the game. So I think he did really well in this series. And yeah, Phoenix Gaming coming out with that game 1 looking very dominant. in the series so far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it felt as if Phoenix Gaming did not make a lot of mistakes in terms of macro, I think, and what happened on the side of Revenants Gaming, right? The Zuko ultimate on top, they're getting caught out, the Jarvan ultimate to get the Renekton as well. Some very questionable plays were made, which did not work out for Revenants Gaming at all. And Akali was very aggressive, something were not expected that. But let's have a look at all the crucial moments of the game brought to you by Crucial Micron. And you can see, right, in the early game, right, Akali was just fearless. We spoke about how this might not be worth it for her because the assist ends up going out to the Jarvan. In spite of that, that did not deter her from going in. She knew Jarvan was there and she went for it anyways. And talk to me about some of the other plays, Kaka, because you could see, I feel like Revenants Gaming were making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, for sure, and especially in the bot lane, I think Zion should have prioritize ganking that bot lane, especially after getting the Jinx flash so early. Black Thief and Potato Monster did pretty well in the laning phase. At least they were ahead 20 to 40 CS. So I think that those are the little changes that maybe they can look forward to in the next game. But I just really don't like the Rumble and Yasuo pick coming in from the side of Revenant Gaming. So as much as we want to talk about how the game went, these two picks, like, they did really nothing in this game. Meanwhile, Hydra and Q2 were looking phenomenal on that Akali and Renekton. So this was solo lane difference coming out from the side of PSG.
Absolutely, and once they got the kills ahead, it was just lights out for Revenants Gaming right here. They tried to make engages. I just felt like throughout the game, right, it just did not seem cohesive enough in their team fighting. And it was not, I would honestly not even say that Phoenix Gaming made a lot of insane plays. I think it was more upon just capitalizing extremely hard on the aggression showed by Revenants Gaming, really punishing them massively for these fights. Like this desperation kill in front of you with the Jarvan just for the red buff. Potato wants to get a kill back, uses ultimate, uses his cleanse just to get a kill as well, but then it ends up being the death for everybody else. Nobody dies on Phoenix Gaming. These are not wins in your book right here, and Revenants Gaming really need to tone down their aggression, go for more calculated moves right here and not just avant-garde plays. And here as well, Q2 and just gets the kill onto the Kaisa. Potato has no clue whatsoever in terms of how much damage output that is there. And then again on the other side, Jinx is just scaling up to be a monster, gets a couple of kills for herself, and things just go from horrible to worse at this point. It was really it didn't ever look like Revenants Gaming were ever going to be ahead in this game. And from the start of the game as well, from the solo kills to the Renekton 1v2ing while they get Baron, things were just looking great for PSG. And if this is the kind of statement that they have made for game one, you know what, I know we can expect more, Kaka, from Revenants Gaming, but it does look like I would probably think of Phoenix Gaming as the favorites in the BO5 heading into the next games as well.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I'm going to agree with that. They had the better draft, they had the better gameplay as well, so you can't really fault them for anything in this game one. And yeah, I would put them favorites as well, going just by that game one right now. So we'll have to see what happens in game two. And maybe a little more aggression should come out from the side of RVG and a better draft as well. But props to PSG, game one looking like the team to beat right now again, and they were just flawless and they looked really good in this game one. And just looking at the match stats as well, this will tell a story. 3 dragons to 2, so the 2 dragons were picked up very early on by Revenant Gaming, but at the cost of 6 void grubs, who I really think should that did heavily help out the side of PSG.
True.
In getting those turret plates, and especially the Renekton getting so ahead in the early game because of that. 1 Rift Herald to nothing, we saw a huge fight break out right there, and PSG just stamped their authority in that team fight as well. So I think PSG looking really solid overall.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, you just look at every objective barring Drakes went on the side of PSG right here. Those 2 early Drakes didn't really do anything much for RVG right here. They couldn't really go and stack up for the mountain as well. And the Void Gloves came into play. Jinx got a plating top, Renekton got a plating top. Those golds were really looking out for it. But when you have a look at the damage graph right here, when you have a 4 damage carry, I'm looking forward to seeing who had the highest damage. But there you have it. Everyone contributed on the side of PSG right here. Renekton himself was very high on the scoreboard as well. Akali doing the most damage in the game so far. You had the Rumble doing a lot of damage and the Kai'Sa, but look at the Yasuo Kaka, 6,000 and the second lowest damage in the entire team for Revenants Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage graph. It's everywhere, right? So we will have a look at our crucial MVP as well. But I have a feeling that it might be the Lizard in the top lane. So I mean, he did really well this game, and it is going to be Hydra on that Renekton. 15,000 gold, 9.3 CS per minute, 506. So a really great KDA as well. Did his part, when it came to damaging the champions. But was mostly splitting out in the bot lane, exerting a lot of pressure, did his job, and as a Renekton it can be hard to carry the team, but he did it really well and looked really good doing it.
Absolutely, well deserved. Honestly, Renekton had so much impact in the game, right? When it was going a 1v2, getting the solo kills, interrupting team fights, getting the 1v2 while his team gets barren. I think, it was a close call. I think Akali also would have been one of the front runners for MVP, but I think Renekton himself just had a much cleaner game with a lot fewer mistakes. Overall, I think that propelled him to become the MVP, right? And there you have it, guys. Game 1, such a storm coming out from Phoenix Gaming, right? And really setting the pace for how this BO5 can go right here. But don't go anywhere, because on the other side of the break, we are going to go for Game 2. Let's see if Revenant Gaming can change up their draft and give us an exciting Game 2. We will see you guys on the other side.
To be a millionaire, your own form of superhero. Have matters in your own hands and get away from all the zeros. Will you listen to the plan and all that it demands? Well, here's your chance. Focus on the good things, nothing on the bad. Forget all your needs, focus on the task. Now are you ready for it? Now are you ready for it? For a superhero, have a house in the center square and hear your name when the wind blows. Will you listen to the plan and all that it demands? I say again, focus on the good things, nothing on the bad. Forget all your needs, focus on the task. Now are you ready for it? Now are you ready for it? Maybe you should pass. Well, look down at yourself. Show them what you have. Now, are you ready for it? Now, are you ready for it?
Spotlight, hot nights, glow red in the stoplight. I slay, big swerve, big will, rich taste. I serve, line up for the looks that kill. So rich it can make you ill. Don't choke on the diamond pill. Cheap lines, get a gag like ill. Go fetch, black collar, mad cash, high dollar. Just watch, don't follow, no smoke. Set the world on fire. Bow down to the golden strand. Get in line, I'm in high demand. Come close, yeah, I'll use it I can when I can. I will rate with a 1 to a 10. I will call if I want it again. Spotlight, hot night, glow red at the stoplight. I say, big swerve, big roll, rich taste. I serve, line up for the looks that kill. So rich it can make you ill. Don't choke on the diamond pill. Cheap lines, get a gag like ew. Go fetch, black collar, mad cash, high dollar. Just watch, don't follow. No smoke, get higher. Bad chicks set the world on fire. Bow down to the golden strand. Get in line, I'm in high demand. Come close, yeah, I'll use what I can when I can. I will rate with a 1 to a 10. I will call if I want it again. Bow down.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped in the fenceless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so religious. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like,
shadows are calling. The curtain is drawn. How far we have fallen. I'm out on the run. Live in the violence. Die by the sword. Deep in the fire. That's where darkness is born. Haunting my dreams. I see the signs. The darkness arise. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all. We swore on our honor, and the light turned to black. We fight to the ending. There's no turning back. Live in the violence. Die by the sword. Deep in the fires. That's where darkness is born. Haunting my dreams. I see the sign. Let darkness arise. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all. I watch it all fall. Haunting my dreams. I see the signs. Let darkness arise. I watch it all. I watch it all fall.
Yeah. Hey. Skirt. Hey. Skirt. Hey. I might just get a little crazy for the one time. I might just link up with little baby cause she's so fine. She be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. I might just get a little crazy for the one time. I might just link up with little baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. And yeah, it's my time, I guess that's alright. She always tell me when she see me that it's on sight. I might just pull a Stevie Wonder cause I don't fight. And I might just take her down for the one night. I might get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with little baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with little baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. No yeah. Boat though, don't like the showboat. My life be moving too fast for the slow-mo. And yeah, I got it, I won't pay you for a promo. That money going up and down like a yo-yo. I do my money dance, I know I'm what they crave. I walk around fresh to death like I just left the grave. My diamonds really yellow like they lemonade. Cause I've been really getting paid on the center stage. Yeah, I get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with little baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with little baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. Yeah, I get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with little baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with little baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. Yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, because it's my time. Yeah, hey, yeah, hey, because it's my time. Yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, because it's my time. Yeah, hey, yeah, hey, because it's my time. Yeah.
Hello guys and welcome back to Crucial by Micron presents the iFlicks Community Clash powered by Zotac Gaming. Joining with me for game 2 is going to be none other than Madness right here as well. We've had a very exciting game so far with Phoenix Gaming taking 1-0 lead in this best of 5 series. But Madness, what are your expectations now? Because we saw coming into this match, we thought both teams are undefeated, but game 1 gave us a glimpse that I think Phoenix Gaming may have what it takes. But what are your thoughts on game 2? Do you potentially see a comeback coming on the side of Revenants Gaming, or do you think Phoenix Gaming might just run away with this match?
like what we saw, as you said, both teams undefeated coming up to this point. Phoenix Gaming showing a little bit of dips in their solo lanes, right? They were showing their matchups over there. They're showing who was actually stronger in those lanes. Q2 getting a bunch of solo kills, not worrying about Jarvan, trading him off, getting the kills onto that Jarvan instead. Does not care about that. And Zuko in the top lane facing a hard time against the Renekton. So
Yep.
all in all, Phoenix Gaming was pretty dominant. And in my mind, I think maybe Revenants Gaming gets one game off of them in this entire series. I'm predicting like a 3-1 towards the end of this.
Yep. Oh, interesting that your predictions are gonna be very interesting. I do agree, though. I think looks like Phoenix may have the number right here, but again, the draft has begun. Blue side is going to be Revenants Gaming right again. This time, we are hoping to see a much better draft coming out because last time the game one draft left a lot to be desired, at least in the solo lanes. We know the potential some of these players have. I think the solo laners need to really step up right here. And you can see right now the Leona ban coming in, right? So they don't want another Leona pick coming out from Hendrik right there.
Yeah, definitely. They don't want that Leona coming up there. Instead of banning that Silas early on, they're going for the Leona instead. And honestly, I think Phoenix Gaming did have an easier time in the solo lane. I think it's just because Q2 does have a vast range of champion pool. All the matches I've seen him or casted of him, he has been dominating in his lane, and he single-handedly gave them the advantage in that mid lane, no matter who he was facing. So it's going to be hard to shut down Q2, and it's going to be, and they come up with the Jarvan ban as well. They don't want that Jarvan for Phoenix Gaming either.
Yeah, I think that's interesting sort of bans coming out right here. They themselves did not really do well on that pickup right here. I think we will still see some common bans, like you said. Zuko on that Udyr looked amazing in the semi-finals game as well. So definitely going to be banned out for them. I think again this time we have to really keep an eye onto the picks of Zuko and W right here. I think this they need to go back to picks that sort of make sense for them. I think the bot lane Potato and Black Thief played really, really well. I think the reason behind eliminating Leona is it allows Black Thief to play Nautilus, Blitz, a little more engaged sort of champions on which Leona does really well against. So I think in that sense, it's probably a smart buy. I think you are like color me surprised if Black Thief doesn't pick a Nautilus or a Leona this game, and or sort of Blitz this game. I think you'll see something exciting. And then Tristana, of course, Potato Monster, known to be very, very comfortable on the Tristana, and the Jinx ban coming out. So 3 champions that were played last game, Madness, have been banned out this game.
Yeah, definitely. But this opens up them to picking up the Kaiser as that first pick. So and Potato Monster is also very comfortable on this champion. That's what I've seen him in this tournament be playing. Right, he's been playing either Kaiser or the Tristana, and especially now they banned out the Jinx. So it's going to be interesting what Booyah does for the counter over here. Looks like they're hovering that Jin, which is a good thing. Long range against the short range of that Kaiser, and it has been locked in over there. But as you said, the main things that we have to be watching out for is what Zuko and W pick, right, against Hydra and Q2, what they can do against that. So the second phase of banning will be interesting unless these champions some of the champions do get picked up in this phase.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what the supportal picks are going to be. Hendrik as well. Now that his Leona is not is banned, is he going to pick the Rel himself, take it away against Black Thief? Is he going to opt for a hook champ himself? Yes, he is. He goes for the Nautilus. So I like that pickup. Honestly, it's actually a very, very good pick as well. Jin, as again in the early game, should be more than fine against having just a farm phase. I think Phoenix may have realized, okay, the strongest points of Revenants Gaming is their bot lane. Let's just play something that we know can do well against him. A Jin Nautilus, like you said, does not really have any counters as such. I mean, I'm curious to see what happens right here. There is going to be a Silas pickup, and it is. Oh, is that going to be a Silas in the mid lane from W? Very interesting to see it being picked out. Yes, there is a Nautilus ultimate that he can potentially steal right now, but very early, a very blind Silas pick coming out, and is a bit surprising, but curious to see how that plays out. And again, Black Thief just opts for the Rel into the Nautilus, deciding it's probably worth it to still play the Rel, having the amount of engage that he can. But like you said, different picks coming out. The Silas, very curious to see how it plays out as a counter to Akali, because Akali can also, I mean, with the amount of sustain and the chains that Silas has, is a much better leading phase for him and a much better outplay potential against the Akali. Literally daring Q2 to pick Akali right there, but Akali is like, you know what, I'm going to pick something that your Silas ultimate really, even if he tries to steal it, won't really have a lot of advantage. It ends up going with LeBlanc, which I think is a good pick right here as well. You know, a lot of mobility doesn't get neutralized by Silas's R. And again, Q2, I mean, if he performs well on this Akali, might just be in play for being the MVP GOAT of the series, man. Like, he's looked amazing on that Akali. Now let's see if his LeBlanc also turns out to be that well.
Yeah, and as you said, now he's coming with a LeBlanc. In the first game, Revenants did ban out the Silas, so now instead they're choosing to pick it for themselves. And interestingly, Q2 performed really well on Silas in the semi-final, so he should know exactly what he should be doing against this type of champion over here. And the second phase of banning, Phoenix Gaming banning out the Ornn, Revenants banning out that Mordekaiser, so focusing more on the top lane champions right now. Zuko's options getting limited a bit in that sense, but I don't think he will struggle there unless he can get that maybe last pick. The last pick will probably go towards Phoenix Gaming for that top side. So this mid matchup is going to be very interesting. I am expecting Q2 to once again show a bit of dominance in that mid lane, but you never know. WU has something in his pocket against the LeBlanc, according to what he can be doing in this case. But the Kane also being banned out from Phoenix Gaming, one jungler down for Ezreal to pick up here. He doesn't have the Jarvan to pick up. So any ideas what kind of jungler he should be looking for here?
I mean, there are a lot of options he can pick. He can go for all in engage. He can go for the Y if required. There's a lot of disengage with the Zinzao as well. I think the options are quite open for Ezreal right here. He's known to play different champions. It's going to be another AP jungler though. Again, the Shy Boy has been very particular. The Zyra pick in game 1 and now the brand pickup. I'm not sure if he's going to really go ahead and pick that, but if he does, that's actually a lot of damage coming out right here. But this time they're actually going to lack a bit of tankiness. I mean, you have the Nautilus. Unless they want to go after Retin blind pick again, which could work, but this time it's actually Hydra who's getting the blind pick for himself. This Q2 who gets the counter pick. So in a way, what has happened is Phoenix Gaming has got to counter both the mid lane and the top lane, just because Revenants Gaming chose to pick the Ezreal, pick the Silas up right in front. Right now, jungle counter pick is something that Revenants will get. The Y, like we said, discussed, one of the picks, very strong engage potential right here, just jumps in onto the Y, onto the brand right here. So I really like that pick. It's really like point and click. You can't really go wrong with a point and click champion, right, Pandit? So I like that pick's coming out right there. Let's see how they'll round off the top lane composition. I don't see we're expecting another Rumble pick right here. I don't think Zuko performed well. I think a Gnar would be something he's picked in the past, and Aatrox is there. He opts for the Renekton himself. So champions have been reversed, and Endrick is now going to pick the counter pick. But interesting draft now that we can see coming out on the side of Revenants Gaming right here. A little bit better for sure. Renekton Y is literally a monstrous top jungle synergy right here. That Darius pickup, is that for real? I'm not a fan. I love Darius, but I am not a fan of the Darius pickup in this matchup right here. There's a lot of ways that Renekton can outplay Darius, and also just he's very passively dependent, and there's not a lot of frontline on which he can stack up that well. I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but that's a bit of a googly coming out for Phoenix Gaming. Ends up going for the Darius and top lane to match the Renekton. There you have it. The comps on this side. And Manders, your thoughts on the draft as we head into it?
Yeah, honestly, Phoenix Gaming looking very squishy at this point, right? Because barely any frontline except for that Nautilus, and Darius also be looking to be going in and out of fights the way he should be playing it. But I'm definitely favoring Revenants comp here. They picked up some of the champions that Phoenix Gaming had taken in the first game. But to be noted, also Hydra did play Darius in the semi-finals, comfortable on this champion as well. Pretty much dominated that match. I'm pretty sure he got MVP for the match that he did play the Darius and went 9-1 and 2 if I'm not mistaken. So honestly, maybe they're just going for their kind of picks over here, because even in the semi-finals, what Phoenix Gaming did is that they had an amazing draft in the first game, and second game they went for these kind of googly kind of champions. They're going for their own kind of play styles, more damage based instead of more team comp based, and they still won that match pretty significantly. So maybe this is how their pattern goes when they're playing best of 3s or best of 5s.
Yeah, I think they definitely realized that, picking something like a Rumble or something else with an ultimate that Silas could steal. If you look at it, the comp right now on the blue side, what ultimates can Silas really steal, right? Like a Jhin ultimate is not going to do anything. A Darius ultimate is not going to do anything either. A Nautilus ultimate is just about the best that they can copy, or perhaps a Brand ultimate just for more damage, right? So I think they have been very smart in knowing what to pick. I still don't understand why the Silas was picked so early. Just a sort of knee-jerk response to perhaps the Akali being picked in the mid lane, which Q2 was happy to just go after the LeBlanc. And like you said, the Darius, if he's played so well in the semi-finals, I am very curious. I'm a battle laner myself. I am very curious to see how this matchup ends up playing out, because Zuko's Renekton is something that we have seen him since like ages. I've seen him in season 6 playing Renekton right here, so it's been like 9 years since I've seen him play that champion. And of course, Hydra on this Darius, if he is that goated on the pick, it'll be a very spicy matchup. But having said that, when you have the Vi supporting you in the top lane, I think that this time when Ezreal goes to the gang in the top lane, I don't think he's gonna get outplayed because they might just be able to kill off the Darius. So better potency, better agency at this point. And again, though, the Silas is a very big question mark for me. We'll have to really see how W is going to perform, and there's a lot of pressure on him. Honestly, he looked like the one who had the most scope for improvement in game one, with the Yasuo just not being up to par. But Madness, your thoughts on what Revenants need to do this game to sort of get back into the game?
Honestly, Revenants, yeah, like you said, should be focusing a bit on that top lane, right? Zuko and Azian against Hydra over there. He can come easy ganks on him. As you said, by point and click champion, you're not going to be missing much over there. So you can definitely get your lead directly from that spot. Get the probably over there. I've not seen W on the Silas yet, so it's going to be a bit spicy to see what he can do. But honestly, picking that so early on, a bit of a bad maybe misplay by Revenants, maybe part of their game plan. But honestly, let's see what they can do over there. I've seen W on the Yone. He's really good on that Yone overall. So he likes to go for those 80 champions in the mid lane. So now we're seeing him on an AP champion in the mid lane against another AP, because even Q2 loves playing those 80s in the mid. So both of these now on their AP kind of picks in the mid lane is going to be very spicy. And honestly, like you said, Phoenix Gaming definitely choosing the champions correctly, because Silas can pretty much just steal the brand or the Nautilus ult to actually do anything, maybe in team fights over there overall. But now what it comes back to is that bot lane, right? Potato Monster now has his Kaiser, something that he's much more comfortable on. So he does have it. I had it last game. He played pretty well, even though they were losing pretty much everywhere else. Now that his other lanes have that kind of support, probably can be looking to maybe carry the game this way.
Yeah, exactly. Revenants Gaming, all they have to do is make sure their solo inners don't die. At this point, you have seen in game 1, Potato and Black Thief are carrying the game through a great CS lead, had a good amount of gold, and if the top lane, if the top side of the map did not collapse, then they could have potentially seen a great even sort of game. But now, with the Silas pickup as well, I think with Zuko Renekton very stable, I would say. I think it's going to be a good pickup. But Hydra has performed admirably. He was the MVP of game 1, mind you, right? So we are going to look at his Darius and see how well he plays that matchup as well. And also a very big eye on Izzy in this game. He got extremely fed in game 1 purely because of aggression from this one, the Kali right there. But I think they really need to start translating some of these skills into macro gameplays. I think decision making has been a big area of improvement for Revenants Gaming, and now heading into game 2, let's see if they're able to fix those things. Having a point and click champion will definitely help. And I love that Dark Star Nautilus thing. I did not know that came out. That looks pretty good. But you're into the game, Ezreal. So sorry, Ezreal on that Vi is going to be a player for me to watch out for this game. I think he has the potential to really snowball his leads. But I'm curious, man. This is going to be an exciting game too. This is, by the way, if you just tuned in, you guys are watching the finals of the iFlicks Community Cup. RVG is 0-1 trailing in compared to Phoenix Gaming, and we are in the game 2 of the best of 5. Excited to see how the matches start up. It looks like so far Madness is just going to be standard lanes and no shenanigans, no early game ganks, nothing at all.
No invades, no nothing. Just getting a bit, maybe just pressure and vision where they can see, where you can see the wards coming out from the brand there in the jungle over that side. He puts it one there just to make sure no invade is happening. But look at the bot side. You can see the Nautilus and Jin maybe trying to create a trap kind of setup in this third bush over here, right? They're going to be waiting for this Kaiser and Rel to walk in, maybe get some chip damage on them that makes their laning phase much more easier overall. And you can see the junglers starting at opposite quadrants of the map. The Vi is choosing her blue buff and the brand choosing his blue buff. So they're going to be going opposite paths towards that level 3 side.
Yep, absolutely. And again, we definitely have to see how this lane pans out. I think my eyes, at least in the early game, will be on Hydra and Zuko on this Renekton Darius matchup. Ideally, Renekton favored up until level 5 or 6. There are some misplays Renekton can make that can get the Darius ahead. But Darius, again, it's a very snowbally sort of champion. If he gets ahead in the game, he will have potential right here. In the bottom side, though, fight is happening.
Yeah, and they're breaking it out over there. As I said, they're going for that early aggression in the bot side, denying a bunch of CS for Potato Monster. At the same time, Q2 going in for some damage on W. It's still about an even trade overall given their HP bars, but Potato Monster being forced to pop that health potion pretty early on in this bot lane matchup over here. So definitely an advantage for Booyah and Endrick, and they did hit that level 2 early on because they had created that kind of pressure. So they're just continuously just pressuring and hammering away, and you can see the mid lane also still hammering away. So maybe W not that comfortable on the Silas, and anyway that LeBlanc will just outrange him if he can just stay behind minions.
Yep, and again, a good pull from Hydra right there gets a good trade-off. But like you said, push potential coming on the side of both the mid lane and the bot lane. But again, even Stevens and CS both are doing fine. Zuko, though, getting into a gank, decides to double dash away. So that's a good trade. This is what a Darius
Very
Renekton
good
matchup
trade.
does, right? You don't let the Darius stack up to his 5 stacks. Oh my god, another fight's about to happen. Oh my lord,
Oh
Potato
my
is very
god, Potato Monster is one over there. He almost went down. Chose not to burn any sums though, so he still has that in his pocket at that point. But as we're going back to that top lane, Zuko with a very good trade against the Darius. And W going in a bit aggressive on Q2. Q2 misses the chain, hits the minion instead of W. So maybe a misplay by his end over there.
Yeah, but at least like this game is looking more even Stevens at this point, except for that bot lane where I think Potato Monster in fact is a bit in trouble. I think
Oh,
I think
great
Zuko
pull
made a
by
mistake there.
Hydra.
Yeah, he gets his
Yeah,
5
he
stacks.
got the 5 bleeds. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's he's bleeding away pretty much over there. That's Hydra in the lead. Trades over at that point. Maybe not looking that good for Zuko. And again, coming back to this mid lane matchup, now W stepping up a bit towards Q2 at that sense. The Nautilus has back in the mid lane, but this might be a dive coming in here, and that's Zuko pretty much dead over there. And first blood going over to the Shaibo, who just casually just walks in, grabs the kill, and just walks away.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, really well telegraphed gank right here. A lot of it is on Zuko to actually mistrade in that mid lane. Like you said, right? You
Yeah.
don't give Darius 5 stacks. He used his dash ability before Darius used his pull ability, which allowed Darius to pull him and then get those 5 stacks. Got him nearly low. All Cyber had to do is press a couple of buttons, and he got the kill right there. So, he does end up losing out on it, but honestly, not the worst thing for him because he is able to teleport back into lane. He is still up in CS. Darius does not get any assist, so it does not affect him directly in any sort of way. But again, at this point, Darius, is going to be happy because he still gets the pull. He still lands the pull. How is he landing the pull as well?
Oh,
I'm not
but
sure.
Ezin is also here, close by.
Yeah,
Hydra
yeah.
does have his flash. He can go anywhere. But Hydra is just playing in that bush. He's walked back in there. Probably going to get Zuko before he goes, if he goes properly. But no, gets the 5 stacks on Zuko, but it's definitely not enough. Darius going down, overstayed a bit, not worried about the jungler of Revenants Gaming coming in. And that's a very belated trade for them in that sense. So it's
But
a 1
good
for
job.
1 overall in the kill field. Yes, very good
Yeah,
job. But because of him showing himself, then the top side, they get that dragon in the bot side.
They do. I think Vi should look to get the Groms, also get the Void Gloves if possible. He does get a plating as well. So really good response from Ezreal right here. He also helps his top laner get a kill back. And in fact, Renekton benefits a lot more because Renekton gets the kill in that lane as well. He gets the plating as well. So he will come back with a completed Phage, which will give him a lot more damage output. So I think he sort of helped steer the lane in favor of the Renekton himself. But having said that, right, like look at the Dragon pick already going in favor, right? So they've already started this matchup, but he is trying to catch up in farm, is a bit behind right here. But this time though, great effort from Booyah right here, is actually having a good CS lead. He has 6 more CS that he can catch, so that's another like a 15 CS lead already in that lane. And Potato Monster has definitely struggled as compared to how he played in game 1, where they were not able to get the kills. And now even for the Void Gloves, the Nautilus has already rotated Madness, and now
He's
they are
already
looking
there.
to go for it. Yep. And
Yeah,
they
he's
will get
definitely
it.
going, and they're getting the Void Grubs. So they're pretty much getting all the early jungle objectives. They got that Drake, they're getting the Void Grubs. Just because of that early lead that Booyah had in the bottom lane, Booyah and Endrick, from that level 1 pressure that they created on them. Because of that up in CS, can let their support roam early, gets that early roam pressure from the Nautilus, gets those Void Grubs, and pretty much are winning overall in objectives right now. Hydra is even still pushing Zuko in, even though Zuko has that item advantage. Hydra going for that cloth armor first, probably going for those boots first item, but looks like an invade coming from Shyboy onto Ezin over here. Ezin has to walk away, and Shyboy with an ultimate?
Yeah, Shaiba ends up using item just to deter him to get the blue back. The thing is, Vi is still not level 6. She does not have her Assault and Battery ultimate right now, so this gives so much pressure. Phoenix Gaming have really pushed the pressure. Booyah could be in trouble, that he has to end up flashing.
Oh,
That's
has
a
to
very good
flash.
flash. I mean, it was required. I don't know why he was rotating out there when his support was not even
Yeah.
willing to farm, but they were able to capitalize on that. But a good early game start for Phoenix Gaming right here. It is just a final goal lead, but the fact that they've gotten the 3 void gloves and the first drag in this game does bode well for them. And again, SGN is struggling right here. Like, he got the right assist, but beyond that, he just was completely zoned out, right? You had the Nautilus there as well, and again, Zuko
Hmm.
needs to stop getting pulled right here. But the fact is that he's not level 6 now. He finally does. It'll be very important for him to use his ultimate in the right place. The Jin is flashless madness. You could potentially see a
Yep.
gank happen if required in the mid lane as well. Q2 is playing like an aggressive person, potential there as well. There's a lot of opportunities. It's be very important for Ezreal to really use his ultimate for an actual kill, because otherwise, slowly but steadily, Phoenix Gaming yet again in game 2 are getting a little bit ahead of the game.
Yeah, pulling away. The goal doesn't tell the full story here, but look at this. Zuko caught out a bit again. Hydra does get stunned up. That's not a bad trade for Zuko, even though he does go a bit more down in HP. It's the best he could do out of that scenario. But as you said, the Jin is flashless. The Vi is towards this bot side. They can maybe look for a gank, because that lane is going to soon be pushing towards Revenants Gaming. So that's going to be a good opportunity for them, especially because Brand is towards the top side. But as you said, getting the dragon, getting the void grab, so much over here. Zuko tries to go away, but he is bleeding pretty much heavily. Got 3 stacks onto him from Hydra, so that's a heavy trade, not going in his favor at all already. Look at this, Vi is ready for that gank in the bot side,
Yeah,
chooses
we
better,
might see a
but
gank
cancels
coming.
the Q instead.
Yeah. So the thing is, these trades are not actually that bad to the Renekton, because the Renekton can use his ability to heal up. But here comes Brand again. Ow, my lord. He has used all of his stuns right here. The ultimate from Brand gets abused. This time he will not kill him, however. And Vi has to respond. Like, they know. Phoenix Gaming know Vi is in the bot. Like,
Yep.
they know it. They are playing safe. Very smart of them at this point. Zuko ends up using his ultimate just to survive. So any potential he might have to outplay that lane is no longer there. That's a great pickup, and
Oh,
uses the
that's...
Blanc ultimate. Yep.
And look, Vi is coming right in here, gets the ultimate on the knock on the Nautilus. Nautilus does go down in that fight, and that's 2 quick kills for Revenants Gaming in both the bot lane and mid lane. And the mid lane was a solo kill, mind you. That was a bit of a misplay from Q2's part over there. W does land the chains onto him, gets that free kill. And again, I think Booya's going down. As you mentioned, the flash has gone. Where will Booya go? Nowhere to go except to that grey screen, but does get Potato Monster with that 4th bullet just before going down himself.
Ended up trading his skill. It could have been a complete clean 2-0 right here. It wasn't, but still in favor of Revenants Gaming. And finally, Madness, we're seeing life come out from Revenants Gaming right here. Right?
Yes,
The
sir.
beautiful solo kill. Getting that outplay on the misplay. In fact, the LeBlanc played right here. Really well played. And the Vi ult, like we said, was very important. They had to make use of it. And they did. They got onto the pigs. They got the Nautilus actually. And they got a couple of kills on the Kaiser, who is actually now on board and looking quite strong too. So Revenants Gaming slowly but steadily actually have a goal lead in this game, and their soul laners are actually not doing bad as well, and their bot lane is actually ahead. So like we said, a much closer game. This is where things get exciting. Overall, I'm excited to see what's happening, but Phoenix Gaming is keeping their macro game up so well, Madness. Like, they got the second dragon of the game. Their Grubs is also there. I'm pretty sure they're going to make a move towards Grubs, and Ezreal is just too slow. They're not getting anything for that dragon, right? Like, he's not been able to capitalize on that. Yeah. Now he goes for the void grubs. He does not see the Darius behind him. The Darius could be in trouble right here. But here comes the Rel as well, and here comes the Renekton as well. Ezreal could be get the kill as well. Hydra has his flash, mind you. The ultimate has ended up getting used. Oh, the 5th stack is there, but it's not going to be enough. I think at this point they will get the kill. Oh.
The 5th stack is enough, plus the chains from Q2 gets him in place. I don't think you catch this Crocodile. He's a bit too fast in this cloud map over here. And this might be a trade kill coming onto Hydra and the LeBlanc over here. Hydra will be going down, but I think the LeBlanc gets out very safely. The Jin ultimate triggered from behind. Bran also popping his ultimate, but I don't think you get any further kills out of this. You get those trades and you walk away. That 1-for-1 over there, looking a bit deadly in that sense. But now it looks like Void Grubs, the other 3 Void Grubs. So this will be 6 Void Grubs for Phoenix Gaming if they pick this up over here, Bishi.
Yeah, I just think like why use her ultimate too early in that team fight, and again, the fight's about to happen. Okay, nothing much. I thought it's going to be another kill right there. But yeah, again, Phoenix even come out on top of that. Like the brand was there, amount of damage was there, and Hydra is playing really well. He gets the 5 stacks in a 1v3. Things are looking difficult, but he still managed to get a 1-for-1 before he ends up eventually dying. So, really well played there by him, and that Darius is looking quite good. He actually seems to have his fundamentals down, and Zuko, might, while he still has the goal lead at this point, things are not looking good for Revenants Gaming. Suddenly, the 6 Void Grubs again go to Phoenix Gaming, and we've stressed the importance of how like pivotal these Void Grubs are to push towers to get
Exactly.
platings. And yet again, macro wise, if you look at the gameplay, madness, like all the dragons have gone over to Phoenix Gaming, all the Void Grubs have gone over, so they are definitely winning out the macro game, even if they are behind in the gold.
Yeah, definitely. And look at the jungler CS difference, right? Almost a 30 CS difference at this point. A huge CS difference in favor. Even the bot lane side, Booyah is up in CS. Potato Monster getting caught out by the W over there. Nothing is going to come off it. But this top lane, Zuko is going again on Hydra. But now he has the backup of Ezreal coming in here. Gets the Q onto him. Has the ultimate still if he needs to lock him down. But I don't think they're even going to waste it. But they do in the end use that ultimate just to secure that kill. And that's Hydra going down once again. Now he's 1-3 and 1 at that point, and Zuko will probably be getting more plates off at this point. He has just 30 seconds to get the plates. Q2 does land the chains. Excellent blink back from Q2 to miss the chains of the Silas. So this is him getting a fairly even trade and then just walking away with it. But the main story of this game has been Hydra repeatedly dying to these gangs over here, not respecting the presence of the jungler. And because Ezin is going for these kind of gangs for that top side, he is giving a lot of pressure towards the other objectives. The reason why that first Drake went down, plus the 3 grubs into another 3 grubs, 6 grubs for them. They're going to have immense tower destroying potential towards the later side of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this completes his stride breaker at this point. I think he's gonna go for a black cleave this game, it looks like. But it does, like, again, that gang just slows the Darius down. But look at Brand, he is just farming up a storm, 40 CS ahead of his jungler counterpart right here. In terms of goal lead as well, that the Brand has already finished in the end region. Team fight is going to look very
Otherwise,
strong.
Q2 stepping up a bit too much over there, but there's a brand to back him up over here. Silas cannot
I
go for him.
We spoke about how the mid lane matchup needs to be flipped this game. W playing really well on the Silas, gets a solo kill, and now has the trade advantage in this game as well, right? The solo laners of Revenants Gaming have rather stepped up this game, and that's really good to see. But the macro game is still on the side of Phoenix Gaming. They are getting all the objectives. So what I love about this madness is it's looking like it's going to be a closer game. But at this point, Herald, the third objective of
Oh
the game after
god.
Grubs, is again going over, and there is absolutely no response other than trying to get a Jin who smartly enough knows he's in a bad spot and will gladly just give away that tower. So it's going to be potentially a tower trade. Will it be a tower trade? I don't think it will be. Here comes Black King, who wants to interrupt the stun.
Yeah, and W has what do you call TP'd in that mid lane. The Jin has to pop his flash plus the barrier just to survive over there. The bot tier 1 going down, but it's going to be changed for mid tier 1 instead. Look at the driving brand over here. Drives it perfectly into the turret. Probably aiming to get the rift to the tier 2, but I don't think they'll be able to get the tier 2 at the same time. They're driving this rift towards the top side instead, not just being the driver
Let's
this
look
time.
at the Rift Herald Drift. I love this on Nautilus. That's what you call making maximum usage of the Rift Herald. If they're able to actually get a hit onto the top lane tower, that is such a great use of Rift Herald right here. I have to commend Phoenix Gaming's macro right here. I don't think they're able to get the hit anyways, but the fact that they've been so on point, yes, they lost the first tower of the game, but they did get the mid lane tower, which is quite pivotal in the game, opens up the map a lot more. Finally, though, you do see Ezreal trying to get the second Drake for himself. There is no contest on him so far.
Oh, Shy Boy is in a bit of a pickle over there, as well as Q2. Q2 can just jump away, and Shy Boy also does get out, has to burn the flash in that essence. But this is the Rel a bit stuck over here, but there's backup coming in. Silence flashes forward, causing the Blanc to flash away over here. Trade of flashes, and as you said, Ezin picking up the first Cloud Drake of the map for himself. So this is going to be a Cloud Soul map, guys. So this is going to be a lot of movement speeds all around, but because of that, so much objectives that Phoenix Gaming had got, 2 Drakes plus 6 Grubs plus Rift Herald, and excellent usage of that Rift Herald, like you said, from Nautilus going topside to get 1 hit off of it. So they can they can afford to give up this Cloud Drake in the hands of Ezreal just so that they can just do other pressures across the map at the same time. So they are not losing out at all. The goal difference is not actually telling the real story of how this match is going right now in terms of
Yeah, I mean,
macro.
I'm loving the fact that we definitely the game we expected in game one, right? Two behemoths undefeated so far.
Yep.
Finally, we are seeing the power come out, right? Revenants Gaming doing what they can, getting the individual trade advantages right here. PSG playing on their macro, getting the first, the Herald, the Void Grubs, the Dragons as well. They still have a 2-for-1 Dragon advantage, but we truly, guys, now have a game on our hands, right? This is where, if you look at the goalies right now, Renekton has an 800 goal lead. The brand is ahead because he's farming up to be a Storm. The mid lane's quite even, all things considered, because I think the fact that they got the mid lane tower gave you a lot of gold back. And
Hmm.
Kaisa is still ahead, right? But albeit by not a huge amount. So again, there is a goal lead coming in on the side of Revenants Gaming. It's very minuscule at this point, but it really depends on how team fights get played. And this is what we have seen in game one, where team fights have always gone in favor of Phoenix Gaming. They just seemed a lot more in sync with each other,
Yep.
whereas Revenants Gaming were more, all over the place. I like this hover yet again on the top slide of the map, but again, Darius has his flash under tower. You don't have the damage to do that. I think they should look to back away. The brand is a great pick. There's no, it's a flashless brand. You should probably look to get a pick on them if you can. But W also, kudos to him this game, right? Because he had a
Yes,
very, very bad
absolutely.
game one. He struggled. Let's just be honest right here, right? But in
Mm.
game two, he's been able to hold and match and even sort of beat out the LeBlanc a lot of these trades. Having said that, I cast a curse the hell out of him in the Urchin trade right here. But so
Yeah.
far, up until that one trade, he was doing fine. But now he has to go back. He has his teleport. But very curious to see how team fights now really play out, because both sides have champions who are on the lead. The brand is ahead, the LeBlanc is ahead, the Renekton is ahead, and the Kaisa is ahead, right? So there are champions who
Yeah.
can do a lot
It's
of
balanced,
damage.
much more balanced this time.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the mid game plays out. This is where you see how teams fare, right? But the 6 Void Gloves Magnets, this is the advantage, right? The Void Gloves
Look
are
at that
pushing.
damage on the ground. Oh,
What?
he popped him like a goddamn balloon. That was just like
Yeah.
instant, just jumps in. There's no more. There was 1 second silence was there, 1 second he wasn't. And you definitely cast a curse this man over here, because
I mean,
he
the
does not
power,
exist.
the power of the caster curse is real right here. Just when I was complimenting him for a game well played, it's almost as if he doesn't know what a LeBlanc QW does. But at this point,
Yeah.
just have a look at it. Gone before you can say pop, right? That's literally what happened. We're
Yep.
discussing about how the Void Gloves are doing an advantage, and he had LeBlanc cult. He just, unfortunately for him, the LeBlanc gets a kill, and now she's really far ahead in the game as well. And they get the bot lane, no, they don't get the bot lane tower. So, all in all, just one kill, not the end of it. But
Mhm.
W, I'm gonna reverse Kashkas. The W, I think you're playing really bad. You need to really step it up, bro. I think we don't expect much things from you. Okay, let's just keep it at
Okay.
that and move to the other
Trying
parts
to
of
use
the
a
game.
bit of reverse psychology here. Let's see how well
Yeah.
that works out. In the meantime, a lot of pressure towards this mid side going over here. No objective except for that Baron is currently up. The Dragon is more than a minute away at this point. So just roaming around at this point, trying to get some more vision across the map. This is a dive onto the Nautilus here. Excellent engage by Black Thief. I don't think Nautilus has anything to run away from. He does it the flash. Uh, Smartly chooses not to burn it, because even he burns it, he does end up dying there, so he can use it for future engages. So definitely a good pickup by the Rel over there, getting that good engage over him, that they had vision that side. At the same time, Hydra is going on Black Thief over here. Black Thief is a bit caught out over here, but he does have backup just around the corner. But Black Thief might just be going down before anything can actually come of it. He does get pulled by Darius. The brand does also hit onto him. The Jin has channeled his ultimate from afar, but he does not see the Silas coming from behind him. Silas is using him for just free, like as a toy right now. And Booyah is probably going and dying. Nice sidestep from the Vi over there, but does end up going down. Vi goes down to the LeBlanc. This is an all-out brawl going out over here. And look at how massive Zuko is looking right now. He just keeps on going in. That's the second kill for Q2 in this matchup. Potato Monster flashes forward, does get a last hit on Q2 that ends up burning to Zuko over in that fight, and Potato Monster having to pop that barrier, but just gonna walk away from it. And
Oh
all in
my
all,
God.
a 2-for-3 trade over there in favor of
God.
Revenants Gaming.
Yeah, this is when
Actually, it's 3-for-3,
all
sorry.
out crazy, right? This is getting all out crazy, right? There's a lot to cover. We probably should have a replay of this later on as well. But the Dragon is spawning. But all in all, 3 for cool. That pull from Darius was so crucial. That would have just been the death of the Jin, who somehow did manage to survive this matchup. But just have a look at what happened right here. Initially started off with the
Just
pick on the
sidestep.
damage, and this, yeah, this pull right here, so clutch right here, allows the Jin to survive for a bit more. Eventually he dies, but you have Renekton. Potato Monsters completely untouched the fight, gets a lot of kills as well at this point, and Renekton, Zuko really going all in at this point, really making the most of this matchup right here. They get the kill onto LeBlanc as well, and eventually
Look
they
at the
both
low
look to run away.
picture. The
Yeah,
fight's
this is
going
the fight
on over
happening.
there. Now it's more in favor of Revenants Gaming. They've already got 2 picks off this fight, and Q2 is probably also going down. No, but Q2 does survive. It is the Jin who ends up falling instead. My apologies. And 3 members already dead. Hydra is looking a bit unlucky over there. Hydra should also be going down if he can be caught up to Black Thief. Just misstepping where that Hydra should be walking, and Zuko is chasing. Zuko wants this. This is a hungry crocodile, and he will be getting that kill on the Darius. And this will be another Cloud Drake for the side of Revenants Gaming. It's going to even the number of Drakes for them. And this is looking like the macro is coming back on point. Their team fights have been working more in favor of Revenants Gaming. And another engage onto Q2, but I know they think also that they cannot catch this Q2, so better just leave it, not waste time around him, get the resets, fall back, get your items from this fight that you've got. A lot of gold going in their favor. And Bishi, it looks like Revenants Gaming is not done just yet.
Yeah, and honestly, all credits to W and Zuko right there. With the Y, right, they just seem a lot more cohesive when you have the right sort of pickups right there. But having said that, you know what? That's a Baron play if I've ever seen one. They have just gone all in. Oh, the Scuttle does the orb does spot them out right here. I don't think this is a good call. They need to back away.
They're
They
backing
were
away.
out.
Oh, maybe a bit too late. The Nautilus will be going down, and he's also going to. This might be a reverse Baron just for Revenants Gaming at this point. They've not stopped the aggro of Baron yet, right now, and they're getting wards around. Q2 did have to fall back. He does not have the TP to come back in here. This could be an excellent option to maybe go for Baron themselves, given that you can see Hydra in the bot side of the map right now, and he also does not have TP currently. And all 5 members of Revenants Gaming are towards this top side. Maybe looking for a trap onto Q2 over here. Q2 is not expecting anything. Does get caught out here. Chin CC into CC. Q2 just about jumping away just in time. Has Ignite ticking on him, but has to blink backwards right into the hands of the waiting Crocodile. Zuko managed to picking up that kill for himself. He's 6-1 and 4. He is massive, and the fights do not stop. Shyboy is also being hit on over here, and Shyboy will be going down as well. Zuko picking up another for himself, and Revenants Gaming have broken this match wide open. 18-9 right now. The only silver lining for Phoenix Gaming is the Darius going for that bot side turret right now.
Yeah, but the Crocodile is on fire this game. Zuko with those plays coming out right here for Revenant Gaming really gets the best of this matchup right here. And you have to commend Revenant's Gaming right here. They have been playing these team fights well. A little bit questionable also on the side of PSG right here. Hydra is trying to get 5 stacks on the champion and is unfortunately not able to. But what an amazing gameplay. Like both the games, the Lectins have stood out massively, right, Madness? And again,
Absolutely.
the macro call from Phoenix Gaming was a bit questionable. They were not able to do this fast enough. Very good on Potato to spot it through the blue orb, know that they were doing bad, and that collapse after that using the Y ult, it's just so pivotal. Like the Y has been a bit of an unsung hero this game, right? It's allowed him to get the bottom click right here, gets the kills onto the champions, and W again after that solo death on the LeBlanc has actually played out a lot of these team fights really well, and now you can see a lot of difference coming out. It feels as if Revenants Gaming are finally in their comfort zone as well. Zuko performing as we expect him to in this matchup as well. And while Hydra on the Darius, is not playing bad, it's just the pick itself. I don't think it's that helpful. You're not really a complete tank. You need a lot of time to really get your stacks going. You can get kited to oblivion in this matchup as well, which is what the Kaisa has been doing to him, is he's not able to get the ultimate off, right? So I think just the picks right here on the side of the top lane have not been working out, and a little bit better draft with how the Silas also has been playing well has allowed Revenants Gaming to sort of have a good stranglehold this game. It's a 5,000 goal lead, man. This with a lot of it is sitting on that Renekton who's 7-1-4 with his 3 completed items as well. I like this fight of ban. In game 1 it was Hydra all the way. In game 2, it's been Zuko all the way, right? So really good show. Talent coming out from both of these top laners right here. They're really dictating how well the game plays out, and I love it, man. We have a but now it's looking like Revenants Gaming have found some answers to Phoenix Gaming's gameplay, and this game is
Yeah,
far from over though.
definitely.
This game is
And
far from over.
the
A lot of
main point here is right. The Dragon did have so much help from the Vi in that top lane, right? In the early parts of the game, definitely putting an end to Darius over there. He got two really good ganks of him. That was the Darius was kind of maybe trying to pull away there towards helping him his getting the lane for himself. But those essential Vi ganks where he sacrificed a lot of early objectives for it is paying off tremendously for Zuko right now. This Crocodile is huge, but look at this. This is a trap from Q2 over here. That's a chains onto W. He had to flash away from it, but I don't think you are getting away from them over here. Brand, both Zonia's sandals over here. Golden Idols just looking at each other, and the Xylus does go back in, but Q2 gets the kill on him. The Vi is over here getting the hit onto the Brand, and Q2 is going to have to try and walk away. But that's Potato Monster with a snipe coming in onto Q2 over here, and this is a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Revenants Gaming. And this has essentially been what we've been talking about, the mid laner and the top laner in this matchup. Complete difference from what it was in game 1. Absolutely showing up for the team when they need it the most in game 2 right now, and a complete reversal. And this Crocodile has been dominating in both sides. Once for Hydra, now for Zuko, and this is going to be a second, another Baron coming out for the side of Revenants Gaming over here. So where they were looking like they were losing all the objectives early on, they've completely turned it around. 20 kills to 10 kills, around 6.8k gold difference right now in their favor, and they are just marching away with this, and they're bringing towards that dragon right now, Bishi.
Absolutely. The Silas bought so much time in that team fight, used the Zonia to prevent the damage take coming out from the Brand right here, uses healing to survive for as long as backup could come, and then backup came, the Y came and used Flash Q on the Brand, got the kill on him, and then the beautiful snipe from Potato Monster that Kaiser gets the kill onto the LeBlanc as well, and that's just Q, right? When your mid jungle are dead, there's absolutely nothing stopping you from doing Baron right here. And now Revenants Gaming are going to get up into high gear because they're going to take the third tag of the game and will blow apart this goal lead. It's already 7,000. It's going to go up even more. And again, this is a contrast from what we saw in game 1, where the synergies did not look in place. The team fighting was just not right there. But now individual talent, at least in the soloists, what we expect from them is starting to show, as well as W playing very, very well, really actually getting the better of the LeBlanc and Brand in that team fight. And now with the macro gameplay on, with the Baron in their hands, they get the bot inner turret as well, the mid inner being next, and the slowly but steadily matters, the goal lead is now propelling around 8,000.
Yeah, it is ballooning out of proportion. An excellent macro with this Baron, right? Pushing both the mid and bot, getting turrets on both sides at this point, pushing everything. Now they're pinging for someone to go back and maybe pick up that top lane CS over there. So that's going to be an essential macro from them. They're getting a lot of this, and they're trying to maybe deny even the red buff for the side of Phoenix Gaming right now. And Phoenix Gaming look a little lost about what they should be doing. They're just roaming a little aimlessly over here. They don't know what to do, but there are also no objectives currently that they need to be picking up. So they are free to just clear out these waves that are heading towards their base, maybe pick up some free CS in that sense. The only one with a positive KD at this point is that LeBlanc in that mid lane in Q2, but even him against the Silas is not working in his favor so long into the matchup right now. Silas is showing that he can match up to him. As well played by W, a complete turnaround of his performance in the first game where he was getting first blooded by Q2. In this sense, he got the solo kill onto Q2, and just showing you that he is a versatile player and he will not be shut down so easily. Maybe a bit of a wrong pick with that Yasuo into that Akali over there, but otherwise completely dominant. And look at this, the top side turret is also, top side waves are also crashing in. They don't know which side to push. The LeBlanc is pushing that bot side wave for them, but I don't think that'll be much. I don't think she even gets the turret in time before she has to come back to base to help her team.
Yeah, I mean, you do see the back coming out right here. Baron is still up for them, but the wave clear is quite strong. I don't think they'll be able to get any inhibitor turrets. Oh, yeah, they get the mid one. Barely, yeah, they will be able to get the mid inhibitor turret, and I think that's a great enough Baron power play, right? They get all the inner turrets, and they lose the bot. The objective bounty actually gets claimed right here, so a little bit of gold comes back over to PAG right here, but the game is still not completely over. Having said that, that's obviously Revenants Gaming is in the lead, but Phoenix Gaming are not going down without really a fight. I think still there is potential for them to do something. Remember, Darius is still a Darius at the end of the day, right? If he's able to
Yeah.
get his 5 stacks on a squishy champion, he can kill him, right? So it really, they have to, Revenants Gaming have to keep up the pressure that they have right here. They still have one more dragon to go, Madness, before they get the soul of the Cloud Drake as well. So again, a lot of things for them to get to this point. They are looking good and they should be able to close this out. But we discussed in game one how Phoenix Gaming should be able to close it out, and then they did. This game, we will see the ability of Revenants Gaming to be able to close out games. They have a 7,000 goal lead. Their carries are fed. The Kaisa is just so far at 4 completed items on her side with the Rabadons as well. She is going to do a lot of hurt through a W poke right here. So we really have to see how well Revenants Gaming are able to close this out. Brand on the other side is still farming up to be a storm. 3 items, do not underestimate him. Zuko, however, is the GOAT right here. He is so far ahead right now of the Darius as well. He's getting his 4th item completed at this point. And again, team fights are going to be difficult for SSG right here. They or PHG right here. They need to be able to kite in well enough and try to get the right picks off. And again, if they're able to make the right picks using Nautilus ultimate, then absolutely, then they can still win out these team fights. But it is looking a little bit difficult for them. There is nothing to be taken on the map so far. The 3rd dragon obviously was taken, and again,
Ezreal with a trap setup over here. Black Thief trying to maybe go over it, but no. Just in time, the side of Phoenix Gaming do back out over it. Nothing does come out, but they have no vision almost in their own jungle, right? It's going to be hard for them to walk up to any objectives that come up in the future at this point. And they're just playing defense at this point, just trying to hold on for as long as they can to maybe try and scale up, maybe get those late game items, maybe take this entire game to the late side. It's already crossed the 30-minute mark in this sense, and the Baron and Dragon are going to be coming up at almost the same amount of time, Bishi.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting call to make, right? Do they give up the Soul Drake for the Baron, or do they take the Baron? It's another very interesting macro call that they will have to take a call on. Ideally, they should be able to take the Cloud Drake without really sacrificing Baron, but let's see how their vision game ends up playing. Right now, they have so much control on the map right here, right? The jungle, the enemy jungle belongs to the Revenants Gaming right here as well. Right? They don't have any vision whatsoever. So this is the kind of pressure that Phoenix Team don't really have any answers to. The at best they can do is put out some wards, but they just not had the opportunity to do, right. And now it's just waiting in for the dragon to spawn, for the Baron to spawn as well. Meanwhile, all enemy jungle camps are being taken by Ezreal. Ezreal is now growing a very sizable lead for himself. He was quite behind in the game as well, but now he isn't. Now the dragon has spawned. Again, good call on them to take the soul attack, but they can completely annihilate the dragon in just a matter of seconds. And LeBlanc is trying to get a ward in place. Renekton's nicely there to make sure he doesn't is not able to, and LeBlanc is not able to get a ward in, right? And Madness is right.
Not.
Cloud takes zoom and zoom. 4 cloud takes going over to Revenants Game.
They're just running, and that speed just gives them even more speed to go towards that Baron. Probably just get that Baron. I don't think the side of Phoenix Game can even challenge it at this point, can they? Because they're a bit too far behind and their backs are not synchronized right now. So they're going to be too far away. They're going to be opting to probably give up this Baron. They are picking a bit forward to maybe sit in a bush over there. Maybe just get some clears of the wards at this point. But I don't think they can do anything else. And after this Baron goes down, I think that is GG. I don't think Phoenix Gaming can actually stop a proper push coming in from Revenants at this point. They are targeting that Silas in that bot side. But Silas is freely just walking behind, casually just taking his stroll over them. The only wave that is, but the only good point for them, no waves are pushed in right now. It's going to be a bit hard for Revenants unless they start pushing these waves in. They should be pushing the top side wave and the mid wave at the same time. Q2 causing a bit of nuisance in this mid side jungle over here, but he's walking away, and Silas can look to be maybe catching Q2 over here. Does steal away the ultimate. Q2 has to run away, but walks into the arms of the crocodile. Nothing he can do. Hydra trying to suddenly walk away, but Nautilus pulls in the wrong target. And this is an all-out brawl over the top side. The Brand ultimate comes in, but Chunks, nobody down to 0 HP. Everybody is still alive. Potato Monster does ult in, gets the Nautilus, but Silas does go down to Jin over here. That is a 3-for-1 trade right now. And with Baron buff, it looks like Revenants Gaming are looking to push it all the way in at this point.
This is game, right? I mean, honestly, PHG just allowed them to get everything and didn't choose to fight, and they just let them roll over and die, which is very questionable at this point. I mean, I know if you're going down, might as well go down with a fight right here. They did nothing. They let them get the dragon, fair enough. They let them get the Baron. Again, there's no fight whatsoever. And somehow, they took a fight, and then LeBlanc ends up getting caught right here. And this could have potentially been game right here, but for some reason, just the mid lane limiter is all they get. They should look to get the bot lane limiter of nothing else. But the respawns have already come in, so say what you want, Phoenix Gaming actually do survive this onslaught right here. And I think the only play right now is making a play on the Elder, because Baron will despawn around a minute, and the only thing they've gotten is the mid-lane inhibitor so far, which albeit is not bad, it's still not the best. I mean, yes, the goal lead progressed further, but the game should have ended right here, I feel. And
yeah, honestly, I
hasn't.
think the game should have ended over here, Bishi. As you said, only getting one inhib of that, especially when you went 1 for 3 in the team fights, like you had only 2 members of them up at that time. You could definitely have pushed it in. Maybe just bring it on too much on the safe side for Revenants Gaming. Maybe don't want to actually throw it away, but I think that honestly could have been the end of the game, and we could have been looking at game 3 and then maybe focusing on that. But as we say that, they're slowly trying to walk it in the mid lane at this point, but they should be focusing a bit more on the bot side, maybe getting that inhib as well creates more pressure for Phoenix Gaming to clear all these waves. But as we say that, they don't seem to be doing anything except clearing these wards and visions from the side of Phoenix Gaming. Now they look to be pressing a bit towards that bottom side inhibitor, and I think they slowly are going to end the game very quickly in the next 1 or 2 minutes, because it looks like they're showing pressure. Zuko not getting caught out over here. Booyah getting chunked down so low by just one W from that Kaiser, and here the reset also comes on that W. She is so powerful right now with the Shadow Flame and the Rabbit on the scap right now.
True. That the Kaisa poke is going to start hurting a lot. I mean, this, make no mistake, this is still going to be Revenant Gaming's victory right here, unless they have a colossal throw, which I don't think they will at this point. They are slowly and steadily moving up. They're pushing the top lane wave and the bot lane wave together, though they should now be able to get the second inhibitor of the game. Now, this poisons them up for the next Elder or the Baron very well. I mean, they can all go top right here and try to get the third inhibitor. I mean, they don't have any Baron minions right here, but maybe the pressure is still on. They are massively ahead, mind you, and now it comes to a point where you really have to capitalize on these goal leads, because otherwise the enemy will start catching up to you. And now I think the game is just, they have the Cloud Soul, they have insane amount of movement speed, rotations across the map. It'll allow them to make these changes faster. But having said that, though, there's not a lot they can do to yet completely end the game. The wave clear from the Brand and from the Jin is really quite there. It doesn't make it any easier for Revenant Gaming to really end off the game right there. The Brand
Silas has stolen the Brand ult, and he's probably going in. Hydra walking out a bit too much over there, gets caught out, will be going down, but not before Silas also goes down to that fight. Zuko, big crocodile, just going in with his ultimate. He's almost unkillable at that point. There's nothing you can do, and the members of Phoenix Gaming are falling down like flies at this point. Booyah gets a trade back onto Rel over there, and he's trying to back away, but there's nothing you can do. He popped that barrier for no reason, in my opinion, at that point, because at that point the fight against him had stopped. He is still continuing forward. It is a 2-for-2 trade at this point. Booyah getting so chunked so low by that Kaiser W. Kaiser choosing to ult in, gets Booyah eventually, and that's Q2 also going down. Q2 goes down as well. Shyboy is the sole member of Phoenix Gaming who's alive. He's about to get hit by this Q from the fight. Nice sidestep by him, but he's the only member alive. He does have a bunch of game here to get it away, but as you said, I think this is definitely going to be game here. Zuko has TP'd back in, and I don't think you can shut this crocodile.
Yeah, wasn't the cleanest of ends, I have to say. They still got 2-for-2 in a match they should not have gotten, but having said that, doesn't matter. Revenants Gaming in game 2 have shown their prowess and have come out on top. Kudos, beautiful performance coming out right here from both the solo winners right here. And this time, though, it is going to be Revenants Gaming with the victory madness. An amazing performance coming out from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we had one amazing Renekton in the first match, we have another amazing Renekton in the second match, just on the opposite side, this time in the hands of Zuko. And what a monster Zuko was towards this mid and late game. He just did not stop in these fights. Once he hits that ultimate, he's almost unkillable, completely unkillable, just marching over their dead bodies in a sense, just does not stop. And some amazing re-engages from Potato Monster also after that W when he re-engaged with his ultimate. Amazing, and he gets the LeBlanc as well, and that pretty much ends the fight. As you said, it was a very messy ending, not one that we expected with the kind of lead that Revenants Gaming had. Honestly, I thought this match would have ended maybe 10 minutes ago given the way it was going, but it was a bit prolonged. But at the end of the day, they did manage to get what they wanted to do. They got that win for themselves. They booked the series at 1-1, and with that being said, guys, we'll be looking into the crucial moments of this match.
Yeah, I mean, this was a explosive game, right? Started off with trades in the top side, with Zuko getting caught, actually getting ganked off. But having said that, even Brand gave a lot of support to the Darius in the early game. It still didn't deter Zuko from doing what he did. And again, Ezreal, honestly, kudos to him for continuously ganking the Darius, getting the net ahead at a pivotal moment. And once the Darius falls behind, it becomes extremely difficult for him to snowball the victory as well. But in the mid lane, you have to talk about this outplay on the LeBlanc right here, beautifully played. And on the other side, while we were discussing this, there's another kill coming out. So the Y gang did pay dividends for Revenant Gaming right here, as they were able to get another kill in the bot side. And then Jin again got caught for no reason. Not sure. We spoke about the fact he did not have flash, but here Potato Monster was a bit greedy, wanted to come back in for the last auto attack, but ends up dying for the 4th Jin auto attack as well. And as the game progressed, fights after fights kept happening. Darius was not doing bad in the early to mid game as well, but the kills were being traded evenly, and the Renekton just kept getting ahead and ahead at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And they had some bad team fights where they go in, like where Hydra gets caught out over here at this point. Q2 does come in for some help just to back him up. The Rel does go down to the guillotine from the Darius, but you can't even catch this Crocodile. He's so fast. And as we talked about, Ezreal just coming back again and again, helping the Crocodile get so far ahead that Hydra just becomes non-significant in this match. But another misstep by W over here, just not respecting LeBlanc over here when even he had taken LeBlanc's ultimate. Probably the one and a few missteps that he had throughout this entire game. Another excellent engage by the Rel onto the Nautilus. Nautilus just goes down for free over here with some bad positioning. They had a ward over that side of the mid bush, but here going in on the Darius gets baited a bit, but does manage to get the Rel down. Nothing that you could do, but this fight was so messy over here. Absolute mess of a fight. And the main talking point here is that nobody is touching Potato Monster at all. He is free hitting from this backside and getting so many hits off just because everyone is focused on that massive Crocodile in front, right? Zuko just being that humongous front line that nobody can actually put down at that point is protecting Potato Monster so much, and the damage from both of them combined is a lot. Plus the engages from Vi throughout this entire series has been very exceptional. Zuko here again chasing Hydra down, just not letting him go, says that you bullied me in the first half, I will be taking everything in the second half. And as we said, Phoenix Gaming had an amazing macro, right? In the first part of the game, they get those point cups, they got those dragons, but in the end of the game, just because of how ahead Zuko got, that it was very hard for them to do anyone to the second half of the game when they had to take objectives. Then they tried to do a cheeky Baron takeaway before the blue side could notice, but because of Potato Monster's blue orb over there, they did find out, they did chase them off, they got the Nautilus kill in return over there, they get another Baron off the back of that, they got the Cloud Soul just before getting Baron, and slowly they just pushed themselves away to victory over here, Bishi.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a bloody game so far, but Revenants always had it in the bag purely because of this Renekton just going in ham in the tower, getting her kills, albeit this was a relatively different sort of fight. Again, W just going in and inting in that side giving the Jin a free kill. Didn't have to at this point, but eventually it came down to Kai'Sa's endgame play. He was really good at those plays as well, was able to find out the right picks here as well. Darius was getting a bit caught out, and here when you just thought things are going well, a small ray of hope did come for the side of PAG right here, but not before the Dice ended up dying as well. It was a 2-for-2 at the end of the day, but they get the kill back onto the Nautilus as well, and that was sort of it. And there you have it, guys. 1-1, the score line between PHG and Revenant or RVG right here. Looking at the goal right here, 11,000 goal lead, 10 towers to 4. They had the Cloud Soul with themselves. They needed a couple of Barons to end the game. They lost out a lot in the early game objective macro, but as the game went into mid game, they actually were able to claw their way back and got a lot of team fights going their way, which allowed them to get the more important objectives, the soul, the barons, that allowed them to eventually end the game out, right? So a 40-minute banger, a 39-minute banger game we did have. It took them a little bit longer than PSG did to end the game, but RVG got there, and now we have an excellent best of 5 on our hands back this, because it's 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And that being said, we'll go ahead a bit to the damage graph and see who have been the major damage in this thing. And then you could just see Potato Monster with that humongous lead in damage. Only one coming close by is a Brand, and he's around 6k damage behind him. Potato Monster, as we said, had so much ability to hit from behind because there Zuko, his front line was so huge in these fights. You won't see much from his damage, but the way that he was the front line, he took so much damage for himself from the fights. There's nobody that could actually hit Kai'Sa. So Kai'Sa just kept on hitting away, and a couple of excellent ultimates from Potato Monster to re-enter into fights that led to them actually ending the game, where we're slowly maybe progressing towards that. Maybe Phoenix Gaming can be mounting a comeback, may potentially, if it kept on stalling out.
Yep.
That being said, guys, your MVP for the crucial MVP for this game can be no other than that crocodile in that top lane. It has to be Zuko on this Renekton. 8-1 and 8, 6.9 CS per minute, 464 damage per minute, 16k gold, almost 17k gold to be precise. But these numbers don't do justice to what this man has done in this game. Also, Asian, huge shout out to you, because you also helped get him up so early on in the game that also led him to this stage where that he was pretty much unstoppable. And what else thoughts do you have on this, Bishi?
I mean, beautifully played. Like both the games, we've seen the Renektons really shine through. It makes me wonder if we will see another Renekton victory coming out Madness in Game 3, right? Because now Renekton becomes a contested pick right here. Both Zuko and Hydra have shown prowess of this champion. They have played excellently well. They've synergized very well with their team as well, right? So I personally feel this Renekton might just be a hot pick coming out for the top laner, unless of course there are counters ready for him. Now there exist counters. You have the Nar, you can play a lot of other champions into the Renekton as well, especially considering when Udyr and Mordekaiser are banned. But again, just the value of that champion in the early to mid game, it doesn't really fall down in lane. As we saw, he got first blooded, but he was still able to be relevant in the game as well, right? So this is going to be an important pick as we head into Game 3, right? But then this just blows the door all the way open for Game 3, right? And this is where I'm going to say, guys, don't not go anywhere. On the other side of this break, we'll start with Game 3 and we'll see if either Phoenix Gaming or Revenants Gaming is going to come back with a 2-1 victory. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Shadows are calling, the curtain is drawn. How far we have fallen, I'm out on the run. Live in the violence, die by the sword. Deep in the fire, that's where darkness is born. Haunting my dreams, I see the signs. The darkness arise, I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all. We swore on our honor, and the light turned to black. We fight to the ending, there's no turning back. Live in the violence, die by the sword. Deep in the fires, that's where darkness is born. Haunting my dreams, I see the sign. Let darkness arise, I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all. I watch it all fall. Haunting my dreams, I see the signs. Let darkness arise, I watch it all. I watch it all fall.
Yeah. Hey. Skirt. Hey. Skirt. Hey. I might just get a little crazy for the one time. I might just link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. She be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. I might just get a little crazy for the one time. I might just link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. And yeah, it's my time, I guess that's alright. She always tell me when she see me that it's on sight. I might just pull a Stevie Wonder cause I don't fight. And I might just take her down for the one night. I might get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. Yeah, both though, don't like the showboat. My life be moving too fast for the slow-mo. And yeah, I got it, I won't pay you for a promo. That money going up and down like a yo-yo. I do my money dance, I know I'm what they crave. I walk around fresh to death like I just left the grave. My diamonds really yellow like they lemonade. Cause I've been really getting paid on the center stage. Yeah, I get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. Yeah, I get a little crazy for the one time. Yeah, I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. Yeah, she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch cause it's my time. Yeah, I might get a little crazy for the one time. And I might link up with lil' baby cause she's so fine. But she be penny picture, she a whole dime. And don't forget to get her watch because it's my time. Yeah, hey, yeah, because it's my time. Yeah, hey, because it's my time. Yeah, hey, because it's my time. Yeah, hey, because it's my time. Yeah.
Are we better than before? At being honest and straightforward, can we care a little more? Before we run out of answers, cause God only knows where the times went. And we can't wait till our lives end. Tell the truth and hope that they listen. Notifying the world is our mission. What if they won't listen? What if they won't listen? Guess we all have to count on forgiveness. Are we better than the past? And always putting ourselves last. Discriminate a little less before we're all in a big mess. Cause God only knows where the times went. And we can't wait till our lives end. Come on! Tell the truth and hope that they listen. Notifying the world is our mission. What if they won't listen? What if they won't listen? Guess we all have to count on forgiveness. Yelling out in a voice with no limits. This is why we were made to share witness. What if they won't listen? What if they don't listen? Guess we all have to count on forgiveness.
Look at me, I'm living free on mine. Run the problem, taking up all your time. Look at me, I'm living
Hello guys and welcome back to Crucial by Micron presents the iFlicks Community Clash powered by Zotang Gaming. We are in the finals between Revenants Gaming and Phoenix Gaming. And what a game 2 we had right here. Coming back Revenants Gaming through that Renekton performance and the Kaisa also doing really well. But what this sets up, Kaka, we were asking, okay, is this going to be a close series? We got an answer. I think we're going to... This could potentially go to game 5. But your thoughts on game 2? I know you were also watching the game.
It looks like we have a series on our hands, and just the thoughts from second game, I think Renekton seems broken for both the teams, getting MVP both the matches right here. So let's see in the draft, whoever gets the blue side might decide to just first pick that Renekton now. I did not initially like the Silas pickup coming in blind, and although he did get the solo kill, he did get solo killed as well, and W did not really perform to his levels. But Potato Monster coming back to the series, I mean, game 1 he was very unfortunate. Second game he showed us why that Kaisa is priority for him. 10 CS per minute, highest kills in game, had 6 items as well. In the last fight did really well. So yeah, and honestly, PSG looked really good in the early game. They had the better macro, the better rotations as well, getting those grubs, getting the early dragons as well. So I think they just have to fight less and out macro the other team, whereas Revenant Gaming will always thrive when it becomes a clown fiesta.
Yeah, I think their rotations were great, but I think importantly they were not able to make the picks better. But you know what? That's game 2. We are in for game 3. 1-1 is the scoreline. As we head into draft, I'm excited to see what bans coming. I think we'll still expect to see the standard bans. The Viego, the Mordecais, or the Udis are going to get banned as well. But are you foreseeing adaptations? Was that Silas worthy of a ban? Do you think they'll double down and do a Tristana and a Kaisa ban this time for Potato? Because his Kaisa looked pretty good.
I mean, if you ban those two champions, he will default to the Smolder, who is again a lot to deal with in the late game. So let's see what adaptations these guys make. So far, not much has changed from the second game as well. The bans remain the same. The Udyr will come out yet again. I believe that was banned as well in second game. I'm not too sure about it, but they don't want to play against Zuko's Udyr. So I think that's a pretty respectful ban that's going to come out from the side of Revenants. Now, I would like to see a Renekton ban coming in, but they will decide on the Zyra instead. Your thoughts?
I mean, I like it because Zyra does give them a lot of disengage, and when they allows them to then pick the Y again, which they had a great success on. I think the Renekton Y combo really helps snowball Zuko, right? And that is going to be important. And there is a propensity for Phoenix Gaming to always go for EP junglers. If they are now telegraphing that there's going to be a brand pickup, then Revenants can actually pick something that they know can do well against that. So it'll be curious to see how that plays out. But you know what? I'm all ears right here. This time it's going to be the Phoenix Gaming taking over the Kai'Sa because they were on the blue
Kai'Sa,
side. They
yeah.
lost the first game. So I actually like that smart pickup. I think Potato Ash should not default to other ADC champions. We know he can play them as
As
well.
I said,
He's a
yeah.
mean. Yeah.
I mean, as
But
I said,
like,
Smolder comes
Smolder
in.
ADC, Kaka, is it?
He is really strong, man. Like, forget the nerves and everything. The nerves were directed towards the mid lane anyway. So Smolder in that bottom lane gets those 2 items, 225 stacks, and then he is just so strong. So I don't mind it. The Rel follows up again. So this will be third game in a row for Black Thief on that Rel, and I am expecting the Nautilus to come in right here. Really solid bot lane with the Kai'Sa as well. So let's see if Endrick decides to play that again. Endrick did play really well in the second game as well. Was wherever his team needed to be, but the Taric comes in. I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, like that's usually a pickup when you want to have a bit of disengage right here. Want to have a bit of. You don't really see Taric a lot in the meta. Like I don't remember the last time I saw Taric being played. It's very fresh. It's very new, and of course Taric is no longer. I mean, he's more of an little bit of an enchanter, and then the Jarvan pickup as well. A lot of fresh picks coming this game, Kaka. Right? We're seeing three new pickups already.
I don't mind the Taric pick, honestly. You can stun your target. I mean, protect your team. So I think he is a bit underrated, I would say. And into these champions can be good. And the Kayn comes in against the Jarvan. I am not too sure what to make of that pick. Honestly, haven't seen it too much. Maybe Azan is a really good Kayn. So I'm not too sure about that as well.
He quite a bit, but it just leaves me thinking like I don't potentially see a lot of like frontline. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to see how the Kayn will synergize with the rest of the team. I mean, he himself can be a good solo queue type of pickup right here, but in terms of a team fight prowess, it's looking a bit question mark right here. Maybe we'll see how this plays out right here. Well, the next two bans coming in. Mordekaiser was up, by the way, and was not picked.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, and now gets banned.
Yeah, and I'm still surprised that the Renekton ban hasn't come in. That tells me that Revenants are going to for that champion in right here. So let's see if Phoenix Gaming decides to ban it themselves. Although I do think they are going to ban the Orianna once again, as they did in game 1, and maybe they are just comfortable playing the Darius against.
On the side of Revenants to just ban the Kali out. The Renekton blind pick can be made by Zuko right here. I don't know if they want to pick the Darius again. This time, however, there is no Vi Kaka. So, the Renekton Darius lane is more isolated. Kayn really is not going to do a lot in these ganks. In fact, Jarvan can do more. So, if they want to pick the Darius into the Renekton, it is possible if they have a lot more support. The Sandra mid is going to be the pickup. Does very well into Assassins. We've known this. Is this sort of in anticipation of a LeBlanc or of other champs? But like, what are your thoughts on that pick?
I don't like it as much, honestly. Lissandra can be a really good counter pick to a lot of champions, but picking it blind is not something that I would want to do. You can pick the control mages against her, like the Orianna, even the Victor does well, but they are going to opt in for the Echo. So now certainly the Lissandra looks good, but because she has a favorable matchup in the mid lane, and I just think Phoenix Gaming have countered themselves with that Echo pick. You can CC the Echo forever, and it helps the Kayn as well, right? You have 3 melee champions, potentially 4 if Hydra locks in the Renekton or something else in the top lane. That will be a melee champion, so that helps the Kayn's cause. But the Vladimir comes in, and I think that's too much AP damage for the side of Phoenix Gaming now.
Yeah, especially if the Kai'Sa is also going to go hybrid or AP as well. It's just like monstrous late game, right? Definitely doesn't make sense. Echo and Vladimir is like, you win out late game no matter what happens, but absolutely nothing to do in the early to mid game, right? The Vladimir is going to take a while to scale. On is not really a counter, it's more of a tank. It's a favorable matchup for the Vlad. Zuko is choosing to play for the team than play for the lane with that pickup right here, because it's not something that does extremely well into the Vladimir, but it's something that will do extremely well into the team fights. And I think with Smolder scaling and of course Alessandra, CC as well, interesting comps coming out from both teams. A lot of changes, not something we expected. The Taric as well. It's hard for me to say, Kaka, but what are your thoughts on the draft as we see them come about?
I mean, as you said, the on you know, picking the on, R5 into the Vlad, that's favorable for Vlad, right? Usually you pick the Vlad into the on to have a really good laning phase. So that's a, counterproductive for the side of Revenants right there. But I do favor their comp in this one. They do have a lot of CC and a lot of frontline for that Smolder to just, scale up pretty well into the late game and be the monster that he can be after getting those 225 stacks. So I do prefer Revenant's comp right here, but that will depend entirely on Phoenix Gaming and how they navigate their early game. And especially if the Echo can get out of hand, then it can be trouble for the side of Revenants. But I mean, it looks good for Revenant so far.
Yeah, I mean, like in theory, you need to reach a 4 5 item mark, and at that point, the Vladimir Echo damage is going to be absurd. But it really depends on how well Revenants can actually take over. Right? I mean, I would give them the early to mid game teamfight advantage for sure. But what we have also seen, Kaka, is that Revenants, have not been able to close out games that fast, and Phoenix Gaming has done decently well to total. And in this game, I mean, you still have the Smolder scaling, you also have the Kane scaling up to be a behemoth as well. It does beg the question as to what's going to happen as we head into the mid to late game. Like, do you favor any particular team comp in the later stage? Do you absolutely feel the Vladimir Echo scaling is going to outpower what the Smolder does, or do you feel like they're still equally matched even in terms of scaling?
I think with the ornaments coming in, I would favor Revenants in this one. Kane scales beautifully into the late game as well, whereas Jarvan can be just an alt bot come the late game. Smolder can, keep stacking forever and keep getting stronger. Vlad does have some pretty good scaling as well, along with the Kaisa, but then again, they have a lot of AP damage unless Kaisa decides to go the attack speed route, which I don't really like as much. I prefer the AP Kaisa hybrid build. So I would favor Revenants just based on those two picks coming out in the Smolder and the On. The On items can be game changing. So I prefer Revenants, but let's see how the early game goes, right? Phoenix
Yeah.
Gaming can have a great early game, and then it wouldn't matter who has the better late game.
True, but we've seen how well Phoenix Gaming have played the early game, right? And adding to what you just said, right? If they continue the same kind of gameplay, right? But now they have a Jarvan to boot, right? They actually have a champion who can rotate faster, can be more helpful in these early game ganks, right? I think they can still run away with the game, right? I mean, potentially the bot lane seems to be a farm fest unless Nautilus just really just jumps in the smolder for some reason. But I just don't see that happening. I feel Predator and Black Thief for the most part have always come out on top in that lane. Top lane also just becomes like survivability. Zuko does well in those situations. He's played a lot of competitions where he's always played losing lanes. He knows how to farm and be relevant. And then it really now depends on the mid lane. I feel like the most volatile of this series has come down to the mid lane performances. Like we've seen great and horrible performances coming out from the mid laners. So I'll have to wait and see how that pans out, because you never know. The Echo Lissandra matchup, if the Echo gets fed, if the Lissandra gets a lot of CC gets fed, might just mean the early to mid game might go in favor of one of these teams, right? So my eyes will definitely be on that mid lane and seeing how well these plays. But your thoughts on like how the game might go in the early to mid game, something you are looking forward to seeing, or for,
Yeah, I
for the
mean,
viewers to keep an eye out on?
I mean, I agree with you. I think mid jungle, both of them, I think will be the game changing thing or aspect that's going to be in this game specifically because of the picks that have come out, the Echo in the mid lane and Kane in the jungle. So these guys really need to pop off on their respective champions to do something. And Zuko has picked Summon Aerie in the top lane, so he is going to poke the Vladimir, or at least hope to poke the Vladimir
Yeah,
down with his
he was never
Q.
going to. Yeah, he was never going to land the grass props, right? So it's either aftershock
Yeah,
or
100%.
something that can do a little damage. Interesting, though, that he's still gone with the Samaneri. Let's see how that pans
You
out
don't
for him.
see it as much, right? You never
Yeah,
see
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So, I
Like
mean,
I get the
it's
logic of him
fine.
picking it. Like I
Yeah.
still think Aftershock might have been better if he really wants to play the team fight out, but I think he realizes he needs some agency in lane also, and that's where really the Eddie procs will come in if he lands those cues. But Shannon starts. We've not seen any invades come out. Obviously, not strong level one. Actually, no, Nautilus is there. No, there's no Nautilus this game. There's a
Yeah,
Taric.
but
Never mind.
look at this. Phoenix Gaming do have the priority in the bot lane. At least they have taken over the top side rush
Ooh, this could be
of the
interesting.
lane. So
Hendrik and Booyah. The stun ends up landing on the
there you
shoulder,
go, stun
followed
land.
by the Q from the rail as well. And it's going to be a couple of trades. Booyah gets a lot of damage out, nearly half HP. And
Yeah.
there you go. A level 1 cheese trade ends up working out for Phoenix. I mean, they should have push power and level 2 just off that trade right there.
Yeah, but the saving grace for the side of Potato Monster is he is running 2 pods. Actually, is going to use both of them. So 2 minutes in, does not have any pods to play around. And in the mid lane, W is going to. I mean, that's
I
an
mean,
equal trade, I would say.
yeah, I think
Uh,
Lysandra comes out on top because he could get a couple more auto attacks, but yeah, it's pretty equal at this end of the day, right? And
yeah,
a lot of trades at level 1 itself, like, like I said, Q2 and W, right? Both of these mid laners are very aggro and very volatile at this point, which means a lot of things can potentially happen. And Zuko, is going to be in this situation for the next 15 to 20 minutes. He's going to have to use his Qs to farm up. I actually like the fact that Hydra has gone for the grass proc just so he can get a lot of poke onto the
yeah,
Ornn and get some stacking for himself. But again, aggression is the name of the game for Q2. I think this guy, I don't know, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think he mainly just plays assassins. He has a strong preference for playing them at least, like, LeBlanc in game 2, Akali in game 1, Echo in game 3, so this is something that I think W saw, which is why they picked the blind pick Lysandra. They realized, what, this guy only plays assassins. Let us pick something we know will do well, and I think that's why they went for it. And yeah, like you said, it was a risk, Kaka, but somehow he ended up picking an assassin, and I guess the pick sort of
yeah.
made sense
I mean,
after that.
is his most played champion, at least in solo queue. So I'm very comfortable on that champion. But I do like the Lysandra matchup into the Echo, honestly. With the W, you can stop a lot of what Echo has to do. And once you can get out of those 3 passive stacks, I think Lysandra can have a good laning phase. So let's see. But again, Q2 just being the master of that champion, we will see later in the early game or mid game how he can affect those side lanes or maybe the team fights and
This
how
is what
he
I,
pilots that
this is
champion.
what I fear, right, for Potato right here, because Potato's playing Smolder, a champion that can easily be jumped on. Then you have a Vladimir, Echo, and Jarvan jumping on you, and you don't really have a great disengage support or something like that. I mean, you have a Rel, but like it's going to be so hard in these team fights. It depends on the execution at the end of the day. But if Jarvan, Echo, and Vladimir jump on a Smolder, I doubt he's coming back alive. And when and if Smolder dies, I don't see them having a lot of DPS output to really make a difference in these team fights, right? So like Potato Monster has an insane amount of pressure to not die in these early games, and the fact that he already lost a couple of pots, and I don't know, like this game is really gonna be make it or break it for him. I think he will be the sole person who will decide if
Yeah,
Revenants come out on top or they don't.
yeah, but I think he has been pretty comfortable in both the previous games as well. And look at the vision that's been put around the bot side, river and jungle. For Revenant Gaming, they are chilling in this bot lane, just farming the stacks out. Can afford to go like 7-8 CS behind. It really should not matter as much. And again, going by previous games, he was CSing 10 per minute. So if he can do that on Smolder, I think it's going to be just fine for him.
Absolutely. On a scaling champ to farm up is all you ask for. And at that point,
Yeah.
the same thing, Kaka, is happening on the top side, right? You have another scaling behemoth in the name of Vladimir who is doing the
Yeah.
same thing on that top, happy to farm up. It's the best lane he could ask for, an on who's just farming under tower. All he has to do is right click minions and use Q to hit on him, and that's all about he's doing. He's happy to do that, scaling galore for this side. But Q2, man, this guy just wants to fight. He has no chill whatsoever. I love seeing that in mid laners though. Like, let's see if it pays out for him. But as we speak about this, all the junglers are on the bot side. We might see some two blues happening, and that's a beautiful EQ onto Ezine, and Ezine has to walk away, and that's a good
Kane's
trade actually
fine.
coming out. Yeah, Potato gets his
Yeah,
CS
but the
90. So
Kane's fine. You can just hop onto the into the wall out of it and just get out of any sticky situation. So he's fine. Gets a few points on his passive as well. So he's chilling. And as you said, these both of these mid laners just want to fight each other all the time. Uh, and they have been doing that for the last 2 games as well. We saw multiple solo kills coming in game 1, even in game 2, where these guys traded 1-for-1s quite a few times,
is that a
and they just
ballsy
want to
move
fight
to
each
just
other.
do Dragon at 6 minutes? Everyone, the mid laners are level 6. The flash comes, He will look to run away, but not before first blood ends up going to Kaisa. So at this point, they get the kill, they get the dragon, they get another kill. Phoenix Gaming come out on top on this fight, and now the Red has to flash away, but not before the Echo goes in. What a beautiful team fight coming in. 2-0 and a dragon to boot. I don't think RVG were expecting this at all, and this was just immaculately played. We definitely have to see a replay of what just happened, but man, oh man, PHG came out on top here.
Yeah, 100%. And just look here, the mana on Smolder was pretty low. They do start the dragon because they are pretty strong right now. Phoenix Gaming, with the champions that they have, Tarek can help getting those plasma stacked up pretty quickly, and that's exactly what happened. Echo, just being so strong, had recall as well, came back with a dark seal, and now has 5 stacks on that, so looking pretty good. Zion is going to take those void grubs though, so there's some sort of trade coming in, but 3 for nothing trade, and the dragon as well. So I mean, props to Phoenix Gaming. They knew how to take advantage of the champions that they have, and they have done so.
And that Dark Seal purchase coming out on value. This guy's gonna go for the Magi's, it looks like. Again, he got 2 kills, Kaka, which is great for him. It's a 3-4-0 at the end of the day, right? So they came out heavily on top. Kaisa gets the first blood, mind you. So she also starts getting to roll. And then, you were right, man. The scaling, the Smolder is not a champion you want to fight for, especially when he's level 5. He's no more useful than a minion right now. And you know what happened? Lissandra used her ultimate on the Jarvan, who just EQ'd out. And that entire CC was wasted. I think there was no synergy in that team fight, and then he just flashed to do that as well. I just didn't think it had any value. The tunneling on the Jarvan really was the downfall of that team fight, right, I would say. And now with 2 kills on the Echo, Mr. Q2 is just gonna keep queuing that wave over and over again. I think this is looking a bit difficult already for W, who was farming well up until that point and was doing fine in that lane. Now with 2 kills against his opponent laner, things are looking a bit difficult for him.
Yeah, I mean, when you pick so many scaling champions, as we say that the Shy Boy is here, uses his ultimate, they are going to kill this Smolder right now. And Black Thief does not have flash, so let's see if he does dismount and get inside his turret, but might end up dying, and so he does. Booyah, getting 2 more kills for himself, and the Shy Boy just great priority coming out from knowing.
Yeah, but this is what I don't like the Smolder ADC pick, right? You anyways can't have the high levels to get to where you are. You are playing a longer lane, makes you more susceptible to gank. You're not even playing an enchanter who can really save you. And then you just, you do. I've seen this. I've seen Potato play Smolder and seen this happen to him on so many occasions that I just feel he's tunneling onto a champion that is not going to work unless if the enemy team has brains, like Phoenix Gaming obviously does. They're just gonna go and gank him, man. And now he's flashless. The next Jarvan ult is just going to be another kill. Like it's just
100%. Yeah,
it's just difficult, man. And again, he's farming fine, he's doing well, but I feel like they could have been a Caitlyn pick, right? He knows, he's been known to play the Caitlyn. He plays Jhin, he plays other champions as well. So tunneling on the Smolder, especially when you're already scaling up, is just not the right pickup as well. And again, now the bot lane, we speak about how good the Potato Black Thief bot lane is. This time, unfortunately, due to the pick and Shy Boy's amazing gangs, and the fact that the horrible team fight that happened at Dragon Fight, right? I think Phoenix Gaming have now come out on top, and it's a very sizable, it's a 3,000 gold lead, Kaka, at just 10 minutes in the game.
Yeah, and most of it sits on the Kaisa and Echo in the mid lane. So both the carries getting the kills as well. So it's spelling trouble for Revenant Gaming already. And I do agree with you. The Smolder does not have the best laning phases, but I mean, he is not, it Kane in the jungle doesn't help at all in the early game, right? You just want to farm up, whereas the Jarvan can give up a few camps and just opt to gank these immobile AD carries. Although Smolder can use his E to get away, but I don't think that's a lot, especially when the Taric flashes on you with his W, right? So I think they are not being helped at all by the Kane pick coming in. Ezion is 0-1 and 0, has not done anything significant this game so far. Let's see if the gank in the top side works, but I mean, that's the Vladimir, man. Hydra uses his ultimate, uses the pool, and he is just so safe. And look at that, the cavalry is arriving towards the top side, but they are going to disengage. Meanwhile, Tariq has moved up towards the top lane. So I think this has been one of the biggest differences as well between Black Thief and Endrick, that Endrick
True.
is just very comfortable leaving his AD carry alone whenever he wants to, and especially now that the Kaisa is 3-0 and 2, 110 CS. I don't think he has any trouble doing so. Knows he is not going to get
Yeah, and like
punished in the bot
again,
lane.
yep, against a Smolder, what can a Smolder even do in that fight? It's not even like you're playing something that can has a lot of
I mean,
damage
to
in
be
the
fair,
early
they
game.
weren't doing anything to him in the previous game as well when they were Kaisa and Rel in the bot lane, right? So
Yeah.
I think that's a good read that Endrick is able to, can move freely whenever he wants, and that's exactly what's happening.
This is where, again, the macro game, the rotations from Phoenix Gaming has just been so crisp at this point, right? Hendrik knows to follow his jungler, something we see a lot in professional play as well. Like, okay, the jungler support are always making plays, doing rotations.
Yeah.
For some reason, we know Black Team can do that too, but he is just sticking to the Smolder because he knows he has to, right? The moment the Smolder is alone in his lane, you know it's an inviting gank. It's just waiting for someone to gank him at
Yeah.
this point, right? And
Yeah, but
he has
one
no
more thing
option.
that we see as well in professional games, right, is you punish the opposite side, and that we haven't seen that from Azian at all. Just
True.
not trying to punish that AD carry who's left alone inside the turret. So I think that's a misplay coming out from him as well. Uh, he should be focusing more on killing the Kaisa right now, who has the shutdown bounty as well. Or even in the previous games when the AD carry is alone, even the Jin who was so immobile last game, even though Revenant Gaming won that game, I don't think he was punished as much as he could have been. And exactly same is happening again. PSG will pick up the second dragon as well, the Cloud Drake. So I mean, they're getting all the objectives that they want, and they are sitting very pretty in a goal lead as well.
Yep, definitely. That's a nearly a 3,000 goal lead, and it's growing well because the right champions have it. AD carry and the mid laner are
Yeah.
doing well. They even have bounties on them at this point. The second dragon also goes event, so things are going well. They managed to get the 3 void grubs also, so not a lot objectively taken. This Kane himself has just limited himself to farming, which Jarvan has been able to keep up with him in that as well, right? So Zion, I think this has been a bit of a draft if again. I don't want to say draft diff, but just the pickup that Kane has not yielded any material investments, and you can see the ultimate being used by the Lysandra to no avail because Echo just used his and he's back up in HP as well, and that's about the end of that gank or the end of that fight as well. And Jarvan is happy to take the Herald as well. There is absolutely no response coming out from Revenants right here. They are just Phoenix Gaming takes away all of their food and all of their objectives, and now they see a gank at the mid lane. Flash ends up being used. Finally, a play gets made as I speak about it, and Ezion gets a kill. Finally, capitalizing on the aggression that Q2 has been showing since game one, used for the gank and a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Black Thief, moving first from the bot lane as well, uses, the dismount to knock up the Echo. The Echo burned the flash as well, so this might turn into a very quick
First tower
first
also?
turret as well. Yeah, so great play coming out from the side of RVG, and they are going to get something out of it as well. But meanwhile, when we say that, the Shy Boy picking up the Rift Herald right there, and look at this. Zion, okay, again, Kane can just get out of there. Lissandra gets ulted here, though does not have the flash or ultimate to get out, and that's one more kill for the already fed Kaisa.
Yep, and this could potentially mean the Herald being used to get some pressure in the mid lane. I mean, the timing of that gank in the mid lane was quite favorable because they were able to get the first tower because of it as well. And yeah, Lysandra loses out, but she has TP. She should get back into lane without any issues, but ends up dying right here. There we go. The mid lane Herald is being used. There is no plating, so yeah, they'll get a tower, but they won't really get anything else out of it. But still, a mid lane trade, not bad. Eventually,
Yeah.
it evens out the kill that they received on the Echo. They might go
Yeah.
for another at this point, and Potato
Yeah,
Monster is in
I'm not
trouble,
too sure.
and yeah,
Potato's
that's is going to
dead,
be
yeah.
another kill from the Kaisa. Booyah's
But
unstoppable.
Lissandra's here, though she has the ultimate, so let's see if Booyah is going to
Yeah, but
lose his life for that.
yeah,
Tariq
I mean
seems to
he
have
will
gotten got
survive. The
there.
Tariq might not. They want to get a kill on Tariq. At least one kill will go back.
No,
But still,
meanwhile,
man,
the
the
Kaisa
Tariq
is
dying.
fighting the Kane
Yeah.
right there, but he is going to die. So one more kill. That's 6 for the Kaisa. And I mean, these guys in the bot lane are just making plays everywhere, right?
Please
Uh,
don't pick Smolder again, is what I would say, at least
or-
in the ADC lane. It's just like, it pains me to see this. Oh my lord, Zuko almost gets the dive onto the Hydra. Hydra should run
has the
away right
ultimate,
here.
might still be able to do it,
Oh, he
makes
misses
him
it. He
burn the
misses it.
flash.
He
So
misses it. It was close. I mean, he did get some HP
yeah,
back, mind you, but definitely, like, Zuko is doing fine in that lane, man. Like, as a Vladimir, it would be 15 CS, 16 CS ahead in that lane. I think he's doing his job well. It's just the team that is letting him down, and mostly this time it's the bot lane. The lane we least expected to put them down is actually putting them down right here. And also, as Iron did not have a great start of the game, they get the shutdown here and
yeah.
there, but just the macro gameplay
I
of
see.
PSG is just so much better.
When you pick on into Vladimir, you have already given up on the laning phase, right? You are playing the weak side. So I think Azan should have been focusing, his resources towards that bottom side of the map, trying to punish the Kaisa and the Taric. They do have a lot of CC in the bot lane as well, especially with the Rel. So I think that's a bit of a misplay from Azan in the jungle. Uh, I believe the Y was still open as well, so maybe could have picked that. Instead, goes for the Kane, and I really don't like this pick as much. Uh, and yeah, I mean, he should be helping this Molder get to those 2-3 items and get scaling, but that has not happened in this game so
Happened
far.
at all. Yeah, I mean, it's a 4,500 goal lead, which is already is a very sizable goal lead coming
It's
on the
significant,
side.
yeah.
It's definitely significant. And you also have the Vladimir scaling up, farming up, chilling. He is not yet entered team fight. Smolder's life just gets difficult at that point when you have everyone going in. Yes, there have been some positive moments, but look at this Kaisa. They need a shutdown of this Kaisa like right now, but they just don't know. Like they don't want to fight this. They can't. And they still are trying to. Let's see if they're successful or not. Here comes the Lissandra. That's a nice stun coming up from Taric as well. The ultimate from Jarvan is so perfectly
Look
timed.
at that
He will
combo.
tank all the damage at this point, but W would be in trouble yet again. Lissandra ends up going down. Here comes the Echo Ult. Completely annihilates RBG right here. Zuko doing what he can, still not enough. Yes, Potato Monster survives, but at what cost? The cost of the third dragon and a 4-0 in favor of Phoenix Gaming. This is looking so difficult right now for Revenants.
Yeah, and you see the value of the Taric pick, right? Saving the Jarvan from the onslaught. And look at the Jarvan ultimate right there, though. Like, you'll see right here, all of them are so clumped up. Taric stuns 2, EQ onto 2, ultimates, and gets 3 people in. And the poor Lissandra cannot finish the Kaisa right there. They even lose out on the dragon. So this was, I think this could be the game-defining play coming out from the side of
Yeah, I
Phoenix
mean,
Gaming.
the
And
Taric ult completely nullified the Smolder ult. It went through all of
yeah,
the people who were just invulnerable at that point. And again, Potato needs to realize, dude, like, if you can't pick the Kaisa, then you need to have an answer ready. Smolder was not it, especially into an assassin and a Jarvan at this point. And they need to be the carries, right? Like, this game, if there's anything at a loss, it's a 0-5 bot lane of a Potato Monster and Black Thief that have just not been able to live up to the potential. I think the mid lane was playing fine as it is. I think Asian's pick, again, draft, I would say this is a draft if at the end of the day, right? You're just not playing well. There's no agency in the jungle, and we've seen this in all the games. Whichever jungler had more ganking potential was able to make a bigger difference in these games, whether it was the Y in game 2 and now the Jarvan in game 3. And again, when you're playing a scaling champion, there's absolutely just, and the on can't come for every team fight. If you're relying on your CC, it's not that reliable in the first place. You just have the rel who can do things, and then you have the invulnerability coming in from Taric, which is going to be paired well with the Jarvan, as you just saw. The synergy on that timing was impeccable coming from Phoenix Gaming, right? So I don't see any world in which Revenant comes back
yeah,
for this half. I'm going to be very honest
yeah,
with you.
yeah,
This
yeah.
is looking like it's over.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they just drafted too many losing lanes, especially, with the counter picks. You pick Lissandra blind, and then you counter pick yourself with the on last pick. So that does not really bode well as well. I mean, they could have essentially countered all 3 lanes, right? The Smolder was picked into the Kaisa, knowing the Kaisa came in first, right? The first pick. So just drafting too many losing lanes and then picking Kane on top of that does not really help Revenant Gaming's cause, and they are paying for their mistakes right here. Look at the items that have come in for all of the champions from Phoenix Gaming. Vlad has 2 items, Jarvan has 2 items, Echo has 2 items as well. Kaisa will be on her third pretty soon, and even the Taric has his locket completed, has his tier stacking as well with the Merc Trade. So I mean, it's looking very bad for the side of Revenant Gaming, and I don't know how they come back into this game unless this goes on for the next 30 minutes and you do have that Smolder getting those tags, but it does not look like he will get there.
Yeah, I mean, it's an 8,000 goal lead at 20 minutes in the game. That is the definition of what we call a stomp right now. Smolder can farm all he wants. The game is not going to get to 40 minutes. As we've seen, PHE has a capability to end out games when they want to. They do want to go for the Baron eventually as well. But right now, they're happy stacking the 3 dragon. They're just 1 dragon away from a Hextech Soul, I think. If I'm
Yeah.
no, it's going to be. Is it Hextech Soul?
Yeah, it will be the Hextech Soul here. Correct.
So that's just going to be another fight happening. And again, this time the Vladimir gets caught but ends up getting the shutdown.
gets
Kane
shut
gets a
down.
kill back. Finally, some life, some
Jarvan might
solace
go
coming
down
out.
as well right
Yeah,
here.
Jarvan gets a goal. So 2-0 in favor of Revenants. And finally, a team fight we were all expecting is right here. Here comes the cavalry. Kaisa's in trouble. Has to finally run away. But the flash, the Smolder, finally gets more damage. One more auto attack is all he needs. And he will get
Oh, that's a
huge
big shutdown for Smolder.
700 goal shutdown. And Phoenix Gaming have thrown massively. I'm not sure what their objective was. All the flashes were blown from the side of RVG to get those kills, but a very, very pivotal kill coming over Smolder, getting the 700 goal shutdown. This is some breath of life, coming in the side of RVG, something we didn't expect, but apparently has happened. We should probably have a replay of seeing what happened, but Vladimir was caught out right there, Kaka.
Yeah, Vlad gets caught, is not even able to use his flash right there. So EQ misses from Jarvan initially, and just look at that. Vladimir gets frozen tuned by the Lissandra, gets burned down. Kane finishes that kill, and the Jarvan again has his ultimate and flash up, so he did not really do anything in this team fight. Besides placing that flag, and that's how it went south for the side of Phoenix Gaming. The Vlad and
the picture in picture,
Jarvan
you're seeing
just
a
dying.
Baron
Picture
play
in
coming out.
picture.
This is a bit of a Hail Mary coming out from Revenants here. Let's see if they're able to spot it. Oh, this
No,
is
it's from the
excellent.
side of Phoenix Gaming, yeah.
Oh,
so
Phoenix-
I think
Phoenix
that
Gaming
should be
means-
free.
Yeah.
But again, I do not agree with this trade as much because the dragon is up. So you ideally want to secure that soul first instead of trading it for Baron. And I do believe Phoenix Gaming are at least were in a very commanding position to secure both these objectives. But
I think they just got worried that, oh my god, we're losing team fight, let's just get Baron, which is a safer play, but not necessarily the right play, because they still have a very strong team fight, and if they're able to fight the right way through front to back and to jumping on the Smolder, they should be able to make things happen. Having said that, I think they just made the safer call. It's not the wrong call, it's just not the most optimal call, because they could have gotten Soul right here. But now with Echo on the sidelines, Kaka, I think this is probably going to be closer towards
look
the
at
end.
that
And look at the damage. Oh my god, one more auto attack, he will die to the minions.
Oh.
One more auto attack. Oh, he survives. That was so close. He was more than 35 HP. And Hydra has to be very careful. I think Zuko, trying to do what he can at this point. The Vladimir is running around having fun with that on.
Yeah,
and
I
again,
think in these exchanges, I think W has to ult himself instead of ulting the Echo so that he can heal as well and deny a lot of damage. But in the bot lane, Vladimir is going to get caught again. Azine is here. Let's see if Hydra can get out. I don't think he should be in too much trouble right here. Has the flash as well, but is choosing not to use it. Does use it finally and gets out.
what is
lot
Phoenix Gaming
invested
getting in
from
return
the
for
side
it,
of
though?
Revenant Gaming though.
Yeah, I'm
I
right.
mean, they might get a few kills right here.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't opt for the tower, so now they're opting for the kills, which is great. They get one kill. Can they get one more? No. They don't get anything else, though, Kaka. I think they could have potentially...
They might get this bot turret right here, and look at the wave crashing in the top lane as well. So they are, the Revenant Gaming are being denied a lot of farm towards that top side. Vladimir will TP right there and take the turret as
That's
well.
a good call. Yep. They get the top lane inhibitor as well, so that
Yeah.
gets broken down, and also they'll have a push again on the bot side. They'll continue doing a 1-4 push. This is exactly what you want. You want pressure on another lane as well. This should mean at least one more inhibitor tower going down. They've gotten the top inhibitor tower already, I think, and now Smolder is there, but it's just not enough. They get the inhibitor to boot as well, and now Hydra. Oh god,
That's a misclick.
Yeah, I think he thought something was going to happen, but it's just not enough. And they lose the top lane inhibitor tower, and they still have the bot lane inhibitor tower that is up. They haven't, or they have lost it. I can't see for sure. I think it's still up.
It is up, but look at the items that have just come out for the Echo. Completes his Revenant's death cap right here. So, I mean, the Smolder will be very lucky to survive these team fights from now on. Hydra right here playing beautifully, kiting everything that he can, but will end up dying to Potato Monster. So the Potato Monster is getting those kills, has a pretty good farm as well, has the 225 stacks as well, but I think this might just be too little
A
too
bit too
late
late.
for him at
Yeah,
this
yeah,
point.
agreed. Like with how fed the Echo is, there's no Zonya, of course, on the Smolder yet, and it's just a matter of time before Phoenix even let's say, guys, let's just focus the Smolder. And the moment they do that, I think they'll 100% kill him. At this point, they're giving away stray kills. They got the inhibitor tower. They got extended the goal lead back to 10k. It had gone down to 6k after the 3-4-1 that they lost out there, but now I think they're
Yeah.
slowly getting back up. 2 minutes to go before the Hextech Soul comes into the game, which will make life a lot more difficult for Revenants at this point, right? I
Oh,
mean,
100%.
they are relying on scaling. Yes, on ornaments have started to come in. You already see smolders being upgraded already. The junglers also has been upgraded at this point, but it's just how much can they really do at this point? I feel like Red Cane will have to tank a lot, but in terms of damage output, I feel like damage is severely lacking unless the smolder just goes crazy on a rampage. But like
And
Lissandra damage is not enough. I don't know.
it's too much on the shoulder of that poor small dragon right there. He has to pop off, and how to make this game I mean, just to try to win this game or team fights right here, especially against that Fed Echo who can jump into the back line along with the Kaisa and Vladimir. So I think it's just going to be really hard
Echo is not even
for
built as
Potato
Zonya
Monster
yet.
to be
He's on full
relevant.
damage. Or you see another fight happening. Schreiber could be in trouble. Here comes Endrick. He's also going to be in trouble. They
Black
are
Thief
looking
is
to a
in
fight,
trouble
however.
here.
It's a bit scattered. On ult does not really get used at this point. Here comes the Tarical, ends up again blocking the Smolder ultimate right here. And they will get the
Smolder's dead.
Potato Monster. We spoke about this. Kaisa goes in. So
Yeah, I
does
think
the
this is
Echo.
game.
They get 3 kills. They get 4 kills. Oh my lord. Please, this game has just been a little bit of a draft diff, I would say. I don't like the smolder at all, and the Kane also is not doing enough. And at this point, giving a free Vladimir lane, just losing out on the 2v2 completely, not having any synergies, and Phoenix Gaming definitely the more coherent of the two teams now take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 series. Kaka.
Yeah, and two really one-sided games from the side of Phoenix Gaming. Even in this one, I think in the last team fight, Revenant Gaming layered their CC, layered their ultimates perfectly, but then Tarek pressed R beautifully, and the timing was so great that everything that they did, it did not matter at all. So Phoenix Gaming looking really strong again in this game 3. As they did in game 1, and Revenant Gaming now have a mountain to climb if they want to come back and win this championship, because 2 games in a row against such a well-drilled team, it's going to be really hard.
It's looking difficult, I'll be very honest with you. It's not looking good for Revenants right here. This was a storm of the higher degree as well, and this time it was actually the bot lane who collapsed, right? Something that we have not seen. Like, we were hoping the bot lane will be the main thing, but as you can see from the crucial moments of the game, starting from the first fight itself, right? Like that jungle gank. Again, the Jarvan ends up getting ulted outside the base. Suddenly, the Echo Stun lands on people. Kaisa rotates first. Molders, Manaless at level 5, trying to auto attack to no avail at this point. Black Thief has to flash out, and still it is not going to be enough. Echo gets another kill for himself, and at the 3-4-0 at this point itself is such a big snowball, right? You completely eliminated that lane. And then the flash gank again. The commitment being thrown on that Smolder at this point. Potato Monster could just not do anything on that champion. And when you rely on so much scaling, but the early game goes so terribly bad for you, this does not bode well for you at all. And when you have Zuko, a guy who plays really well, have you just put him on duty? The guy can carry for you as he's shown in game 2. Like, you've just made him play on for God knows what. He could have maybe tried something else. It just didn't work out for them.
You could have just picked the Renekton again. I mean, I wouldn't mind
could
seeing
have.
that.
Exactly. And then slowly but steadily, like you said, Kaka, like these team fights just started crumbling. The goal it kept increasing. Smolder kept dying. Kaisa kept killing. Booyah kept dominating. It's just one after the other snowball effect happened. This was such a beautiful engage on the Javelin, followed by the invulnerability from the Taric that rendered the Smolder ult useless. Get the kills on everybody else. The Echo ult as well. Insane amount of damage to get the kill onto the Kane as well. It was just sensationally well played also from PNG. I want to give them a lot of kudos for knowing how to play out the team fights well. This was a big hiccup from them, however. The Jarvan did not use a lot in this team fight, and then the Vladimir just got caught out. CC2 ultimately his death as well. The ultimate from Tariq was used, but they just caught one after. They didn't really play a proper front to back right here, and you thought for a second maybe is this the comeback, but it wasn't really. This was just like a one-off from PAG right here, and then they decided, they got a big shutdown on Smolder. You thought there's hope, but there wasn't really, man. When, as you can see in the last fight that will happen, it was just over right there. Then the trade for the Baron, which allowed them to get the top lane inhibitor. This has just been a very, very immaculate performance from PSG right here. They have definitely shown that they are a force to be reckoned with. The kill back on to Zuko. They were chasing the Vladimir to no end. Again, why chase a Vladimir for so much? You don't even have the damage. And again, this time Vladimir chose to die on E4, but look at the amount of time it took for him to die. He still tanked so much damage. It didn't matter if the kill went over. And this is the pivotal fight. Just have a look at the Kai'Sa and Echo, right? When they see the Smolder, they just go after him right there. Potato Monster can't do anything at this point. The Jarvan ult goes on to him, followed by the Echo damage. The Slade by the Kai'Sa right, and that's just about GG right here. Smolder, this didn't work out for them at this point, and this is a 28-minute absolute storm, Kaka. What do you have to say about this game, man? This is pinnacle performance.
I think Revenant Gaming had, I think this is a mismatch or what it looks like. I think that game 2 was a hiccup from the side of Phoenix Gaming. That's how I feel about this anyway. In terms of macro, Phoenix have been the better team in all 3 games, I would say, even though they lost game 2. And in terms of drafting as well, right, even though they picked the Echo into the Lissandra, it did not matter as much, because if the team which has the Kayn and Smolder is going to contest that early dragon, then there's not much to do for the side of Phoenix Gaming. They just accepted that they are going to win this game by snowballing, and some really poor decisions from Revenant Gaming coming in, especially in the early game, knowing they have the Smolder, knowing they have the Kayn and on to scale up into the late game. So poor decision making, but from the side of Phoenix, like, they look really strong in macro, in draft, and individual play as well, and especially as a team they look very well drilled. So I think it's just a mismatch now. That's what it feels like, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. This game has just not it's been a complete masterclass from PH, right? And you can see in the match summary as well, right? 10 towers to 1, 3 drakes. The only drake that they gave up was to trade for the Baron, and they got the Rift Herald as well. They were able to stop RVG from getting all the Void Grubs. The rotations from support were immaculate. They could leave Kai'Sa alone, and Tariq could go and help out his Jarvan as well. 28-minute banger, I would say. Not even a banger, more of a stomp at this point. PSG happily leading 18 kills, just 6 deaths at this point. 13,000 goal lead before the game even ended out, right? So just absolutely,
and all of that in 28 minutes, by the way. So if this game went on for like 2-3 minutes more, they would have secured the soul as well eventually. Just quickly looking at the damage graph as well, I think Kai'Sa and Echo should be right up there in this game. And look at the Kai'Sa damage, 21k damage dealt in this game. Zuko did really well for himself, 17k damage, but it was against the Vlad, right? He just kept on spamming that Q. And for the side of Kayn,
against each other.
yeah, exactly that. And Ezain on that Kayn did not look convincing at all. So I think they will go back to the drawing board. Maybe if they get the blue side, prioritize that Kai'Sa pickup. The Renekton looked really strong for both teams, so I'm pretty surprised that it did not get picked in game 3 for whatever reason. But a lot to change for the side of Revenant Gaming if they do want to come back in this series, which now it looks very unlikely because Phoenix is looking really good.
Yep, and then we have to talk about the MVP of the game, Kaka. Take it over. It is none other than our...
It has to be Tariq.
Tariq, yeah. Dude,
I
have to say,
this might
man,
be surprising.
Yeah.
This might be surprising for a lot of people, but I think he was excellent in this game, denying all of the damage that came from the side of Revenant Gaming by using his ultimate perfectly. And even in the laning phase, enabling the Jarvan to come in, enabling the Kai'Sa to get all those kills. So Endrick has looked really good in all 3 games, but this one especially, he was one of the big reasons that they won.
Absolutely. I mean, just from the flash stun onto the smoldering lane to the beautiful timing of the Jarvan Gnarls, I think I've seen Taric being played by Sri Lanka a lot. Way back when PNX used to play, Taric was also on supports. I think they used to play a lot. So coming out with the Sri Lankan special right here was a Taric, but a beautiful performance coming out from Hendrik. I think Hendrik has really stepped up quite a lot. We spoke about how good Black Thief is in the whole tournament, but dude, Hendrik 100% has matched up and even sort of like outroted him in a lot of ways and
matched up and more, I would say. Like he has done pretty well against Black Team.
Exactly. So it's really nice to see that, and now we are 2-1 in the series, guys. It looks like PA Phoenix might have this game in the bag, this in the bag, but we don't know what could happen. Maybe some draft changes from the side of Revenants could see us going to a game 5 with Silver Scraves, but don't go anywhere for now, because on the other side we have game 4 of the finals. See you guys then.
If you wanna be a millionaire, your own form of superhero, have matters in your own hands and get away from all the zeros. Will you listen to the plan and all that it demands? Well, here's your chance. Focus on the good things, nothing on the bad. Forget all your needs, focus on the task. Now are you ready for it? Now are you ready? For a superhero, have a house in a center square and hear your name when the wind blows. Will you listen to the plan and all that it demands? I say again, focus on the good things, nothing on the bad. Forget all your needs, focus on the task. Now are you ready for it? Now are you ready for it? Maybe you should pass. Well, look down at yourself. Show them what you have. Now, are you ready for it? Now, are you ready for it?
Spotlight, hot nights, glow red in the stoplight. I slay, big swerve, big will, rich taste. I serve, line up for the looks that kill. So rich it can make you ill. Don't choke on the diamond pill. Cheap lines, get a gag like ew. Go fetch, black collar, mad cash, high dollar. Just watch, don't follow, no smoke, get higher. Bad chicks at the world on fire. Bow down to the golden strand. Get in line, I'm in high demand. Come close, yeah, I'll use what I can when I can. I will rate with a 1 to a 10. I will call if I want it again. Spotlight, hot nights, glow red in the stoplight. I slay, big swerve, big will, rich taste. I serve, line up for the looks that kill. So rich it can make you ill. Don't choke on the diamond pill. Cheap lines, get a gag like ew. Go fetch, black collar, mad cash, high dollar. Just watch, don't follow, no smoke, get higher. Bad chicks at the world on fire. Bow down to the golden strand. Get in line, I'm in high demand. Come close, yeah, I'll use what I can when I can. I will rate with a 1 to a 10. I will call if I want it again. Shadows are calling. The curtain is drawn. How far we have fallen. I'm out on the run. Live in the violence. Die by the sword. Deep in the fire. That's where darkness is born. Haunting my dreams. I see the signs. The darkness arise. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all. We swore on our honor, and the light turned to black. We fight to the ending. There's no turning back. Live in the violence. Die by the sword. Deep in the fires. That's where darkness is born. Haunting my dreams. I see the sign. Let darkness arise. I watch it all fall. I watch it all fall. I watch it all. I watch it all fall. Haunting my dreams. I see the signs. Let darkness arise. I watch it all. I watch it all fall.
Yeah. Hey.
Guys, we are back with the iFlicks Community Clash, Crucial by Micron Presents, powered by Zodiac Gaming, and this is the grand finals, guys, and it is 2-1 in favor of Phoenix Gaming right now. It's me, Madness, alongside Kaka, and Kaka, you casted that last match. What are your expectations for this fourth game?
I mean, I think Phoenix just looks way too good. Too strong for Revenant Gaming, although they did win one of the matches, right? The second game, but I don't think that was enough. And I really favor Phoenix Gaming coming into this fourth match. And I really think they will be taking the championship home.
Yeah, they definitely did seem very dominant there. Maybe a bit of mismatch in the drafts for Revenant on that side, not playing to their true potential essentially. But yeah, Phoenix Gaming did dominate pretty well in that game. It's been 1-1 and then 1. That's how it's been going this series. Phoenix game won first game, Revenants won second, Phoenix game another comeback. So if you follow the pattern, Revenant should be winning this game, but it looks like an uphill battle for them because they have to win 2 games in a row to win here, while Phoenix game only needs 1 to secure them champions of the iFlicks Community Clash. And with that, we're heading into the champion selection.
Yeah, and now the Kaisa is such a high priority pick for both these teams. So let's see if that ends up getting banned pretty soon. The Echo ban will come out, so that is the different from what we have seen in the previous 3 games. Of course, Q2 looking really good on that Echo last game. The Akali ban as well towards him, so he is getting targeted pretty heavily right here. But I don't think it's going to matter as much. I feel like Q2 has a good enough champion pool to tank all these bans and still pick up something that he feels very comfortable on.
Yeah, definitely. With that being said, Phoenix Gaming targeting Potato a bit with that Tristana ban over there. We know that Potato loves playing this Tristana, and it will be essential to see what he does. They do have first pick, so maybe he chooses to pick up that Kaiser if the Kaiser does not get banned by Phoenix Gaming as the third pick. The Jinx getting banned out by Revenants in this side, and this Viego has always been banned
Yeah.
from the. And we were talking about that, the Kaiser does come in as that third ban for Phoenix Gaming. So will we see Potato on the Smolder, or will he try to pick
I
up a different
think
ADC?
we might end up seeing Jarvan first pick here. I wouldn't be too surprised if that happens. I don't think there are any more high priority champions shared between these two teams right here. So let's see what the first pick is going to be right here, and the Jarvan
And
does
that's
get
the
locked
problem.
in. So as we spoke about, for the side of Phoenix Gaming, now that there are so many AD carry bans, I think the Caitlyn makes a lot of sense. Let's see if they do decide on picking that up. Uh, but for the jungle pickup, I think the Zyra is left open again, right? And the Shy Boy played really well in that first game, so that should come in as well pretty soon. Let's see what they decide to lock in. The Vayne will come in. That is surprising. You don't really see a lot of blind pick Vaynes coming out. Does not have the greatest of laning phases. So Revenants will be feeling like they will get the better matchup in the bot lane at least.
Yeah, but also that Vayne can be a bit of a flex pick, right, for the top lane side as well. We have seen it a couple of times, but don't know what they're doing. And as Hendrik did play a phenomenal Tarek last game, that Tarek is being locked in again, once again, for himself. So get to see more of him on that champion. That's lovely to see. He was the MVP of the last game, if you guys did not see that one. So can't wait to see his performance on this. But do you think this is going to be a Vayne Tarek bot lane? And then what do you think should be like the counter picks for Revenant, Kaga?
I think that's a Vayne Tarek bot lane 100%. And for the side of Revenants, I think they should look to pick up something like a Seraphine or a Lulu or any of these enchanter slash caster supports to push both these low range champions out of the lane as much as they can. The Syndra gets locked in for W. I mean, Syndra blind is really good right now, so I really like that pickup, and I like what I'm seeing from Revenant so far. The Kog'Maw will come in, so that will warrant a Lulu ban at least from the side of Phoenix Gaming. So let's see what happens there. And for Q2, let's see if he decides to lock in his champion right now. The Silas is up. It is a good matchup into the Syndra. Wouldn't be surprised to see that come in.
Yeah, and he definitely plays a really phenomenal Silas. The one match I saw him play, he completely dominated his lane. He went all in, but it's the lock in of the Cassidin for him. I haven't seen him on this champion, but it'll do pretty well onto the Kog'Maw that he can just jump on Kog'Maw directly if there is no support for him that side. But that being said, that Lulu does get banned out by Phoenix Gaming, as you predicted will be happening. Kog'Maw and that Lulu would have been too much of a deadly combo in that bot side. But what kind of bans do you think Revenant will be aiming for this phase 2 side for the top lane?
I think something like I mean, they should look to ban the Zyra and Brand both right now against the Jarvan. And I have to say the Cassidin pick does come in, but has a really poor laning phase against the Syndra. And we spoke about it in the last game as well, that Revenants had drafted 2 to 3 laning, the losing lanes for themselves in the Smolder as well. And something similar is happening for the side of Phoenix Gaming right now, where they have picked up the Cassidin, who pre-6 is not even a champion, honestly, and after level 6 can have that dash to get out of fights, but will not have the strongest priority. So they are giving a priority in the mid lane at least. We've yet to see the bot lane picks, but Kog'Maw does outrange the Vayne. So the Shy Boy will have to play the early game very carefully to not overextend, as we saw from the side of Azan coming in the last game.
Yeah, the Shy Boy Zyra does also come out as a ban. Mord also banned for Zuko in that top lane side. Sorry, for Hydra in the top lane side. So it looks like they're hovering the Wukong right now, and it's yet to see if it gets locked in. But honestly, they will be having to get a counter pick as the last pick for Phoenix Gaming in this draft pick. So that's going to be interesting what they choose. And this Wukong, do you think this is jungle or top, Kaka?
That's 100% going into the jungle role. Wukong jungle is pretty strong. I mean, really good pick against the Syndra and Kog'Maw as well. Both of them are so immobile. You can, get into the back line with the Wukong and knock them up as well. So I like the Wukong pick coming in. Looks like we are going to get a Maokai support from the side of Revenants against the Taric. I would have much preferred something like a Braum if you were going for a melee champion. And again, speaking of the range champions, the Nami, the Seraphine, all these champions would have been much better. But Maokai does bring a lot of point click CC and a lot of team fighting CC as well, so don't really mind that as much. The Nar will get logged in for the side of Revenants. A really good blind pick, although again, I don't know why Zuko is not playing that Renekton, because it was so strong in that game too. He was the MVP of that game. Same for the side of Phoenix Gaming. Like, these guys have just forgotten about that champion after those 2 games. So that is kind of a miss from both these sides. But the Aatrox comes in the top lane. Not the worst matchup into the Nard. Expect a lot of farming going on in the top side of the map.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of farming there, and honestly, I think it's a bit of a puzzling why this Renekton has not been locked in from either side at this point. Zuko could have maybe blind picked that Renekton for himself. Honestly, Renekton is one of the best blind picks around at this point, and they have been showing that they were really good on that champion. Both those Renektons were MVPs in their respective games. So that being said, it's going to be interesting how they go into this matchup. I haven't seen Q2 on Kassadin before, but hopefully he does survive his laning phase pretty well against the Syndra that does outrange him quite a bit in the beginning before he's level 6, and hopefully goes for some early roams, which gives some priority over there. That being said, Potato Monster on this Kog'Maw could be a beast, given that he has so much of a front line to help him out, so much CC from their side that will protect this little Kog'Maw over there so that he can be free hitting from behind. Other than that, which side do you prefer in this draft, Karan?
I mean, the drafts, do matter a lot, and I like what Revenants have drafted. Purely based on the early game priority that's going to come out from the side of the way Kog'Maw, the Syndra as well in the mid lane, and in the top side as well, Nar can shove the Aatrox in pretty early on. So just on the basis of that, even the late game, I think Revenants have a good draft, but it will all come down to the gameplay as well, right? And Phoenix Gaming has been phenomenal in the games that they have won. Both the games were not even close, outdoing Revenants in macro and micro as well. So I do favor Revenants in the draft at least, but Phoenix Gaming has looked the better team overall in the last 3 games.
Yeah, definitely. And we can't forget, Endrick is again back on his Taric, right? So that could also be a game changer in the sense how much damage or CC that he is being able to block for his team. If he ults at the correct time, he's going to provide a lot of safety for this Vayne. And also, given that being said, Phoenix Gaming do have good team fighting potential when they go for fights. They do have a bit lesser on the CC right now. That Wukong ultimate does come in huge for ganks as well as for later on team fights. That being said, I'm very interested to see what this Vayne will be doing as an ADC, because nowadays we don't see much of Vayne as ADC that much in competitive. We usually go for other kind of champions at that time, but there were a lot of ADC targeted bans, so maybe this is what is left in Booyah's champion pool at this moment. I don't see
they
how
are feeling
Revenants can
themselves
honestly.
as well, right?
Yeah,
they're feeling
they're
themselves
definitely.
as well. They are riding the high from winning the game 3 in such a spectacular fashion. So don't really mind them playing all these champions, their favorite champions, to say the least. The Vayne can always be an ADC's favorite champion. I mean, who doesn't like playing Vayne, right? So all these champions that have come in the late game, they will be pretty strong. For the side of Revenants Gaming, I would have just like to see the Braum come out instead of Maokai. You have 4 melee champions on the side of Phoenix Gaming and a Vayne, so they are a pretty short range composition, and Braum would be so great to protect the Kog'Maw as well. So I'm not too sure why that wasn't picked. Maybe Uh, Black Thief doesn't play that champion, but I wouldn't buy that as well. So I think that there have been some hiccups in the drafting phase for both these sides. But when it comes to gameplay, I think Phoenix Gaming has looked really good, as I keep saying. So, and that's what it comes down to anyway, right? So let's see what happens in this
Yeah.
game four. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, it's game four, right? It's two games for
Yeah.
Phoenix Gaming, one for Revenants. So Phoenix Gaming don't have that much to lose compared to Revenants, right? If Revenants loses, they are out. Phoenix Gaming will be our champions. That being said, Phoenix Gaming have to maybe want to nip this in the bud, end it right here. Don't want to maybe deal with fatigue going into game five, essentially. But yeah, they have picked more of their favorite champions than an overall team fighting comp, essentially. But this Vayne, if it's played magnificently, can be a huge factor in these upcoming fights. And as we know, Endrick on that Tarek will be providing a lot of protection. Can't wait to see this game going on. And as you said, Phoenix Gaming do have the momentum. Won their last game pretty well, pretty much dominating in a
Very
fashion that you
convincingly,
don't
yeah.
see. You don't see usually in a grand finals like this. Remus is a bit of TOK in that matter of how dominating this was, but cannot wait for this last game. Game four of this series, guys. And this is do or die for Revenants Gaming. If they lose, they are out. That being said, Kaka, what do you think about this early placements? I don't see any invades coming. It seems more of a standard practice all around.
Yeah, and as you said, potentially the last game of this tournament, and we will have new champions coming in. Whether it is going to be Revenant Gaming or Phoenix Gaming, we will see after this game what happens. And I'm just very excited for this game four. And as you said, no early shenanigans. But here, Resign is going to get some vision down on the side of Phoenix Gaming to see where the Wukong is starting. They get the information that the that the monkey will be starting towards the bot side of the map, and here we go, game four.
Game four, yeah. It looks like Endrick is sitting in that middle bush. Potentially going to be going for something spicy over there, but I don't think they can do anything because Kog'Maw and Black Thief won't be for the leash. The Jarvan is starting top side. But again, I don't like this that the Gnar has to come down to leash. He loses a bit of prior in that top
Yeah,
wave, as we've said
we
before,
spoke
right?
about this in length yesterday, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely we don't see life. But look at this, already a brawl in the bot side. Potato below 50% HP already. And a great start for the side of Phoenix Gaming in the bot lane. We are putting a bunch of damage on him and they will be hitting level 2 earlier on. So if he gets those silver bolts out, he will be looking for maybe an all-in with Endrick with the stun.
Yeah, 100%. And just, Potato Monster has to blow his health pot very early into this laning phase right here. So obviously that does not look too good for him. Booyah having a dream start, gets all 12 minions from the first two waves, will hit level 2 first as well. And they are looking again very strong in this bot side of the map already.
Yeah, definitely, and they've created a bunch of pressure. And again, because of the Gnar leashing for his Jarvan there in the top side, he's a bit behind top wave. He hit the level 2 a bit too late, gives Aatrox some priority. He's putting the wave in. He is a level behind right now, not essentially, but that Aatrox did hit level 3 earlier on. The Jarvan is towards the bot side, and Booyah and Endrick are a bit kind of pushed in. They are picking for Jarvan to come here for maybe a gang, so that will be interesting to see. There is a ward in that try push over there, so if Jarvan walks over there, they will find out and they will be able to back off in time. Jarvan instead choosing to maybe go through the river to maybe get that late gank all the way around so they can't even see him coming.
Yeah, he is looking to wrap around. Has skipped his golems actually to get this gank going towards the bot side. Will end up not doing anything with all the time that he has spent towards that bot side. The waves does get crashed in, but look at the Vayne CS. She's looking very comfortable in this laning phase already.
Yeah, definitely. And they backed off just in time before anything. They're recognizing there might be a dive potential on them. A gank might be coming in. Zuko a bit caught out. Excellent jump over Hydra, but does lose a lot of HP. Hydra winning the trade heavily in his favor over there. And this Gnar has fallen behind quite a bit, especially in HP and a bit in CS at this point. Wukong is a bit ahead of Jarvan because Jarvan did waste time trying to go for that gank that did not materialize into anything, didn't even show himself. Essentially, got a deeper ward in. That's all that he could do there. He is around one camp behind the Wukong right now, and Wukong will have priority going towards this dragon side because the Jarvan Jarvan is heading towards the top side right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get his respawn camps right there. The Gromp does come in. Zuko, taking the bad end of the trade, has to go back, TP's back into the lane with the cloth armor and boots of speed. Not much happening on the map right now, exactly. Just that Wukong is slightly ahead in terms of gold. In the top lane again, Hydra trading very aggressively, will not connect any of his Qs though this time around. And Zuko gets pulled back in with the W then.
Yeah, and he's already back to half HP. He has to burn his health pot right now. And Hydra does have TP advantage, mind you. You can go for these kind of aggressive trades and then just TP back to lane and then take it over from there if he chooses to. But I don't think he'll even need to be doing that at this point that he's at. Both the Wukong Jarvan back. Jarvan does get double long swords. Wukong gets a long sword and a ruby health crystal. So a bit difference in their build right now, and Wukong is still above in CS, given Jarvan did waste a bit of early time. But it's main about this bot lane, right? This Vayne is getting free farm, like she's not being pressured at all. She'll have an advantage going on later. She does scale a lot. Plus, Kog'Maw does also scale back into her, so that'll be interesting to see. She is about above around 3 to 4 CS. The back getting cancelled a bit over there. Nothing else. It's just been quiet map compared to the other games that have been going on right now. Just a bit of trading all around. CS
Yeah,
is looking pretty
W
balanced also.
being very greedy here to get that can. I am not too sure how Syndra is not winning this lane pretty handily. Maybe he does not have the experience of playing this matchup. Does find himself 4 CS behind against the Cassidon, which is quite unacceptable because the Syndra does have like one of the strongest laning phases in the mid lane. Meanwhile, they did have a lot of priority in the bot side of the map. So, Chemtech Dragon will be picked up from the side of Azayan, and not before Wukong starts his own grubs pretty soon. In the top side again, Zuko had to go back while Hydra has not even gone back even once so far. Has a very stacked up wave as well, so I don't think there will be any sort of contest coming out from the side of Revenant Gaming on those void grubs.
Yeah, definitely. And Wukong's already going to work on it. But look at this. Syndra and Jarvan are walking up to it while Aatrox is heading down from the top side. Cassidon also maybe following up over here.
Yeah, the
Syndra
Taric
and
is moving
the
as well,
Jarvan
as you can
reconnect.
see on the map. Both the
Yeah,
supports
but I
are
think
going to come
he's
down for this.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. They
Yeah.
recognize that there's too much there. They cannot actually even challenge for it. So it's basically what you see, a standard trade of the dragon in the bot side for the grubs over here right now for the side of Phoenix Gaming. They do love getting these grubs early on, which is always, in my opinion, the better one what you can go for. The Drake that you got was a chem tech after all, not that worthy, but Q2 going a bit aggressive here on W, getting a good trade in on him. And Shaiba coming around from the corner, forcing a flash out of the Syndra. I do not think that was necessary overall. I don't think Shaiba was going for more than a bit of chunk damage on him.
Yeah, I think W would have survived even if the shy boy used his ultimate there. But again, showing his respect, does not want to risk it at all. Uses his flash to get out of that situation. Meanwhile, we haven't seen any sort of kills coming in so far. But Phoenix do find themselves 400 to 500 gold ahead just because of how well they are farming in this game.
Yeah, true. And I think most likely that we're not seeing too many of kills in this game overall. Excellent trains coming in from the mid side is because this is such a high pressure situation, right? This is like basically what will probably determine who
Fight in
wins
the
this
top lane. I
entire
think Zuko
series.
could have traded, better there, but decides not to. Did turn into the Mega Nar right there. So had his ultimate available to him if he decided to use it, does not. And in the top lane, just a trade of ultimate from the side of Aatrox and Zuko's, Mega Nar form right there.
Ooh, a
Oh, the
nice
flash
flash
comes
in
in from
by
the
Shy
Wukong.
Boy. And
Oh, the shy boy ends up dying though. This might be a 2-for-1 for the side of W. So that worked out very well for him. Uses his unleashed power onto the shy boy, finishes him off under the turret, and Q2 will pay for the shy boy's sins as well. And a really great trade coming out for the side of W right there.
Yeah, and
In the
mind
top lane,
you
maybe
that
there's a solo kill
oh,
here.
Zuko might go in for it. The
Oh,
flash for the flash over there. Hydra just about staying alive. They're gonna have to back and come back to lane. But as we say, in that mid lane, Shyboy had come once before, burnt W's flash. He did not have flash when this flash engage from Shyboy came from the chickens. But we gotta hold that thought. Ezreal's coming in here a bit dangerously. Maokai ultimate channeled in. Plus the Tarek ultimate coming in just in time. Tarek is burned down dangerously low, but nothing else coming off it at that point. Just a trade of ultimates from both the supports at this way. But coming back to the mid lane fight, when Shaibo did come in, there was no flash on Syndra, but she still managed to outplay pretty well, and maybe a bit of a misinterpretation for what Shaibo could actually do over there. And so 2 for 1 in her favor when she had flash down. So an excellent work coming in for Revenants Gaming right now.
yeah. I mean, W had the scatter the weak available to him, so he pushed the Wukong towards the side and managed to survive there. In the bot lane, though, Azayan did have to burn his flash to get out of that sticky situation that happened right there. So he loses his flash for that. But again, it has been a pretty passive game so far. All the lanes have gone even. W rather now finding himself winning this matchup finally at 10 minutes. Again, those two kills have massively helped him.
Zuko does have ultimate here. He's blocking the path of Hydra from running away. He does turn Mega Anar, but there is no more further engagements from them. Both junglers are also here to shadow their top laners. As the fight stops over there, they're breaking down. But the pings are coming in. This Wukong is looking for maybe a gank on him. He does have his ultimate up, but Zuko's Mega Anar has just finished. And with that flag, they find out that Shaibo is close by. But look at this, Black Thief is also here for the party. Just because of that, he jumps on the clone, the Wukong clones, and just walks away from the fight. Nothing else coming off it, but they probably try to pick
Yeah,
up the
but we
grubs
are
over
going to
here.
see a team fight come pretty soon here. The Vayne has found herself into the top side of the map as well, and we just noticed that the Taric ultimate or the Maokai ultimates are not up. Flash onto W, who does not have flash available to him for a few seconds right there. Uses his ultimate onto Booyah, who will flash away from the Jarvan ultimate. And this is turning into a disaster for the side of Revenant Gaming. Let's see if they can turn it around. Maokai ultimate
Excellent
so big
ultimate.
right there, and the Kog'Maw gets double kill. May get more right here. Has the flash and barrier available to him. Zuko will be hitting his Mega Nar pretty soon, so this fight will go on for a bit right here, and Revenant Gaming might win this trade pretty soon. And 3 kills for the side of Potato Monster and Kog'Maw. He will have his items up pretty soon. That Blade of the Ruin King, and oh my God, what an exchange right there.
Definitely. It all started in from Endrick flashing, flash stunning the Syndra over there. Syndra was helpless, did not have flash at that point. They recognized that thing, but they did not back out after that kill. They still went for more, giving time for the Kog'Maw to come up for that fight. And as you'll see in this replay, that flash in Endrick on the Syndra. W doesn't have anything. He's exhausted, condemned against the wall. Aatrox coming in from that top side, pounding in on him. But the ball's doing nothing to Booyah over there. Booyah does survive. Booyah has nothing. But then this Maokai ultimate coming in. Kog'Maw's ultimate plus Maokai ultimate ending Tarek's life over there. Kassadin does manage to get over the wall, but does also give up his life as soon as he hits that side, hits that gray screen. And the continuous fights going over here. Zuko turns into Mega Nar, ults them against the wall. Aatrox is stunned, can't do anything. And the Wukong also just about gets away with his life. So an excellent turnaround from Revenants Gaming. All because that fight took a bit too long and gave time for the Kog'Maw to also reach that fight.
Yeah, and for the Syndra to use her unleashed power as well onto Booyah, who fell to almost 300 HP right there just off that one ultimate. So all in all, a 2-for-3 trade, but more importantly, all 3 kills going to that Kog'Maw in the bottom lane, who has completed his Blade of the Ruin King and Berserker's Greaves, and he is looking really strong right now.
Definitely looking strong. That champion is very scary normally, but now that you fed him so much early on into the game, he will be accelerating his item builds. He will be heading towards that path of destruction very fast, and that it's going to be hard for this Vayne and Tarek in the bot lane now against that Kog'Maw. He'll just keep on unleashing ults from afar, chunking them down a bit, and Q2 going down to half HP over here. And this top lane is coming back to another standstill, dead even in CS. The bot lane is about above in CS, about around 20, and the Kassadin in the mid lane about above around 3 to 4 CS. Jarvan again also about 1 CS above. So basically stands still even in CS except for that bot lane matchup right now in favor of Kog'Maw. Even after that roam, with all those kills, he still has the CS because when he went for that roam, the Vayne was already there. And looks like Revenant Gaming are going to be taking that Rift Herald.
Yeah, but in terms of priority, right? The Syndra will have priority against the Kassadin, and as we can see, keeps on shoving those waves in, enabling his jungler to get those objectives. So the Rift Herald will be picked up for the side of Revenant Gaming here, and let's see where just running ahead in CS right there. So I think this is looking like a very even matchup so far, just like we had in game 2. And we are not too sure who's going to take this one.
Definitely, and
Look at
Potato
the
Monster
Kog'Maw
showing.
poke though.
Look at him. Just because he had
Yeah.
acceleration over there, he is showing his dominance in the bot lane, pushing them back, even though they're 2v1 before the Maokai did show up in that fight. But overall, now the pace of the game has slowed down quite a bit again. That being said, Q2 does go in a bit for an aggressive trade on W, gets the better of that trade, chooses to back off over here. And we don't have any objectives to essentially fight over anymore right now. The Wukong is heading bot side right now. He might be looking to shadow this Jarvan, who's also towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and just looking at the items like Kassadin making that Malignance and now going for another Lost Chapter item in Seraph's Embrace, I think it would have been much better if he had gotten a Rod of Ages instead to be more tanky and to get that one extra level that Rod provides so you can get closer to your level 16, right? And here, great sweeper coming out from Black Thief. Susses out that monkey in the brush and they will be safe from the gank. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Zuko taking the wrong end of the trade again against Aatrox. But the farm difference is not too significant at all.
Yeah, definitely. And a great sweeper, honestly, by Black Thief. Great intuition there to sense that there's something fishy about that situation. Does manage to find out Wukong is there, essentially causing the Wukong to back away and waste a lot of time actually heading into that bush over there. As we talk about in the top lane, W is coming in here, does flash scatter, but misses Hydra overall. The ultimate
Just
is though
in
enough to give Hydra the gray screen. That was just a point and click ultimate at that point. The mechanics that should have been happening did not happen because the flash scatter did not actually hit Hydra. But anyway, he does still go down. He did have flash to burn, but I don't think he can get out of that situation
Yeah,
at that point.
yeah. I don't. As you were going to complete your sentence, right? That the point click are coming out from Syndra, does
Yep.
not really matter much. You can't flash away from that, and that's exactly what happened. Hydra accepting his fate right there, just dying, can't really do much against the Fed Syndra as it is right now. 3 kills for himself, is going to get his Storm Surge pretty soon as well. Meanwhile, the Shy Boy and Endrick invading towards the side of Revenant Gaming. The dragon is going to come up pretty soon, so that's why they are trying to establish some sort of vision in the bot side of the map. Just looking at the items again really quickly, Kog'Maw getting really close towards that Gwynsu's Rage Blade, while the Vayne seems like she's quite far away off from that item.
Yeah, definitely. And Kongma, the only one with a bounty on his head right now. Both top laners do have TP if they want to come in for this dragon fight that will happen here eventually. So that being said, we see both mid laners TPs are also down, so they will have to be focused towards this bot side of the map. Wukong quickly grabbing his red buff before maybe either ganking top side. Oh, he's probably going for his golems. Sees his golems are not there. Cheeky not actually going to be there, and now they're going to have to
He
work
is on the
towards this
wrong side
dragon
of the
side.
map actually, because the dragon is going to come up. So
Yeah,
maybe they are
exactly.
deciding on uh, pick against it, like they don't want to fight it at all. In the mid lane, Kassadin will have to burn his flash to get out of that Jarvan EQ combo, so that looks like a free dragon. for the side of Revenant Gaming unless Phoenix decide on contesting it. In the top lane, Zuko will hit his Mega Gnar, so he should be safe from any sort of damage coming out from Hydra right here. Has the Gnar ultimate
Definitely.
available to him, so let's see if that trade goes any further. Does not look like it will.
Yeah, and they, as you said, they've chosen to give up this dragon. They're not actually even contesting it, just maybe clearing some vision for later on if they want to walk in their own jungle side. But Shy Boy looking a bit aggressive over here, just getting one Q down on Black Thief, but that doesn't even maybe chunk too much out of him, nothing he can do. Zuko being forced to maybe back off here, but his back does get cancelled by Hydra, so gonna have to stay here. And you can see that Kassadin's in that bush nearby, so Zuko is falling back even further just to get that back away. But this Rift Herald has been summoned in the mid lane. That's a flash engage on the Syndra. I don't think you want to do that, Shy Boy.
Yeah, Shy Boy has, both his deaths have come down to that over aggressive play towards the Syndra, and yet again he is going to find himself staring at that gray screen right there. Meanwhile, Jarvan uses his ultimate and
Ooh.
finishes off the Kassadin right there. So huge misplay coming out from the Shy Boy and Q2 individually, and they will both give up 2 kills um, to the side of Revenant Gaming right here, and in the top side as well. Pretty smart from Zuko to just walk out of that lane, deciding against taking that extra wave. Does end up losing his turret, but at the cost of his life, right? So he saved his life for that, and now Revenant Gaming looks like they are going to come back into the series.
Yeah, definitely. And this Kog'Maw is also pretty fed still. Syndra also 4-2 and 1. Couple of misplays by Q2 and Shyboy. The Shyboy even committing his flash for that engage, so you won't be having that for the nearby team fights that will be coming up pretty much. But that being said, there is no dragon to fight towards right now. And that TP coming in from Kassadin, they're trying to maybe flag this Syndra and cut her off. Syndra does have her flash, but will she be able to get out of the? And then a counter TP in coming in from the Zuko himself, but it's a 3 versus 2 here in the bot side right now. I don't think you want this smoke right now, Zuko. Zuko is trying to just run away, having to burn the flash just to survive. And W does fall down in that fight. A lot of TPs being
Zuko has his
committed over
ultimate, and
here.
the sub cavalry is coming in right here. Maokai uses his ultimate right there. The Kog'Maw is pretty close. The Kassadin has no mana, so he has to go back. So this fight could extend further possibly. Let's see what happens. Condemn being used against the Gnar to just throw him out of the lane, and yeah, I mean, this Syndra pays for his life for extending so far up.
True, a lot of TPs also burned in that fight. The TP of Q2 being burned for the TP of Zuko, right? Hydra also maybe choosing to come in for the fight over there. Overall, favorable exchange for Phoenix Gaming, the side that was behind. Kog'Maw coming a bit too late to the party over there to do anything. By the time Phoenix Gaming do recognize they're getting a bit outnumbered over there, choose to smartly back off from the situation, not losing anything further in that scenario. And that being said, we're going back to another bit of slow pace, slow bit of farming all over around. The Kassadin is going top to match the wave over there. Hydra was a bit trying to be a bit sneaky over here, trying to maybe catch W off guard. W is pretty much aware of him standing there, does scatter him away to let him know, yes, bro, I know that you are standing right there.
Yeah, and the game will slow down for a bit, although Revenant Gaming do have a slight goal lead for themselves. Again, that's all towards that Kog'Maw in the bottom lane. Everyone else, completing their second items pretty soon. The Scatter the Weak is going to miss, but Hydra is in trouble here. Has the flash, so maybe can get out. Uses his ultimate, the Syndra ultimate, followed with the Jarvan ultimate, and that is going to be a very dead Aatrox right there, along with the tier 1 bottom turret. So beautiful play coming out from the side of Revenant Gaming in this game. They seem to have picked themselves up after what was a devastating loss in game 3, and they are doing pretty
Yeah,
well in this game now.
yeah, and this Vayne is pretty much useless at this point, right? Not enough items on her right now to actually be doing anything in team fights. Whereas you see in the Kog'Maw has completed the Bork, has completed the Rage Blade, is pretty much up ahead. This Kassadin also a bit different with his itemization and item build path. So a bit of a missteps by Phoenix Gaming all around from all members. So it looks like Revenant Gaming seems to be the better team right now on paper for what they're doing. The Dragon is also going to be coming up pretty soon, around 15 seconds time, and they have complete vision of the bottom right quadrant of the map. So even if the Phoenix Gaming does try to challenge this, they will be seen here. Shyboy is currently clearing out some wards over there, but there's even more wards that he has to clear. Endrick does come for some backup. They look like they want to challenge this pretty much. Zuko does not have TP for this fight, and all 5 members of Phoenix Gaming are nearby. So this might be a little deadly exchange for Revenant Gaming unless Zuko makes it here in time.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the blue orb on them to scout out for vision right here. The dragon will get started from the side of Phoenix Gaming. This could be a bit risky. I don't think they are so far ahead. Cassidon, look at him. He has the flank on this on the side of Revenants Gaming. So let's see how they deal with that pressure. The dragon is half HP now. Potato Monster alone is going to zone out the Cassidon from the fight right now. And Phoenix Gaming is just so split, but they will secure the dragon. Shy Boy getting that, and Potato Monster has been completely isolated, will get killed, but not before Wukong and Cassidon die themselves. Hydra doing whatever he can in this fight, but the Jarvan is running strong. Zuko jumping onto the Vayne, finishing her off as well, and this looks like it's going to be a complete ace for the side of Revenant Gaming, losing only 2 members in return.
Yeah, definitely. And you also keep in mind, even though they win out the team fights over here, the dragon was secured by Shy Boy just before that fight popped off. Maybe not necessary to go for that fight, especially since you've already gotten the dragon, but they think they were confident that they can lock down Potato Monster, which they did, but they were not expecting the rest of his team's damage to be coming out, and that's what essentially led to their demise of them being swept for that ace, and Potato Monster and only Black Thief going down in that fight.
Yeah, and I think Potato Monster was just left alone to deal with all these champions that were going to jump on him, the Wukong, the Cassidon, even the Aatrox. But it turned out to be just fine for the side of Revenant Gaming, although they would want to, in the coming fights, protect their Kog'Maw from all these champions who's going to jump into him. Because that is your AD carry right there, and he is so strong. Almost has 3 items completed right now. Azan as well will go back, will pick up those components. Uh, for the Frozen Heart has completed his Sundered Sky as well, so he is looking pretty strong as well so far. And this now we finally have some sort of significant goal lead in the game. Zuko versus Hydra in the bot lane again. I think Zuko is fine right here. Has his
There's a
Nar,
TP in by
uses his
W over here.
flash.
Excellent ult.
W is right
And
here.
that's Hydra going down. W does come in with the ult. Maybe not necessary, but does confirm everything for his team over there. And it looks like Jarvan's clearing out these wars towards the
Yeah, and I
Baron
think
side.
that
Maybe
should
gonna
be
be
Baron
starting.
as well. Started for the side of Revenant Gaming. The Anar is going to use his TP towards the Baron pit as well, and yeah, Kog'Maw shreds through these objectives like no other champion anyway. Will use his W pretty soon. There you go. This should be a pretty free Baron for the side of Revenant Gaming. Wukong is pretty close though, so let's see if he decides to steal that. Never mind, will get stunned by the Syndra. Cassidon lurking around on the flank right there, uses his TP but is going to get cancelled, will end up dying right there. A huge
chain
misplay
CC'd
coming
into
out
the
from
death.
Q2. Yes.
Yeah, and he does waste his TP as well. But excellent, I would also point out excellent scatter by Syndra to prevent the Wukong from even coming close to coming for a steal over there. Spots Wukong that side of Baron's Pit, scatters and stuns him, essentially not even allowing him to get in there to maybe even try to go for that miracle kind of steal play. Another misplay by Q2 over there, just handled the TP, but was kind of in vision. They did understand where he was, as in with the flag and drag cancelling out his TP. So he's down a TP, he's down even one more death, and they don't even get Baron off the back of any of that. The Baron does go over to Revenants Gaming. They look to be in the complete driver's seat for this matchup.
Yeah, and now it does look like we will be going into that game 5 between both of these teams, right? I have to say, though, Phoenix Gaming, their draft has left a lot to be desired, picking such low range against the Kog'Maw, against the Syndra. It does not bode well. Maybe it's a sign of, complacency. Maybe they are just being cocky in this one. I mean, we can never uh, tell, but this draft does not work at all for Phoenix Gaming, especially considering what they are up against, and it's showing in the game as well, right? Almost 30 minutes in,
Absolutely.
the game lead, the goal lead will be 10,000 pretty soon. Baron buff, two dragons, hyper scaling Kog'Maw right there, along with the Syndra who has a shutdown bounty, 6 kills most in the game. The Jarvan and the Nar doing their bit as well. So this is looking like we will be heading into game 5 madness.
Yeah, definitely. Look at this. They have complete domination of the blue side, blue buff side of Phoenix Gaming, right? So after getting this third, they can even get that free third Drake for themselves and put themselves on soul point. There's no way that Phoenix Gaming can challenge them over here. Only thing that you can see is that Kassadin maybe pick up that objective bounty in that tier 2 turret of the top lane, but the Nar is coming already there to match him up over that side. The Kog'Maw and the Jarvan are slowly taking the dragon for themselves. As you said, Kog'Maw melts these objectives completely. As Abby said, Kassadin picks up the objective bounty for his team, getting a bit of more gold in his team's pocket, but I don't think it's enough at this point. Honestly, like you said, I think we're heading into that game 5, given the state of the game. 16 kills to 6 is no joke. Around almost 10k gold lead, around 9k right now, but soon to be 10, given the way the state of
Yeah.
game's going. And I don't honestly see Phoenix Gaming can do anything to come back. They're going to need some amazing team fight or pickoffs of their champions that they can be doing to maybe turn this around somehow.
Yeah, and just look at the items as well. The carries from the side of Phoenix Gaming are almost down one item each. The Vayne is down one item. The Cassidon will be down one item, and even in the top lane, Zuko has completed 3 of his items. Even in the jungle, for that matter, 1.5 item ahead for the side of uh, Zion. And look at that, the Taric ult could not even come in, and he ended up dying right there. The Wukong will get caught, uses his Cyclone just to cancel the Jarvan EQ. But beautiful stun from
Oh.
Syndra right there yet again, followed up with the Jarvan CC, and this looks done for the side of Phoenix Gaming.
Definitely getting caught out like that. Hendrik was melted even before he can channel his Taric out. Nothing you can do. Getting 3 kills over there while Nar's hitting that top side turret. Nar probably does go down, but the TP is coming in from WU as some backup over here. This Vayne might go down instead. Syndra does not have her ultimate right now, but the Nar falling to that Vayne. Vayne is trying to kite for her life over here. W is running towards the wrong side, essentially, towards the opponent base, and Vayne's just gonna get free hits on Black Thief over here, and Black Thief will also be going down. So we can see this Vayne coming into use over here, getting some 3 kills to her name, and W also have to burn his TP for that.
Yeah, 2 shutdowns for the side of Vayne right there. Gets the triple kill as well. So a slight overextension from the side of Zuko, paired up with the TP from W to support his top laner. They do lose their tier 3 turrets on all sides, all the lanes, and will end up losing their whole jungle as well. But I think 3 kills on the Vayne right there is going to serve him well. Gets the Kraken Slayer completed, has the Hex Drinker completed as well. So maybe some sort of comeback, although I wouldn't be too sure if that's going to happen.
Honestly, yes, it was a bit of an overextension from their side, from Zuko's side. I honestly don't think W should be TPing in there to help. If Zuko is going to end up going down there, I don't think you can do much to back him up. Zuko was already so low before the TP was even begun to channel over there. So yeah, maybe a bit of misplay. Maybe because they were sending so many members from the side of Phoenix Gaming top side, maybe take the bottom side inhibitor instead. That could have been the play you can go for. But that being said, Baron is almost about to be start coming back up. Potato Monster gets some free fire on Booyah over here, but he'll get caught
Oh,
out by
Potato
Kassadin
Monster made a
and
huge
Booyah, and
mistake.
that's a late ult from Maokai for the re-engage, and definitely a huge mistake by Potato Monster, as you said, Kaka.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he is so far up in the lane. Gets caught by the Cassidon and Vayne right there. That should have never happened.
especially with the Baron coming up as well. Potato Monster with a huge mistake. Let's see if they end up paying for his mistake right here. Does not look like it will amount to anything significant, but he can't afford to do that again.
Yeah, definitely cannot. He has been caught out quite a few times already. Not necessarily his fault, but this one was definitely his fault. The way that he played that, his team does pick up the Baron for him themselves for that death over here. But I think that Maokai also did delay his ultimate a bit over there. Maybe if they coordinated right, they could have maybe set up a bit of a trap play because they did not suspect that most of the members of Revenant Gaming were in that bush over there next to the mid lane, so they could have maybe gone for a play over there. But the Mountain Drake is also coming up. That Drake can be their Soul Drake. They are on Soul Point right now. If they get that Soul Drake, it's going to be even harder for Phoenix Gaming to kill them. But you see that
The Baron
the
has
Vayne
been
is getting
started.
set.
Yeah, the Baron has been started for the side of Revenant Gaming right here. The Cassidon does have the TP to contest. Let's see if he decides on using it. Syndra will get caught right here. Beautiful ultimate by Wukong. And the scatter coming in clutch right there. Maokai ult comes in. Look at the Vayne. She is untouched in this fight so far, and she is having a huge effect right here. 2 for 4 coming out for the side of Phoenix Gaming, and they will TP towards that bot side of the map to get whatever objective they can after that fight. Let's get a replay of that really quickly because it looks like Revenant Gaming are throwing this game.
Yeah, very, very quietly. They are definitely throwing this game. That even denies them getting their soul, right? Now this dragon will be going over to Phoenix Gaming. So a couple of misplays, and I think it all started with that top lane play where the Vayne got that triple kill for herself, which started off her path towards that late game where she's already in a state where if you can't reach her, she's going to be killing your team members one by one. It's going to be a slow but methodical maybe comeback for Phoenix Gaming, and Revenant Gaming have to be sure not to be throwing away any more team fights.
Yeah, and look at the Vayne items now. 4 completed items. That guy was falling behind in items, and now suddenly it looks like it is Phoenix Gaming's game to lose right here. Another Baron call coming in. I mean, I am not too sure about this one. Revenant Gaming. It looks like the Vayne is quite ahead. Has the flash coming in as well right now. Let's see if there is any sort of contest. The Baron is going down
He's
very
dangerously
fast right
low.
here, but the Wukong is available there, so he can try to steal that. The Aatrox will go in 1v4, so might end up dying, but the Vayne has already killed the Syndra. And look at the Vayne right now, finishes up Potato Monster as well. Is going to survive somehow. No, the Kog'Maw passive will take him out, but the Cassidon is alive, level 18, and this is looking so bad for the side of Revenant Gaming, who were so ahead in this game.
Yeah, and that being said, we said they should not be going for any bad kind of team fights or not throw it even more. But again, they tried to challenge that Baron. Maybe they thought they had a timing that they can get, that they can maybe take this Baron before the side of Phoenix Gaming can even reach them. But this leads to Phoenix Gaming getting it. And now they're just pushing and pushing and pushing away. They have given an opportunity to Phoenix Gaming to come back in this game, and Phoenix Gaming has taken it with both hands, and they are not letting go. They are going to narrow that goal lead to around around 2k gold right now. Given how much the gap was, this significant amount that it has closed back down. And this, I think, in that fight, which was more crucial, was that Syndra got caught out towards the right side. The Vayne finished off the Syndra before she could even join the fight, while Aatrox went in 1v4, survived for so much time, buying his backline so much more time to dish out damage from behind.
Yeah, and look at the items that have come in as well, right? Vayne completely stacked out. The Cassidon is going to get his Void Staff completed as well. So both the carries now are in the late game, and these two carries can be so obnoxious and so powerful come the late game, and the late game has arrived for the side of Phoenix Gaming, and they will be looking to take the game 4 from the jaws of defeat.
Definitely, and what's more interesting is both sides have 3 Drakes. Both are on soul points, so the next Drake is going to be a very hyped up fight unless they start another fight around this Baron. I don't think they will be attempting this time. Just a bit of ward clearing over here from the side of Ezian. He's getting that thing ward down, but there is still a ward in the back of the pit that he's not recognized over there. The entire team of Phoenix Gaming is running towards this Baron side to see that maybe is a fight starting up, or are they trying to bait for a fight over here? Both the Kassadin and the Nar do have TPs to come to this fight while they're fighting in the bot lane, but I honestly don't think
I mean, the Cassidy
that
can just 1v1 anyone right now. He can even 1v1 the Nar by using his ultimate like thrice or even 4 times. So Zuko needs to be really careful because that Kassadin is a big boy now and he has almost all of his items completed.
You're definitely a big boy, and the biggest boy of all is this Vayne, right? This Vayne is going to be a menace in these team fights unless you can lock her down pretty early on. She's just getting free hits and free hits. Last time dying to that Kog'Maw passive of all things at the end. Maybe not being aware of it in the team fight, trying to get away from it, but that's the only thing that managed to take her down. And this is just a bit of baiting of fights and a bit of baiting of positioning from both teams over here. They're both trying to give some aggro towards the Baron to maybe bait the other opponent team towards coming there. But the dragon, the most crucial dragon in this entire game is coming up, guys. This last mountain drake, whoever gets it will be getting that soul drake. This is going to be a very spicy fight around this point. And it looks like Ezian and Black Thief are just walking around trying to clear as many wards as they can around this area. But the scuttle has been taken for the side of Phoenix Gaming, so they will have vision no matter what the side of Revenants try to do here.
Yeah, and as you said, this Drake is going to, define the game, and can't wait to see what happens unless Revenant Gaming somehow decide that they don't want to contest it and they might end up taking that Baron. I would really not fancy that call at all. You cannot give up the soul, not to the Aatrox, the Taric, and the Wukong in this game. So let's see how this fight starts. Wukong flashes in onto the Syndra, who has been chunked down to half HP. Taric ultimate will come in right here. Zuko had a huge ultimate in the backline, but Q2 on that Kassadin uses the Zonya, finishes up the Syndra. Vayne will take out the Maokai. Meanwhile, look at the Kog'Maw.
And that's going to be a
so
clean
much damage,
wipe.
but that he gets caught as well right there. Let's see if Phoenix Gaming can end this game somehow. This has been a disaster for the side of Revenant Gaming in the late game, and
definitely.
I
And
think we
excellent
could be looking
engage
at
by
the end of the game
Shyboy,
right
right? Shyboy with that flash cyclone entry with the tag, or just 2 seconds after to backing up so he doesn't die to that. The Vayne just free hitting from behind. No one even thinking of touching her. The Kassadin just jumps into everybody and causing such mayhem over there. When everyone starts to turn on him, he just Zonias himself, turns golden. No one can even touch him there. Vayne picks up this tier 3 turret in the bot lane, just falls back. And now Mountain Soul is also going to be picked up by Phoenix Gaming. A game that we thought could not be lost by Revenants right now has been thrown to proportions that cannot even begin to be fathomed by us. How can you be throwing this kind of a match?
Yeah, I mean this looked like a signed sealed delivered game for the side of Revenant Gaming, but somehow starting from that top lane throw that got Vayne back into the game, getting her 2 shutdowns and a triple kill right there in the top lane. That was I think that's how it started, and now just look at that. Mountain Soul picked up for the side of Phoenix Gaming. The Wukong will get caught, but again, they don't have the damage to finish him off right here. Let's see if there is any counter engage. No, there won't be, and I really don't think Revenant Gaming can contest the Baron take that will come out pretty soon for the side of Phoenix Gaming right here. And Phoenix Gaming look all set to win this tournament. And this game has been very competitive. A lot of throws have come out. EQ in by Jarvan. The TP will come in from the Mega Nar right here. But it's not going to amount to anything. So he just burned his TP for nothing right there. As Iron will find the Aatrox. But the Aatrox is so tanky with that soul. Just look at that.
What do you do to this man? You can barely touch him.
Booyah has been caught by the Maokai, but he can kite him for days. Maokai flashes away huge ultimate into the backline by Wukong. Q2 is going to finish off the Syndra, gets the double kill. This is game
I
over,
think that's
right? There are
GG,
huge
right,
ultimate
Kaka?
by
That is
Zuko, but
definitely
that's
GG.
Yeah,
That is
that
definitely
is game.
GG. They tried to
And guys,
target
we have
the Aatrox of all people, right? In that fight where
yeah.
he's
I mean,
so tanky, like you
that
mentioned.
was just an engage out of tilt right there, and I don't really blame him.
Uh,
This was their game to lose, and they have somehow managed to lose this, and now Phoenix Gaming will look to end this game and secure the iFlicks Community Clash Championship for themselves. Give it up for your champions. Phoenix Gaming finish their job in Game 4.
and definitely looking like they were the ones losing this game. An excellent turnaround from the boys from Sri Lanka. Phoenix Gaming are your champions for this iFlicks Community Clash, and boy oh boy, what a game to win it in. They completely dominated their opposition with this comeback. It all started with that TP top with Zuko, with the Vayne getting the triple kill over there. Booyah just playing phenomenally towards the later side of this game and leaving no doubt in our minds that they were the deserving champions, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%, and they showed it in the game 1 and game 3 as well, and especially game 4. That's the mental that you need from champions right there, and coming back from a 8 to 10,000 gold deficit takes a lot, and these guys just have such a strong mental and fortitude. So they came back into the game and finished this game, winning the championship in game 4, fighting adversity and deserving champions. Right here,
Yeah,
Phoenix Gaming.
Definitely. And it seems that you are the boon or the good luck charm for Phoenix Gaming. Every match you have casted, Kaka, they have won. So the boys from Sri Lanka must appreciate you being on the caster desk, especially for a match like this. The way they were almost losing it, the way they turned it around, the fights that they've gone for, the protections that they've done. It has been amazing series to be casting overall, and I cannot wait for what can be coming from these boys in future tournaments as well. That being said, guys, let's look at some of the crucial moments from this match. And boy, let me tell you, there's going to be a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean 100%, and this was a series of throw from the side of Revenant Gaming, and not just one. I mean, look at this. Gets the 2v1 double kill right there to start off the game. The Syndra was looking phenomenal while he got to connect his stuns and do so much more in team fights as well. Right here, it looked like Revenant Gaming was going to lose the team fight, but in comes Potato Monster and the ultimate by Maokai, and the Kog'Maw got 3 kills right here. And he was so accelerated in this game that both of us thought that we were going into game 5, but
yeah,
Phoenix Gaming had plans of their own, man.
Yeah, definitely they had plans of their own, and it will come up in these moments where I think this is where the entire game kind of turns around from the fight. That was looking like an exchange for them in their favor. This is just SGN just doing a solo bolo on this Kassadin in the mid lane, right? Using that ultimate just to get him down over there. Another bad TP play coming in over here to protect your Syndra. Your Syndra was going to go down no matter what, even if you come in. It was 3v2 even with you coming in, Zuko, so that's not worth it in my opinion. Now you go on the Aatrox over here, you do manage to catch him out. He is very tanky, but he does go down eventually to 3 people at the time here. And this fight where they managed to lock down Potato after getting the dragon by Shy Boy, they just should have backed off of the fight, but they kept on going and kept on going. They kept on fighting. They tried to kite as much as they can over here, but Booyah just not capable of surviving too long in that fight at that stage which he was at. He was not powerful enough to do what he does in the later part of this game, and this just Aatrox going down as well.
Yeah, and this is where we thought like Revenant Gaming was going to run away with this game. Look at that, 27 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead. They even killed the Aatrox in the bot lane. Started off the Baron right here, did end up getting it as well. Beautiful Scatter the Weak, pushing the Wukong off, so there was no chance for steal. Got the Kassadin lurking right there, kill him as well. And look at the shutdown bounties on almost all of these champions from the side of Revenant Gaming. And then comes the series of throws, right? Like even here, they did pretty well to win the fight, but yeah, that's just a series of throws. Booyah right here, after the triple kill, gets 3-4 more kills, and this was where it started
This
to
was
go downhill for the
yeah.
side of Revenant Gaming.
This was definitely the beginning of the end for Revenant Gaming. They just realized they've been throwing it a bit too much. Slowly but surely, Phoenix Gaming does manage to get all the dragons. And this another baiting team fight near the Baron. They should have looked for that Kassadin who's coming from around. He will be jumping into everybody. And look at Booyah just free hitting over here. Does flash away, does get the kill, goes down to the Kog'Maw passive here. But the rest of the team of
But
Revenants
the
will
Kassadin is
also be going
alive,
down.
right? Madness. The
Yep.
Kassadin is such a big threat in these team fights that even if the Vayne goes down, the Kassadin will finish the job. And here, a great engage by the Shy Boy makes W use his flash instantly. And look at this, Q2 in the backline finishes off the Syndra. Vayne kills the Maokai, and this was done right here.
Absolutely.
Look at the team fight. This was pretty beautiful. Booyah positioned so well in this team fight. So did Q2. Did end up dying, but just single-handedly won the team fight for his team. And this was the last fight. I think this came out of. Honestly, this was a tilt showing from the side of Revenant Gaming. They started this fight. Not sure why. Maybe this was their last engage or something like that. Not too sure about that. Potato Monster, just a sitting duck against the Vayne and Kassadin. A huge ultimate by Zuko, but too little too late. And Phoenix Gaming finishing the game right off.
Yeah, definitely. And that is Phoenix Gaming being your champions over there. And now this is going to be my favorite part of this. We're going to see the summary and we're going to see why we think this was such a close game. You can see even in kills after Phoenix Gaming dominated the later part of the match, they just became equal in number of kills, right? Just 3k gold difference towards that end. 10 towers to 9 towers, 4 drakes with basically having the soul for mountain for Phoenix Gaming, to 3 drakes of Revenant Gaming. Revenant Gaming were so close to getting that soul drake, but choosing to go for that ill-timed Baron fight cost them not getting that soul, and Phoenix Gaming building up towards that soul point, getting more dragons in their favor. Void Grubs were equal, 1 Rift Herald to that side and 1 Baron for Revenant Gaming. Could definitely not make the difference. A 44-minute match, basically what you call the late game. And what happens in the late game when you have a Vayne? That Vayne just starts popping off, and if you can't neutralize her fast enough in team fights, she will delete the rest of your team, Kaka.
Yeah, and the Kassadin as well. Do not forget that champion.
Oh yes.
Once you hit level 16 and your items, that Kassadin can be just such. It is one of the worst champions to face when it comes to the late game. And going into the MVP for this deciding game 4 right here, it has to be the Vayne in the bot lane. Booyah doing so well. 22,000 gold for himself, 13-2-8 in such a bloodbath fiesta kind of a game. 970 damage per minute. Deserving of the MVP right there.
Yeah, definitely. And you should see, in such a bloodbath of a game, only dying twice, right? Keeping himself so well, positioned so well in these team fights, being the factor that's causing the rest of Revenants to start falling down one by one. Started with the triple kill he got on the top side. Very well played by him. He guided it so well in that fight. So he has been playing very exceptionally throughout the series, and he's getting his due recognition right now as your MVP of the game 4 and the final game of our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, he did really well. And we do have Kasa from Phoenix Gaming who will be coming in to join us for a quick interview after winning the series. So let's have him right here. Kasa, congratulations on winning the championship. It has been quite a while for Sri Lanka to win such a tournament. And how do you feel after that?
Kasa, I don't think
we
can hear you.
We can't hear you, Kasa, right now. So maybe just
check if your
unmute on.
vmix mic is on. Yeah. Man is so hyped by the win, not recognizing what is happening. But that's anyway gonna be happening. It's a huge win, a huge play by the boys from Sri Lanka, right? Kaka, overall, what can we say? It's just written in that title, right? Conquerors. Phoenix Gaming are your conquerors of this series. They played excellently well. While Kasa is flustered by what is happening, Kaka, do you have any other notes of what actually went wrong for Revenants Gaming in this matchup?
I mean, they just threw their lead. Guys, we will be getting Casa back. He seems to have some mic issues right there. I'm pretty sure you guys are all excited to hear from the champion himself. But yeah, Revenant Gaming did really well in game 4. Honestly, they should have won that game, but were not able to do so. But game 1 and 3, I think overall the whole series there has been sort of a draft gap from the side of Revenant Gaming. I don't think they drafted really well coming into the series in all 4 games, honestly. Even in the 4th game where they were so ahead, I do feel something like a Renekton in the top lane, or Braum support would have served them much better, especially against so many melee champions and low range champions, right? So I think drafting has been one of their weaknesses in coming into this series, honestly, because before that they didn't lose a game, right? So you can't really criticize that. But yeah, I think if they work on their drafts and slight macro, I think they will be one of these top teams that we'll be seeing in the scene.
Yeah, in the future tournaments, definitely, if they work a bit on maybe their drafting a bit, and like as you said before this, they had been dominating their future like past matchups, but in the past matchups they never had to go against Phoenix Gaming as well, right? So once they go against a team of maybe equal caliber to them, it might be coming down to the draft and what they select instead of individual performances to be said about, and maybe trying to finish off games when you have that early lead instead of dragging it out to the point where the other team can come back. I think that was also a crucial point. Even in the semi-finals, they took a bit of time to close out their matches.
Yeah, I mean, that goes for both these teams. I think they have to be, a bit more strong in finishing these games off. Even in game 1, we saw Phoenix Gaming had such a huge lead, but they were reluctant on starting off that Baron. So I think pushing their leads into finishing the game is something that both the teams can learn. I mean, especially Revenant Gaming, as we saw, they threw almost a 10k goal lead, so it does not seem like that's their forte as well. I mean, this has been a great tournament so far, so a lot of learnings for both these sides. Even while winning, Phoenix Gaming will have learned a lot from this series, because they would have lost potentially 2 games and gotten into that deciding game 5.
Yeah, and that being said, guys, I think Kasa is ready. He's died down a bit from the hype. He is now a bit more calm, and we're going to be heading into an interview, right, with this man himself. Hello, Kasa, and how does it feel to be champions?
It's really good, bro. Like last tournament also we came very close, but we lost to Temple of Kings 2-1. But yeah, it feels really good to win a tournament, because our team, we work really hard. That's why.
Yeah, and any thoughts on the series after such a hyped game 4 where it seemed like it would go to a game 5, right? I don't think if Revenant Gaming did not throw into the top side of the map and the Vayne Booyah ends up getting that triple kill, this would have been a pretty hard series. And going into game 5, like, you guys would have to pick yourselves back up again, because you guys did look very strong in game 1 and 3. So any thoughts if it had gone to game 5, and thoughts in general about that game 4?
This whole matches, like whoever got the first pick had the winning chance more, I would say. Jav and Kaiser was like key picks in the matches. So we had a plan if we go for 5 games, but actually we were prepping for 5 games. Like, we were defending hard, but then they just threw the game. I don't know how. Like the IDC got caught, they just threw it very hard. And props to our ADC and everyone else. She was like kiting really hard, like 13 to KDA, and Booyah was doing really
but
good.
not to take away from you guys. Game 1 and game 3 was
they were really strong outings from
Yeah.
the side of Phoenix Gaming and you guys. So congratulations on that. And looking
Thank
at
you
the
very much.
future tournaments, of course, now you have won this tournament and you are one of the top dogs as well. So how do you see your matchups going into, you know, these top 4 teams coming out in form of AOK or TOK and all these teams, even the Pakistani teams, they are looking pretty strong as well.
So the last tournament we had, we faced both AOK and TOK. Both games, I would say we lacked some macro, but yeah, we gave a good fight. We need to work on our macro and be back against them.
Yeah,
pretty good players in
Well-
both teams, Catbot and everyone.
Madness, any last questions?
Yeah, definitely. And how do you feel after winning this championship? Are you guys gonna take the couple of days off, or are you gonna head back right into scrims and be preparing for future tournaments at this point?
Mostly our people will take a couple of days off. That's what they does. So yeah, they will be mostly playing Valorant and other games on those days. Yeah, that's what happens mostly.
Nice. And
All right,
once again,
Kasa.
congratulations to you.
Yeah. Thanks
And
for joining
thank
us
you
for
very
the
much for
interview as
inviting us.
well.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Congratulations. You are the champions, Phoenix Gaming. Guys, Casa, congratulations on winning this tournament and good luck for the future tournaments as well.
Yeah. See you. Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yes. That was us with Kasa, guys. Your one of your champions of today, right? His entire team did win. Phoenix Gaming coming out on top. The boys from Sri Lanka showing us what they can do, especially in this kind of a tournament format. And you can see they've got high hopes for future tournaments also. They have played some of the top tier teams that were not in this tournament, so they know what they're up against. They know what kind of level they have to reach or what level they have to beat. So hopefully they work for it. Like you said, he said they've lacked a bit of the macro. They lacked a bit of macro, so they're going to be working on that. So they and definitely you could see it a bit in this tournament, but they have been improving slowly and slowly. Because the Phoenix game you saw in game 1 and game 2 were not the same you saw in game 3 or game 4, right? Kaka?
Yeah. And guys, before you turn off the stream, we do have a big announcement coming your way right now. So prepare. And we will be announcing the SID community clash, and the prize pool for this one will be 1 lakh INR. Registrations will start pretty soon. October 10th the tournament starts and 16th will be the final. So don't go anywhere. The tournaments are coming thick and fast, and now it's going to be another banger for double the prize pool of the current tournament. SID Community Clash, powered by Zotac Gaming, presented to you by Crucial, by Micron, and I cannot wait for this madness.
Yeah, definitely cannot wait for this. We're giving you tournaments, as you said, thick and fast. We're just not stopping with it. The action is packed. We're taking a little bit of a breather because Worlds is going on, as you guys know. That's also an important tournament that's going on. But as soon as that's done, we will be coming back with you with this SID Community Clash. We will be waiting for you guys to be participating in those tournaments. So make sure you register for them. Make sure you also come up with us. And hopefully we'll get to cast some of your games and see a couple of new faces on the scene.
Yeah, and guys, to join the tournament, of course, join the League of Legends INSA Discord. Link is in the description. Do follow us on our Instagram and other pages as well. And this was another sick tournament madness. We have casted like 3 or 4 of these.
Absolutely.
And every time it lives up to the expectation, right? Last time it was 5 games. This time it was almost 5 games. So this has been so much fun to cast as well.
Yeah, definitely. We get to see so many amazing matches, and yeah, last time the finals was on my birthday, so that was an amazing birthday present for myself. I got to see such amazing gameplay just for that day, and that one did go to all 5 games. This went to all 4, so we're seeing some very heavy clashes in the grand finals. Like both teams know how to face off each other, and it's going amazing. That being said, guys, that will be all from us today. It's been me, Madness, alongside Kaka. We did have Bishi with us also before, so all 3 of us are saying goodbye and good night, and keep on enjoying League, guys.
Yeah, and we will see you pretty soon.
When are you gonna upgrade your system?
Once there was a hunter who saw what others could not. With a magic case in her backpack, she roamed with wild abandon into the great unknown. Her gaze inescapable, her reflexes lightning fast. When armies swarmed, she went through. With eyes open wide, hands steady, holding, watching, capturing everything in sight.
The Crucial Pro DDR5 RAM kit comes with a sleek, modern look that will complement any build. But aesthetics aside, it's the performance that really matters. So let's dive into it. The default JEDEC timings are 46, 45, 45, but it does come with 2 XMP and Expo settings for those looking for a little more performance. With XMP 3.0 Profile 1, you can push the speed up to 5600 megatransfers per second. If you prefer a slightly lower speed but tighter timings, Profile 2 offers 5200 megatransfers per second at 42, 42, 42 timings. We've run some benchmarks and stress tests to give you an idea of how it performs. In general, dropping the speed and tightening the timings with the second XMP/Expo profile yielded better results for us on our test system. Paired with a Ryzen 7800X3D, we saw anywhere from a 1 to 5% performance bump depending on workloads. All in all, the Crucial Pro DDR5 64GB RAM kit by Micron is a fantastic choice for first-time builders and enthusiasts alike.
You were right, Kate. My sister is gone. There's only Jinx now. I want to tear that laugh from her throat forever. I'm ready.
To return peace to this city, you must declare martial law.
Topside is the real enemy. You have the chance to rally the Undercity together. You're a symbol. So what are you planning?
Watch it all burn.
You felt it, haven't you?
The arcane is waking up.
Sometimes taking a leap forward means leaving a few things behind.
This has to end.
Then stop me.
guys.